Hello, welcome. Welcome to the Biodiversa Midterm Conference. Welcome to Naturalis. Naturalis, a fantastic building. You will have noticed when you arrived, this is an amazing building. It's new. It's, I think, only 6 years that it's been established like this. And Naturalis is a natural history museum of the Netherlands, obviously. And it's the building that joins a number of facilities that were disparate beforehand. There were laboratories, there were research institutes, a large collection. We're in the middle of one of the largest biodiversity collections in the world, surrounded by biodiversity, actually, in this auditorium. So do get a chance to go to up to the 9th floor. There's 9 floors of exhibition in this building. So this building brings this all together, and I think that's also what we're doing here in these 2 days, bringing people together, people from Biodiversa, but also stakeholders, people who are somehow associated, affiliated, likers of Biodiversa, and we're here to today take stock of progress, to see what's happened in the first 3 years, is it? 3.5 years of the current runnings of Biodiversa Plus, I should say, to take stock and to celebrate. We'll see that by the end of the day, if it's indeed a good moment to celebrate. And then tomorrow we'll have a look at the future. We'll think about what is coming up and what we can do in the coming period. I'm also welcoming people online. People are joining us for the coming 2 days. So we have actually we will be recording this meeting. And people online will be able to join us not only by watching us, but also they can post questions in the Q&A throughout the 2 days, or at least a day and a half. And we will pick up these questions when we have our own Q&A sessions and panel discussions throughout the agenda. So welcome very much, and please stay with us from wherever you are. But here in Naturalis, we're a mix of people, obviously, and we have a mixed agenda. Myself, my name is Ben Delbare. I'm an independent consultant, ecologist by training, but I've been involved in science policy interaction for a few decades, and I got involved a lot with biodiversity policy in Europe and in facilitating processes. Hence, I have the privilege really to be your moderator in the coming 2 days in this fantastic location and with this great group. I understand from yesterday there was the General Assembly, so many of you were there, but also many of you were not there. So to just have a very first acquaintance, because this meeting is also about networking and getting to meet each other, I would like to invite you to do a very short getting to know each other. Nothing too busy, nothing too long, but I'd like to ask you to stand up. We're 8 rows, so please all stand up. We're not going to dance, don't worry, no singing either, but just standing up. Because I know people, I know from yesterday, people say, I've never seen that face before, I don't know this person. So what I would like to ask is the people on the uneven rows, so the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th, the 7th, turn around and introduce yourself to the person behind you, if there is one at least, or the nearest person behind you. Your name, affiliation, country. Excellent, yeah. People online, if you feel like it, put in the chat your name, your affiliation, and your country. Here it's very much buzzing already. Wow. I didn't ask you to have a full chat, just a brief introduction. Just say your name. All right. Here I am. Thank you. This is unexpectedly warm and enthusiastic. Can I have your attention, please? Yes. Please turn around again. I was going to ask to do the other way around, but I don't think I will do so, because people will share their life history, I think, if I start doing that. So please, take your seat again. So yeah, just this is how you, of course, spend the next 2 days. Use the breaks as well to meet each other, to say hi, hey, where are you from, what's your name, what are you doing, what are you expecting, and so forth and so on. I don't have to explain that, how that works. But also, because we're a mix of people, one more joint thing is I want you to raise your hands for very simple questions like, who has been in Naturalis before? That's not too many. That's a few. I understand one of the kickoff meetings of Biodiversa was in this building. No, did I get that wrong at breakfast this morning? You mentioned a meeting during the opening of Naturalis a number of years ago. No, but you did mention that. Yeah, Joe. So yeah, that's a few. But who represents a Biodiversa Plus partner? That is the majority, obviously. I think many of you will have met yesterday in the General Assembly. But that means those, if you had a close look, maybe you can do it again, who is a Biodiversa Plus partner? So look around at those who are not raising their hands, because those represent stakeholders in some way. Might be a policymaker, an NGO, a researcher who is not in Biodiversa, business, other funder perhaps. So that's a nice mix to be with. And for whom is this the first Biodiversa event? First time that you're actually meeting? There's one person, yeah. One person who's never been to a Biodiversa event. There's another one. Myself, actually, I think, yeah, in the back. Well, so the majority of you actually have met before in some way or another. That's nice to hear. And then the last question is, who from you is from beyond the European Union, outside EU? It's not that many. I had expected a few more, because Biodiversa partners, as you know, are representing, if I got it right, 41 countries. So that naturally includes non-EU countries, otherwise something's wrong. Thank you. So yeah, a very nice mix to be with in the coming days. So that said, we'll start with celebrating. Just have a sip of water, or at least taking stock. With 3 short presentations, just kind of opening, welcoming us to this event. And I will start with one more thing. Because we have this dense agenda, we will be very strict on time keeping. And people know, they've been alerted that we have only 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something to speak. I have my assistant Iris with me. Yeah, she's very, very strict, so beware. But for those speakers who are not noticing Iris or think, well, I can do with a minute extra, I have these stones from Naturalis. You can buy them here. I think they're for kids, but I enjoyed very much picking the most beautiful stones. I will not throw with them, no worries. But for speakers, if I start kind of making annoying noise, then it means that you really have to come to an end of your presentation. So, but let me, on that thread, invite the first speaker of today. We haven't shaken hands yet, but from the image on the internet, I think the speaker is sitting here in front of me. Mark Roskam-Abbing is Director General of the Rural Area and Nitrogen and Director General of the Nature and Fisheries Department at our host, the country, Netherlands Ministry for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature. Mark, may I ask you to address the audience, please? This is a free, otherwise you have to speak very closely into that one, what you prefer.
I'll try. Does this work like this? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's easier.
Does this work then? Same?
Yes. Audio?
There must, yeah, now it's working. Well, thanks for the introduction. Indeed, I work at the Ministry and on behalf of the Ministry for Agriculture and Nature and Food Security and Fisheries. I'd very much like to welcome you to this conference, also on behalf of the Netherlands government. We are here in Leiden, and as said, this place, that it really oozes biodiversity past and present, so I think this is a very fitting venue for your conference. Today, I think I'm amongst a group of people, and I don't need to convince anyone that biodiversity is extremely important, that we cannot do without biodiversity. It forms the foundation of healthy ecosystems, and our complete well-being is linked to biodiversity. And of course, all of you know this, all of you have proven this in your research, you've stated this in your opinions in newspapers and everything. And yet, people are often, they take the functioning of the foundation of biodiversity, they take it for granted in daily life. Our previous Minister for Nature once remarked, she was almost emotional in a parliamentary debate, she said, when faced with a choice, politicians always, each and every time, choose short-term gains, economic gains over longer-term nature and biodiversity. This is something we have to deal with. It's something I have to deal with in making policy, but it's also something you have to deal with in your research. So one important part of your job, both for policymakers and scientists, is to avoid this loss of consciousness in society. I think it is important to ask for greater attention for the concept of biodiversity, give it sort of an X factor, maybe make biodiversity sexy. Well, maybe not sexy, but at least urgent, crucial, and make people realize, not just realize, but feel the importance of biodiversity. And I think that's one big challenge we face together. How can we make it more urgent for everyone? Another highly important part of our job is to get sound and tangible results from the reinforcement of our nature. And this is also very hard work, sometimes groundwork for many of us. In a densely populated country like the Netherlands, it really affects many other public projects, like housing projects, quality of our public space, water management. And this couldn't be done without knowledge and without an innovative mindset. In this respect, it might be of interest to you that many of our citizens, many Dutch people, volunteer daily in the monitoring of species. I do strongly value these almost 16,000 active volunteers who go out when the weather is nice, but also when it rains and when it's storming, to count birds, butterflies, amphibians, mammals, insects, and plants in their spare time. And they are being supported by non-governmental organizations. And then their results are checked by Statistics Netherlands. And this really lays the foundation for so much knowledge. It's the fundament on which 5 scientific organizations, they are at the moment making a digital twin of 2 of our national parks. A digital twin of the Waddenzee, a UNESCO heritage site, and the Veluwe. And in this digital twin, they make a model of the biotic and abiotic factors so we can increase our understanding of how our ecosystems work. I do believe that combining science with academic thinking has enabled the Netherlands to be at the forefront of new technological solutions for biodiversity monitoring. Now, how do we, within the ministry, make use of this scientific knowledge in a time which is highly polarized, as it is today? Academic practice is at times ignored, misinterpreted, sometimes even cancelled. And I think the answer is to welcome an environment where critical questions can be asked, and where questions sometimes remain unanswered, at least for now, and where lines of thoughts are allowed to unfold gradually. The results of recent years are promising, and we look forward to the results in coming years. First, the planned results on restoration, protection, and monitoring of biodiversity and ecosystems. Second, the results on nature-based solutions as a response to societal challenges. And finally, the results of the transformative changes necessary to mitigate and reverse biodiversity threats, and the results regarding integrated people and nature pathways. I do wish all of us and all of you an inspiring conference with valuable discussions that contribute to resilient and beautiful nature. You may count on our strong engagement and active participation. We rely on all of your work to make our politicians and the society as a whole do what it takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these nice opening words and for welcoming us and for stressing indeed this urgent need to keep attention to biodiversity, to keep on picking up our responsibility to raise awareness and demonstrate the urgency. Can I invite the next speaker then, Ron Winkler. Ron is a Senior Project Officer at the Dutch Research Council, NWO, and also one of the co-chairs of Biodiversa Plus, organizer of this conference. Thanks a lot for that, Ron. The floor is yours.
Our pleasure, and I'd like to welcome you on behalf indeed of NWO and of Biodiversa. It's going to be an interesting 2 days. I've been asked to tell you a little bit about the why we're here. Before I do that, I was a little bit worried when Ben started with, oh, please talk to one another, because at Biodiversa, we talk a lot with one another. What we tend to forget is Biodiversa Plus started in 2021, but there's a plus because Biodiversa is a much older community, which started in 2007 or 8, I think, way before I was ever involved. So it's a community which is very important, and that's a feeling we would like to encourage to keep for the years to come. We're here at Naturalis. I don't have to say more about that because you've heard that before, but there is a dichotomy within Naturalis. As the scientific director said to me, it's very funny. On the one hand, we make money from extinctions. There are dinosaurs here, but also much more recent extinct species. So that's one of the things the public comes to see here. On the other hand, it's a biodiversity institute. We want to make sure that biodiversity is safeguarded and hopefully improved again in the future. So there is this dichotomy. And we're here for the last part to make sure that the list of extinct species that Naturalis collects doesn't grow anymore. So now on to my quick presentation. The next slide, please. So we are a community of funders, research funders, but also ministries and organizations involved in safeguarding the environment. And we support the European biodiversity strategy, of course, with a vision that by 2050 we will live in harmony with nature. Now, I have my doubts, but at least we are playing our part to make sure that we go in that direction, in the positive direction. 40 plus countries, 81 partners, so it's a very large endeavor. It's the largest endeavor on the, in biodiversity. Next slide, please. So why are we here now? We're more or less in the middle of Biodiversa. It's a 7-year project. We started in 2021, so now at the end of the 4th year. And it's always good practice to, on the one hand, look back. So where did we come from? What have we done in the last couple of years? But also start to look forward towards the end of the project, but also beyond it where possible. So 2021 was the first call. We have a last call in the 6th year, so that's next year already. So it's getting really close. And then today we will look back mostly and look at where we are right now, and we'll do that along the 4 major themes that we work on. So that's what we call the flagships: protecting and restoring biodiversity, improving transnational monitoring, promoting nature-based solutions, and supporting transformative change. I won't tell you more about that because one of my colleagues will tell you more about that in one of the next talks on how they work and where that comes from. Day 2 will be dedicated to what's next, what is going to happen. We'll look a bit forward to the next 3 years, which are very much set already. We just submitted the 3rd installment, so the plans for the next 3 years. But what comes after that? That is quite unclear at the moment. We had a short discussion about that at the GA, but tomorrow afternoon there will be a workshop to get your first ideas on what we should do for the next Biodiversa Plus Plus, or whatever it looks like in whatever shape and form it will be. So for tomorrow, it's a little bit about impact on how we reach it and what we can still improve in the next couple of years, but also 2 panels on bridging policy and practice, and co-creating a workshop on co-creating the future. And you see a word cloud here. I just asked, AI is wonderful. I just asked them, so there is a research agenda for Biodiversa. What are the 50 most used words which are not and or, so remove all the common words. And this is what you get if it puts it in a word cloud. Biodiversity, monitoring, research, stakeholders, knowledge, basically all the things that we actually work on. So far we're doing quite a good job, but it can always be improved, and we look forward to getting your opinions on how we can proceed in the next 3 years, and especially help us create an image for the 7 years of Framework Program 10. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you have a fun day today and tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Ron, for these kind words. And actually, you inspired me. You talk about impact. Tomorrow we talk about impact of Biodiversa and of the wider biodiversity community. And when you talk impact, often you will see KPIs, key performance indicators. I think one is there to be added to the list, to make the list of extinct species not grow. I think that's a very good kind of target for all of us. Don't make the list of extinct species grow. Then I'll ask the next speaker to come to the floor, which is Philip Tulkens. Philip, Head of Unit, Climate and Planetary Boundaries, and Biodiversa Partner as well from DG RTD, DG Research and Innovation from the European Commission. Philip, welcome on stage. Best to use this one.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
So, thank you for having me here. So indeed, I come from DG Research of the European Commission, so those who support you financially, also with the member states. And I want to start by just a very strong and warm congratulations for being here and having survived this far. Because not only the species are being extinct, but some of the policy initiatives are also challenged. And we heard about the future of biodiversa. This is a very important discussion that you will have tomorrow. I mean, you were the first partnership launch in Horizon Europe, and you did a remarkable job. I know that the governance, the leadership evolved, but I want to really pay tribute to those who worked on this tirelessly. It's an immense task that you have been accomplishing because the rules are complicated, we know that. We welcome your suggestions for simplification, by the way. So tomorrow afternoon, when you discuss this, please be bold and clear. And not only to the European Commission, also to the member states. It's a partnership. So if the rules are complicated, of course it's the rules of the Commission, it's the responsibility of the Commission, but also of the member states. And having a fundamental discussion on how the rules should evolve is, in my view, very important. I know you're passionate about biodiversity, for sure. And that's why you do this job. But if the instrument that is funding your activities is not well designed, you're losing time, you're losing energy, and that will be to the detriment of the science. So we need to design instruments, partnerships that are really efficient, where the complementarity between the activities of the member states and the European Union are really optimized. And then the scientific community will appreciate this. So we need to find people here in this room or outside in the ministries, I don't know where, who really focus on proper design of instruments for this kind of partnership. Because you have your task is immense, and you need to operate in conditions that are optimal for you. With sustained funding and flexibility in the rules, I hope. I know that this speech is recorded. I hope it's okay to say this, heard from Brussels. You will hear from DG Environment, I think, tomorrow. I just would like to pass a few messages to the scientific community. I hear in many forums that, oh, the Green Deal is abandoned, you are diluting. If you heard the President of the European Commission a few days ago, there were many things here in the speech, but she reminded everyone, the Parliament and all the EU citizens and the Member States, that the Green Deal is in its implementation phase. And the nature restoration law must be implemented, and that she and the Commission is committed to this, and the role of the Commission is to check the implementation of EU legislation adopted by the Member States. This is ongoing, so it's not because you see mostly competitiveness on top of the policy agenda that the implementation of the Green Deal is abandoned. No, not at all. This means that you have a lot of work, because the implementation is, of course, challenging, complicated, and requires a lot of science and knowledge in there. Another message that I want to pass is, for me, the unique, one of the unique added value of this partnership is that it goes well beyond what we did with ERANETS in the past. The ERANETS in the area of biodiversity were remarkable. It really brought the community together. But now through the partnership, you can go much further because you have the ministries on board, a research ministry and environmental ministries, and you can relate to the policy. This is fundamental. Every national administration and the European administration need to hear from the scientists regularly on what works, what doesn't work, and how to move forward. Enhances the skills of the civil servants and those who will have to implement the legislation at local level is fundamental. So you also play a role through this partnership, and the reflection that is evolving now on transformative change, on economic aspects, is fundamental. They will have elections in the Netherlands in a few days. The transformation of agriculture, for instance, in the Netherlands is a very, very difficult topic. But not only in the Netherlands, in every country. And we see now with the polarization of society that scientific knowledge is even more important than in the past, where we are in an era of disinformation, of lobbies, super active. Scientists have a key role to play, and it's great that this partnership can really play its part in this discussion that is, of course, highly political. There are big interests at play, but this is what society needs to face and tackle. How to transform societies so that we reduce our environmental impact and get to our objectives of the Green Deal. So you are in the middle of the battle and you're indispensable to the success of the Green Deal implementation. Please continue, and I'm here for a day and a half to listen to all the feedback you may wish to provide to us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Philippe, for this very clear message as well. One being, try to be bold and clear and simplify. Being bold is not too difficult for me, at least. Green Deal is still alive and kicking. That's good to hear, indeed. There is kind of the tendency to say, well, it's down the drain, but actually it is live and kicking, and the nature restoration regulation is indeed very important for this group. And also nice to hear the ERA nets, for those who are not familiar with it, the European Research Area networks from the past have extended through Biodiversa Plus and actually are on their way to transformative change. I think that's also something to take away for this meeting, because we'll have a session on transformative change as one of the 4 flagships. I'll move to the first session then. One of the 4 flagships, indeed, that was mentioned. Today the agenda is built on the 4 flagships, the big programs, which Magnus Tannerfeldt will talk about. This session is on protection and restoration on land and at sea. So that's the first flagship that will showcase one of the main achievements. And may I invite all the speakers from this session on stage, perhaps. And on screen, we have one speaker on screen as well. So I'll start with Magnus Tannerfeldt. He's Senior Officer at the Swedish Research Council for Sustainable Development, Formas, and also one of the co-chairs, just like Ron is, of Biodiversa. And Magnus will introduce us to the flagships and highlights of the flagship on protection and restoration. That's the first thing. The other speakers I'll invite afterwards. Magnus, you stay on stage when you're done, if that's okay with you. Thank you. Slides transition. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Philippe, for the encouraging words there. We will take your ad notam and provide the input from our side as much as possible over the coming days and also as we continue. And I want to, on behalf of Biodiversa, thank you and the colleagues, Gilles and Bastian, and at RTD, and all the people at DG Env for the continuous support, the open dialogues that we have, which is really key to making this partnership a success. And that was the case long before I came into the picture, and it continues to this day with new people on both sides. Partly, some are still the same, but that is really, really greatly appreciated. And we do feel that what we do actually there is an uptake side that is actually listening to what we're trying to achieve and the knowledge that we are gathering. So I will talk about the flagships that we have. I will first give you a brief introduction. Many of you are well aware of what we're doing, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. We have what we call the flagship programs within Biodiversa Plus. And these are programs or packages where we try to address the why, what, how, and who of the Biodiversa work. We have, of course, our visions and objectives, which is the why. We have the what, which is the all that is in our strategic agenda, the SRIA. And then we have the how, and that is the flagship programs, packages. And then, of course, we have our who and exactly how to do it in detail, and that is the work packages and the tasks and everything that we do, the activities as such. So the flagship programs are a way of looking at all the activities that we do around here, and I'll give you some examples of that. You'll hear more about it over the next, especially today, but also tomorrow. And so these are multi-annual programs that we have started to address 4 different topics. To implement all of these activities, there we go. All the activities that we do on a specific topic based on our strategic agenda to actually work with stakeholders to achieve the impact that we are trying to achieve as a partnership. And we have divided these into the 4 flagship programs, one on biodiversity monitoring, one on protection and restoration, which is what I will talk about now, one on societal transformation, and one on nature-based solutions. And so we have those here on the left. And these are, of course, aligned with our different themes that we work on, that are also laid out in our strategic agenda. Now I will focus on the one on protection and restoration of biodiversity. And this flagship's program's full name is Supporting Protection and Restoration of Biodiversity and Ecosystems Across Land and Sea. And of course, this is based on the Global Biodiversity Framework, the EU, the Green Deal, the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, and where it's recognized that protected areas are key for protecting biodiversity, but also that the existing networks of protected areas are far from sufficient. And when it comes to restoration, now we have the Nature Restoration Regulation, requesting an urgent upscaling of restoration efforts for damaged ecosystems on sea and on land, and highlighting the importance of ecological corridors and connectivity of ecosystems, and also stressing and supporting investments in green and blue infrastructure to support this. So some of the objectives of this flagship program are to contribute to a more coherent spatial planning, accounting for ecological, economic, and social dimensions. So not only biodiversity as such. Improve the knowledge of ecosystem functioning and the ecological processes. So we still need a lot of fundamental research to have a better understanding of what is happening and how the world works. To help us build the knowledge to actually safeguard the species and genetic and ecosystem diversity that we want. And also the scaling up approaches that are needed to make things even more useful. Some other objectives are to provide actionable knowledge and guidelines for conservation stakeholders to support countries in achieving their restoration targets, and to understand and support changes in the economic system and its incentives. And just some of the examples of things that we do to promote this. We have had one research called Biodiversity Protect on protection, and we are now launching a call called Biodiv Connect, which is more on the restoration side of things. We have clustering activities and capacity building for the funded projects to make sure that they are well set up and also collaborating across projects to be able to achieve the impact ultimately. We have science policy fora that many of you have attended. We had one on key biodiversity areas and a Trans-European Nature Network supporting also the global biodiversity framework. Regional dialogues under the IPBES umbrella, promoting Earth observation programs and research infrastructures. And then, as was said here, we are also linking research and biodiversity monitoring activities across everything that we do, and we will increase that work over the coming years. I think actually now that we have a very well set up work program on biodiversity monitoring, which was kind of new for Biodiversa, we are now in a place where I think we can really make things happen beyond what is just setting up and improving the different elements. Linking with international processes, of course, developing success stories, showing good examples of how things can be done and what has been done. Also learning from not so successful experiences is important as well, of course. And stakeholder engagement activities across the board to help close the gap between research and implementation. We have a few more examples here. Dialogue events with researchers and policymakers and stakeholders. Desk studies and mappings are also what we do. And we have launched a Biodiversa Knowledge Hub on biodiversity restoration to help support the implementation of science and knowledge into policy and management. And looking ahead a little bit, we, of course, will continue to generate and consolidate knowledge, scientific knowledge, and support the implementation of that knowledge through, among other things, this knowledge hub. We have a very keen follow-up of the research projects from, now we mentioned these calls, but actually all the research calls that we do, working also across these research calls, trying to harvest the knowledge that is being produced, to make sure that we also work across the silos and to help society to become more sustainable in terms of biodiversity and ecosystems. And we are now looking to launch a new call with this is a preliminary title, but the focus will be on future sustainable socio-ecological systems and trajectories of change. And I think that is where a lot of these things can actually come together across the sectors and silos. So, in short, what we try to do is to combine research to provide policy support and have the stakeholder engagement needed to equip Europe to deliver on the ambitious EU and global targets for biodiversity protection and restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, for giving some insight in this flagship with many elements that will come back in the following presentations. And thank you for that. And in this session, clearly knowledge growing and coming out of the silos is an important aspect in that respect. We're doing very fine with time. Thanks for that as well. Then I asked the next speaker for this session. Yeah, Iris is unemployed in that respect. Catherine Julliot, I'm sorry, I didn't read that right. Catherine Julliot is a project manager at the French Ministry for Ecological Transition, and she's a representative of her ministry on the Cluster and Program Committee of Horizon Europe, as well as task leader in the Work Package 4 of Biodiversa. Catherine will talk about advancing knowledge and on how the dialogues and desk studies can be applied for that. Catherine. This one is better, I think. If you have your hand, I can do it for you. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Well, so I will quickly present you some activities we conduct through the task 4.1 of Biodiversa Plus related to protection and restoration. As you know, there is a new regulation in Europe on nature restoration since July 2024, and we anticipate the adoption of this regulation by organizing a dialogue in May 2024 to identify how Biodiversa Plus as a European partnership on biodiversity could support the implementation of national restoration plans. The objective of the first dialogue was to identify knowledge gap and research needs on biodiversity restoration and to identify activities that Biodiversa Plus and the Biodiversity Knowledge Hub can undertake on biodiversity restoration. We chose to focus this dialogue on two entry points: science-based support for prioritization and answering restoration in the long term. The main output of this dialogue pointed the need to develop inclusive prioritization approaches involving social and natural science, to incorporate the concept of ecological continuity into restoration criteria, to support long-term restoration projects and long-term monitoring, to involve stakeholders at different scales, to develop legal guidance and communication to the public, scientists and diverse practitioners. There was also a focus on monitoring, with the proposal that restoration monitoring should be supported by guidance and key research and innovation, such as harmonizing protocols, developing synergies with climate monitoring, and also include different scales of monitoring. The dialogue has resulted in numerous concrete proposals for the Biodiversa Plus portfolio of activities and the Biodiversity Knowledge Hub work programs. Next slide. The Biodiversa Plus portfolio of activity, it was also a lot of proposal. I put on this slide some example that was already taken into account through the diverse work packages, and I will rapidly focus on the last one that was developed by the task 4.1 this year, and consists to organize another dialogue on restoration national plant implementation with scientists and policymakers, especially ministry in charge of regulation implementation of the 27 member states. Next slide. Okay. For this second dialogue, also organized with the Biodiversity Knowledge Hub, we plan to identify and answer, if possible, to questions of member states about scientific basis they need to establish the priority list of habitat and species restoration projects in order to meet their obligation to achieve the 20-30% of restoration target by 2030. On the basis of a survey sent to all member states, we get 25 answers, it's not so bad, and on 3 member state case studies presentation, France of course, Czech Republic and Poland. Next, please. Yes. The main challenges identified during the dialogue concern the characterization of the baseline ecological conditions, the stakeholders' involvement in the planning process, to better convey to the public the concrete core benefits of restoration, to make the most existing funding schemes and scientific expertise in a short-term planning phase, only 2 years, and of course to have enough funding for each step of the regulation implementation in the future. The main needs in the short term is to develop science-based guidelines with operational methods for the quantification of favorable reference areas, and in the middle to long term, the role to be played by citizen science in the implementation and monitoring of restoration measures, the potential contribution of passive restoration, and the tools and methods to be employed in order to efficiently address large-scale restoration projects. Next. We have another activity through this task, is to conduct under the task concern Destiny to enhance knowledge sharing. Biodiversa plus commissions experts to conduct comprehensive reviews for existing research. These studies summarize available information, identify key findings and knowledge gaps. The DES study launched in 2024 was on efficiencies of territorial protected areas to conserve biodiversity. So on this slide, no, please stay on that. Yes, on this slide, the review, you can see that the review was based on a principal question and several questions identified by the working group and the selected candidate together. The question structure identified population, intervention, comparator, and outcome, and will be covered by the study. On the right, you can, no, stay, oh, no, again. There is no right. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you will not see the decision tree used to identify the 175 articles included in the review from more than 68,000 articles and other sources. So next. Next slide. So those articles concern a large geographical area with some heterogeneity. We noted most of the study concern sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America. Next. On this slide, I put the result of the methods used pointed to the dominance of direct observation, but also satellite measurement. Figure on the left. On the right figure, we observed the important increasing of the number of articles on this topic since 2012. Next. This figure presents cross-variable patterns between EBVs and survey methods. We noted important differences between the use of the two main methods, since satellite measurements are mainly and nearly exclusively used for ecosystem EBVs. However, direct observation are used more particularly for species and community EBVs. Next. Well, there is a lot of other results I cannot present today in this DES study that will be soon, I think, available as to Marlies here. Moreover, the DES study identified future direction and implementation for conservation. First point, address persistence gaps, despite, it's the last slide, despite the spatial data, remote sensing and control intervention study designs, there is still a need for more rigorous experiments, wider geographical coverage, a deeper focus on species and genetic biodiversity levels. Second point, promotes integrate approach, long-term monitoring, interdisciplinary collaboration, and inclusion of both social and ecological indicators are essential to understand and manage conservation trade-offs, and the need to support adaptive management. Future research should refine methods, standardize biodiversity metrics, and build a strong evidence base to guide effective protected area management and policy. Well, thank you for attention. And I want to thank Joseph Landridge, who is the leader of the DES study task, who prepares the last slide of this presentation. Thank you.
Catherine. A story clearly indicating that dialogue is essential and not just stay within our silos, as we heard before as well. So reach out to other stakeholders to jointly identify what is needed, what is still out there in terms of already existing work, and identifying jointly research questions to be addressed to support policies like the restoration regulation, obviously. Then I invite the next speaker, Richard Lilly. Richard Lilly is a marine conservationist from the UK, but currently based at the University of Groningen. Co-founder also of the European Seagrass Restoration Alliance, and Richard will talk about the Knowledge Hub that we all heard about already, the Knowledge Hub for Restoration. Richard, I'll give you the mic. There you go. You have slides?
I do.
Okay, then we'll... where do we...
I'm sure they'll appear in a second.
Yes, there we are. So you're not Federica.
So yeah, I'll just introduce myself before we go into the slides. So yeah, my name is Richard Lilly. I'm a postdoc at the University of Groningen, where I coordinate a seagrass restoration consortium working in the Netherlands and France. I'm a co-founder of the European Seagrass Restoration Alliance, part of the Society for Ecological Restoration and Marine Restoration Working Group. And I'm a big fan of partnerships. And I think the main thing, if we can pop onto the next slide, please, is what I wanted to share with you today is how I became part of the Knowledge Hub. I was unaware really of Biodiversa. I'd heard of Biodiversa, heard of Biodiversa Plus, but I was unaware of the role that Biodiversa Plus was playing until I actually arrived in the Netherlands. And a colleague of mine who works on seagrass conservation in Greece sent me that email on the top left saying, I think you've got a lot of value you can add to this hub, you should apply. And I had a look, and I had a look at what they were looking for. And I thought, well, actually, I think I do, but probably from a slightly different perspective. I'd never been part of a Horizon program or a LIFE program or any of the structural funding. My experience is setting up an NGO in the UK called Project Seagrass. Whilst we were involved in seagrass restoration programs, really what we were trying to achieve through Project Seagrass was transformative change. So this could also be in the next session. One of the things that we'd identified is seagrass ecosystems weren't recognised. They weren't recognised by policy, they weren't recognised by funders, they weren't recognised by the public. And so how could we go around transforming the perception of seagrasses and getting them recognised? And that means reaching out and working as part of a group of people with expertise different to your own. And the reason why I've got the SDGs up there is when we set up Project Seagrass, we create our strategic vision around the Sustainable Development Goals. And I particularly like this diagram because it shows those goals are nested. It shows that you can only have a functioning economy if you have a functioning society, and you can only have a functioning society if you have a functioning biosphere. But the SDG, which runs through all three of those levels, is this idea of 17, partnerships for the goals. The only way that we can affect transformative change, and in my view, the only way we're going to actually implement a nature restoration regulation is by bringing everyone together with us. Next slide, please. So a bit of background to give you a flavour of the kind of work that we did as an NGO. The NGO was actually set up between myself, a professor at the university, and a colleague of mine from the Dive Club back in 2013. And initially it was just run out of my student flat. But to mainstream seagrass, what we wanted to do initially was even speak to people who we thought would be naturally interested in the space. So marine conservationists, people with a natural interest in the sea. At this point in time, thank you. At this point, seagrass really wasn't on the radar, even with what we would consider to be marine conservation organisations. And so we went about writing articles in magazines, targeted articles, oceanographic, people who've got interest in the sea, working with up-and-coming filmmakers to create videos. We've seen this huge boom in social media, and we're working now in an attention economy. How do we make things, Mark, how do we make things sexy? How do we make seagrass sexy? How do we get people engaged in this habitat? And as the organisation grew, we were having a lot of success targeting those people who already work in the marine conservation space, raising the profile of seagrass there. And one of the companies that we partnered with to try and target that space was a company in the UK called Finisterre. They make cold water surf clothing, but they've got an environmental following, an environmental agenda, and we would do podcasts, we would do workshops, I'd go into their stores and speak and really try and engage with that community. But if we wanted to take Seagrass mainstream, we needed to start thinking outside of speaking to that audience and speak to the main, to everybody. And how do we do that? And the opportunity for us, one of the first opportunities came with Carlsberg, actually. So Carlsberg, through their partnership with WWF in the UK, were funding some of our seagrass restoration work on the south coast of England. And we worked with them to create an advert, a TV advert for Carlsberg, which showed seagrass restoration taking place in England. And engagement with the private sector has its pitfalls, but I think this has been incredible, that advert, in raising the profile of seagrass amongst a demographic of people who would never normally come across seagrass. When there's an advert at half-time between Manchester United and Arsenal on seagrass, then suddenly we're speaking to a much larger audience. And then from that, other opportunities arose. So I don't know if anyone in here is aware of Minecraft, but we had a 24-hour Minecraft event where people were underwater gardening, creating seagrass meadows for us. Manatees, dugongs, it's a different world to what I'm aware of, but you're reaching a different segment of society. And ultimately, with the reputation, we were approached by Coldplay to support our funding, and we asked them, would you become our patrons? And they agreed to, and the image you see in the bottom right is before every gig in the Last World Tour, they were showcasing the seagrass restoration work that we were achieving to global audiences, and certainly when Coldplay tweet about seagrass, it's reaching a much larger audience than what we were able to do initially out of my student flat. But the point I want to make here, and I think this is going to lead into the Biodiversa Hub, which, is that how you move? Can we move to the next slide, please? It's all about partnerships, and it's about, here we go. It's about partnerships, and it's about bringing together diverse expertise. Not being from within this community, having just arrived in the Netherlands last year, when I first met the people they've assembled, or people Biodiversa have assembled in Paris, I've been blown away by the diversity of expertise in that room. People who work in terrestrial landscapes, people who work in policy, people who work in finances, top academics. And I think it's that kind of community creation where people bring these different perspectives, which is how we're actually going to implement the nature restoration law and really deliver the change that we have here. You can see here a flavour of the kind of work that you'd expect to come from a knowledge hub. Things like webinars, which will be active over the next couple of months, policy briefs, knowledge gaps, papers. But to dive into these into a little bit more detail, I just want to focus on maybe 5 or 6. So the foundational digest on the NNR, what is that? Well, one of the things that we spoke about is if we want to implement the nature restoration regulation, we need to make sure that it's translatable and understandable for the public. We can't be speaking our language, we've got to be speaking the language of the public. And that actually ties in with the webinar. In my opinion, in the lead up to the vote on the NNR, there was lots of misinformation around what the NNR actually is. But if we are going to make it successful, as a community, we need to be absolutely clear what the NNR is and what it is not, and make sure that we can communicate that in a way which brings the public with us. In the same way we've normalised seagrass, we need to normalise restoration. The second one there, NRP Implementation Recommendations Guides. One of the benefits, massive benefits of bringing lots of expertise and experience together in a room is we can talk about, yes, what has worked, but critically, what also hasn't worked. We need to learn from failures. When we search online and we look at restoration successes, people publish their successes. So the scientific papers are full of restoration successes. What it's not full of is restoration failures. And actually, those, I would argue, are even more important. So if we can just distill down what hasn't worked, we can make sure we're not wasting money and time and effort repeating those same mistakes. The group that I'm involved with is this typology mapping of societal conflicts in restoration. Now, conflicts can arise in many different forms. You can have policy conflicts which butt up against each other. But you can also have conflicts which relate to ideology or power dynamics. And being able to identify those potential conflicts ahead of time means that when we go into delivering restoration projects, we might be aware of the kind of projects that, kind of conflicts that might be arising downstream. Bearing in mind I've only got a couple of minutes to talk, I'm just going to dive over to one policy brief which has particularly resonance with me. when I turned up in Paris last spring for the first Biodiversa Knowledge Hub meeting, I met a scientist there who works on pathogens in the marine environment. And in my world, in seagrass restoration, as we're looking to upscale seagrass restoration, there's a huge growth in seagrass nursery science and trying to mimic the success of nurseries which we have on land for seagrasses in the sea. And he said, we need to be careful because one of the challenges that we faced in the terrestrial space is that when we create terrestrial nurseries for tree restoration, they can actually become reservoirs of pathogens, and then those pathogens you then can then get spread around your restoration site, something to avoid. And so immediately, I was then able to take that knowledge and make it actionable. Earlier this year, I organised a Seagrass Restoration Conference, and so I managed to, through his colleague and his network, get someone to come and speak to the seagrass community about this and say, be aware of this moving forward so that we don't make these same mistakes in the marine environment. For me, the richness comes from the ability to not only create that enormous knowledge base and pull that enormous experience together, but it's also creating a community that is able to be more quickly networked with each other to help deliver the implementation. And my very final point is just last week, I was speaking with someone who's involved in the nature restoration plan for Belgium. I'm working on seagrasses in the Netherlands, and we were talking about the Western Scheldt. Now, the Western Scheldt is an estuary which the outside is in the Netherlands and the inside is in Belgium. If we're going to restore in that space, we need to be co-creating that vision together. And one of the ways that I was able to achieve that is through this network. So not only is it a knowledge hub with just a wealth of experience, but it's also a community which will help serve the implementation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for this excellent story on how to make seagrass more sexy, or jazzy, perhaps is the word, and to even bring it to Coldplay. But I think your main message is what you said at the end, this community, where you kind of have a very nice testimony of how the community actually reached out to make actionable knowledge from what science is producing and liaise with other parties. I also make a link with some of my own perspective. I am quite closely involved in the LIFE program, so actually the program that implements the restoration activities. And by coincidence, last week, the same issue popped up there, to publish your failures, to also say, well, not only publish what is working well, but also what is not working well, so that others can learn from it. So I think excellent story there that we have, Richard, from you. Now I invite a speaker from online. We have Federica Cittadino joining us through Zoom. I hope she's ready with us. She is a senior researcher in environmental law and policy at the EURAC Institute for Comparative Federalism in Italy, and the scientific coordinator of the Biodiversa research project Transnational. Federica will put a spotlight on improving governance of natural areas through shared stewardship.
So good morning again. I was asked to present the advancement of Transnature. It's a Biodiversa Plus funded project with a particular focus on stakeholder engagement. I will therefore give an overview of the project and will describe in more detail methods and highlights and challenges of stakeholder engagement. Can you please go to the next slide? I don't see your screen, so
I don't see any slides here. I'm not sure if this works.
So some data on the project. No, it's not this one. This is not my presentation.
Do you see, which slide do you see? Because we don't see it on the screen. I see something on top.
I see Biodiv Restore Knowledge Hub workflow.
Go back to your presentation. I see it in small on top.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's coming up. Oh my goodness, this is small.
So it's, this one.
This one? Okay.
Yeah. So the project started in March 2023 and will end in February 2026. And the consortium is made of 4 partners, EURAC Research in Italy, of which I'm part. It is the lead partner, and then the University of Ghent in Belgium, Universitat Rovira i Virgili in Tarragona, Spain, and the University of Lapland in Rovaniemi, Finland. It's a multidisciplinary team, somehow dominated by lawyers with different specializations, so environmental law at different levels, from international law to constitutional and administrative law. as well as criminal law, but it also includes criminologies and an anthropology. And being a Biodiversa Plus funded project, we have 4 national agencies, 1 per partner, that are listed on this slide. Next slide, please. A little bit on the objectives of the project. The project aims to study the transboundary governance of biodiversity protection in Europe. And this is defined as a governance that involves more than one state, is aimed inter alia at biodiversity protection, and is characterized by the presence of a plurality of authorities operating at different governance levels and cooperating. The project also aims to identify successful examples of transboundary biodiversity protection and to improve this type of governance in the cases and in Europe, addressing challenges through policy recommendations. And the next slide is about the case studies. So part of the methodology is studying the transboundary governance of biodiversity by focusing on an in-depth study of 4 case studies through cross-case analysis that generates knowledge through comparing and contrasting cases, which are our cases. So the Julian Alps at the border between Italy and Slovenia, as you can see in the map. It's a peripheral mountainous region with small-scale tourism, agriculture, and hunting that is characterized mainly by inter-park cooperation. Then we have the Scheldt estuary between Belgium and the Netherlands, which is an estuary with ecological relevance, so full of Natura 2000 and Ramsar sites, where nature organizations, sport, agriculture, and tourism interests coexist. And there you have formalized cooperative activity. Then the third case is the Baltic to Barents case, which is a large area located in Lapland at the border between Finland, Sweden, and Norway, with Sami present. And we analyzed 3 context-specific cooperation schemes within this case, so a bilateral river commission between Sweden and Finland, and 2 transboundary parks between Finland and Norway. And last but not least, the fourth case is the Zasnet, which you can see, in Meseta Iberica, at the border between Portugal and Spain, which is one of the largest mapped transboundary biosphere reserves in Europe. And it is a formalized cooperative scheme in the form of a European grouping of territorial cooperation. Next slide is about methodology. So we used a qualitative empirical legal research method, which adopts socio-legal approaches because we want to study, for example, of transboundary biodiversity protection in their context. So the main research methods used are 3. A document analysis was conducted in each case study on the main legal and policy documents at national and subnational level, allowing for transboundary biodiversity. And this was done to understand what is supporting transboundary biodiversity protection from a legal perspective in the cases. The second method is interviews. We conducted 81 semi-structured interviews on transboundary cooperation mechanisms. The research participants were selected based on their role in the cooperation mechanism in place in each case study. And we initially identified some gatekeepers, which are the main promoters of the cooperation. And then we engaged with gatekeepers and other stakeholders before the interview process started, by organizing a dedicated stakeholder engagement meeting per case. And this was done both to identify interviewees and also to test the significance of our research for the case. We also used a snowballing technique to identify additional interviews. And interviews were based on a common questionnaire that aimed to enable comparability. Following the common ethics plan of the project, informed consent was obtained from each participant, and the gathered data were summarized in anonymized interview reports, each focusing on one study. Within the consortium, we did not share transcripts of the interviews, both due to language barriers and for ethics and privacy considerations. we only shared this interview report I mentioned. And in addition to the analysis conducted in the interview reports, we have recently completed coding with automated software like NVivo Max2DA. And this additional level of analysis has been used inter alia for developing policy recommendations. The third method we used is organizing 3 focus groups to discuss themes that arose in the interview process in a group setting. Again, with a view to test data emerging from the interviews and also to discuss preliminary findings with the interviews. And we also elaborated 3 focus group reports. Next slide, please. So more specifically on stakeholder engagement, so interviews and focus groups were used both as means to collect data, but are also part of our stakeholder engagement activities that are articulated in more phases. The main activities concern case-specific stakeholders, but we also engage with international stakeholders as well as stakeholders from EU institutions. And this happened, first of all, before the project started, when we were preparing the application back in October 2022. We started confirming the interest of the case studies in being part of the project, and we also produced a list of relevant stakeholders in different sectors, both governmental and non-governmental, and at different levels, so from the supranational to the local. During the first year of the project, we organized 4 parallel stakeholder engagement meetings, as I was saying before, in each case study to present the project, validate the aims of the study, and collect suggestions. And this was done in different ways in the case studies. So with parallel meetings with the main categories of stakeholders by the University of Ghent and the University of Lapland, with the main gatekeepers of the cooperation in ZASNet by Universitat Rovira and Virgili, and by including a presentation of the project within a local event, gathering the main stakeholders by us at UREC Research. Concerning interviews and focus groups, I want to mention that the interview process was particularly problematic in the ZASNet case because notwithstanding several attempts, stakeholders were reluctant to respond, and we understood it after the process was concluded. This was due mainly to local tensions and the overlapping of a second EGTC in the area. We are now in the process of finalizing case-specific policy recommendations, which we will present in each case study by the end of October. And again, the purpose is to test the validity and also the feasibility of our policy recommendations for the case studies, and to amend them after this round of exchange with the stakeholders. And finally, the most difficult part is perhaps represented by the engagement with international and EU stakeholders. As you might have understood, this has been a very demanding project in terms of engagement with local stakeholders, so it was difficult to carry out a parallel engagement with supranational institutions on top of that. Also because these institutions usually need to see concrete implications for policy making, to be willing to engage, and this development is only being doing right now in the project.
Please, Federica, can you please wrap up?
Yeah. Just the last sentence. We are preparing a policy brief where we explain on which international and EU legislation and policy framework transboundary biodiversity protection relies, and how it can contribute to realizing international and EU objectives. So I will stop here since we ran out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Federica. And again, a warm applause from here. Again, apologies for the technical issues that we have, which have eaten a bit out of our Q&A time. So we'll have a few minutes for questions. May I ask the speakers to come on stage again, who are Magnus and Richard and Catherine, to come on stage for any questions from the floor, and also online. If you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A so that we can address them here on stage with the speakers. Are there any questions from the people online? I'm watching the online facilitators. No questions from online? One question, yeah, if you can have a microphone, then we'll first take a question from online.
So
Please also say who the question is addressed to if you put it in the question.
So my guess is that it's more addressed to Magnus. It's regarding the capacity building for funded projects. What kinds of capacity and how is it or will it be delivered?
Thank you. So yeah, for the funded projects, we have meetings in directly relation to the startup of the projects, and then the midterm, and then we have end-term conferences, and at those we do capacity building, and we also try in different ways to when we have different types of venues, and we try to get the researchers into the capacity building. We have online also a number of guidances, and so but basically it's in the projects as they run. We try to work with the projects with the individual researchers to get them to work together, and also to interact with the different work packages of Biodiversa Plus. It's a short answer.
Thank you for that. Any other question from the room? I have here two questions, Philippe and Gilles.
Thank you for the presentation. Two questions, quick ones. To Richard. You refer to the fact that scientists don't publish negative results. This is an old issue. I mean, I've been a researcher, and we already raised, why is it not happening? What do we need to change in our policy to make sure that this is possible? Everybody wants it, and it doesn't happen. I'm wondering why. And the second question is, are some of you writing papers on practical experiences in implementing the nature restoration regulation? I know that academics want to publish in high-impact journals with sophisticated concepts, new ideas, and all that. But in IPBES and also IPCC, we need more cases with practical experience on how citizens have been engaged, what works, what doesn't work as well. So this is a general question to the audience. Are you favorable? Are you going to write papers on practical cases? Because the science, policymakers need this, and often we miss this in scientific publications. Thank you.
What's your answer?
Yes, I hope so. Yes, I think in some respects, me as a scientist, yes, whilst I'm involved in the publication process, I also see my role as being able to communicate outside of what would be the traditional scientific publication process, and sometimes it's easier to do that because there's. I saw a joke online, there's no reviewer 2 on the internet. So you can just share your experiences and your failures directly to the public, whether that's in town halls, community groups, whether it's on stage here like today. And yes, absolutely. One of the things that we really focused on at Project Seagrass was trying to make data open access. So there's a website called Seagrass Restorer, which has just recently been published, where people are able to put their restoration projects online, seagrass projects online. And it's to celebrate both the successes, but also the failures. So there's an open access database of projects that have taken place with seagrass, which have either succeeded or failed. And I think the more that we can make that data available to the public, and the more that we can reach out actually beyond these academic circles, because the scientific world is driven by those public impact factors, and so people are all going to be not willing to publish failures because it might maybe cast them in a bad light. Why did it fail? It might be something simple they've overlooked, but suddenly that's going to have an impact on their reputation. So I think there's an issue actually with that scientific process. But what I would encourage is as a community to be communicating successes and failures in any medium we can.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks a lot for that.
Can I just add one thing? Because yes, I mean, in this, to be a successful scientist, you don't want to publish your failures because nobody will publish it. But also from the policy side, I think there could be more of an openness to ask for failures, not just success stories, because that is what we are always requested to provide, right? Show us some success stories, but successes and learnings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, learning from successes and failures. On that, thank you very much for the speakers of this session. I will we have a break now until 10 to 11 Central European time. So also people from the online participants come back to us 10 to 11 sharp. We'll be here and start with the next session then. Thanks again for all the speakers and the audience. In this session, the previous session, we talked about restoration and protection of biodiversity and what is needed for that. And one of the elements that stood out is the need for monitoring existing biodiversity, but also monitoring successes and failures to see actually where do we succeed or where do we need to adjust restoration practices or management practices or a policy or what have you. So there's a big need for monitoring, and we know many of the partners of Biodiversa are engaged in biodiversity monitoring at the national level, or maybe even at the subnational level. But also there is a big process, a whole flagship on biodiversity monitoring in Biodiversa to bring this knowledge together and to coordinate or harmonize or whatever. And that is actually the topic of this session, to look at this transnational monitoring. So we're focusing on the transnational part of it, and we'll get some showcasing. And for that, we invite Petri Veeravaara, is a research professor at the Finnish Environment Institute, Syke, and he is covering Biodiversa for sustainability at Syke, and he's also the work package leader on biodiversity monitoring in Biodiversa Plus. So who else is better than to introduce the flagship to us than Petri? Please come on stage. Yes, let's transition with that. And you have a microphone. Yeah, the green button. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your coffee. And now we go on with the biodiversity monitoring activities, which is one of the flagships, but pretty much also overlapping with the work package 2 in our biodiversa work structure. So, oops, it's switching there, but here we go. So, this is how it looks like, our activities. From left, we have been setting and framing our active partners, ministries of environment, environmental protection agencies who are contributing for work package 2 across different tasks and subtasks, and they make this kind of network of ideas and expertises. So we have different tasks for setting up the goals, indicators, and defining common priorities, which are kind of like a network and umbrella for our activities, what partners are doing on the national scale. Then we have tasks which are focusing more for the harmonizing of the protocols and the databases, applying novel monitoring methods, citizen science for improving biodiversity monitoring programs. Then we have case studies demonstrating the benefits of such biodiversity data across different disciplines, private sector and public sector. And final aim on the right side is to establish a community network of the national and transnational biodiversity monitoring schemes across Europe, across different disciplines, from terrestrial, fresh for the marine realms. And one of the key element and component for having this done is this pilots on the bottom here, which you will hear more a little bit later. In the beginning, we started from the really scratch. This is new element for Biodiversa. There haven't been such partners before involved in Biodiversa. So we were pretty much in front of unknown. What should we do? How should we organize ourselves? What are our common goals where we are aiming for? We worked in close cooperation with Europapon project in the beginning. So we have these 3 installments, setting the foundation and joint activities. Now we are in this green second installment and the midterm, and we are facing for this third installment, trying to finalize all these activities what have been now started and prepared during the last 4 years. And we have been cooperating at the same time all the time with close cooperation with European scale initiatives, in particular this EBOC preparations, and currently there's this EBOC proposals submitted and hopefully EBOC pilot launching next year. That means European Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center, which is kind of umbrella on a regional scale. And then in Biodiversa, we are working on national, subnational scale to support and promote all the data generation also, so that it's available for this European scale decision making as well. So we were defining our priorities. This is not like a scientific thinking what should be there, but it's rather practical what our partners were doing during the beginning of our cooperation. So this kind of species and habitat related topics for 12 different priorities were something that was already connecting our partners together. There were national schemes going on around these topics, and we thought that this is quite a good starting point for our cooperations as well. In addition to that, we have a 13th priority that was about transversal activities, which then covers all the rest, like technological advancements, data interoperability, governance issues, and so on. Pilots is one of these key components what we have been developing. So far, we have been launching 6 pilots during the first and second installment. 10 million euros have been allocated for these pilots, and we have got altogether 18 countries participating in those pilots. And just yesterday, we had our General Assembly, and we made a decision for the next 3 pilots, and 5.5 million euros allocated for those. They are starting in the beginning of the next year. And the aim is that these different pilots across different topics are really test beds to get concrete examples, what are the challenges and bottlenecks, and also the synergies and possibilities to strengthen cooperation on transnational scales. In addition to that, in Work Package 1, which is about research calls, there was also one particular call launched. I think that was the second call of the whole Biodiversa Plus that was aiming for biodiversity monitoring. And the plan was that these projects, 33 projects which were funded from that goal, they are also providing advanced knowledge which could be then useful for our Work Package 2 activities, how it could be taken into consideration and implemented through practical long-term monitoring schemes. So that's the work that still goes on, and we are gonna hopefully focus that also during the 3rd installment as well. Then a couple of key concepts of our activities. So this is our current version of the drafting, what we are really working for with our partners. So 2 key concepts which we think are relevant for harmonizing European biodiversity monitoring landscape. It's the national centers, national biodiversity monitoring coordination centers, a flexible concept, but providing like a best place and a viewpoint for coordinators to understand what kind of biodiversity monitoring schemes there are going on in every country. In many cases, these national coordinators, like ministries of environment, should be aware what's happening in their country, and they are maybe the best ones to understand what is the funding and steering situation of these schemes. So it provides coordination for these networks. And then the network of these national nodes, which together can support this European constellation as well. Another one is thematic hubs. That's more focused for the different topical aspects, different species monitoring networks, and so on. And altogether, over 60 different thematic networks have been identified already, so there's quite a lot going on. Just a couple of slides to go a little bit deeper. What are the key functions of these national centers? It's not only like a coordination, but also monitoring data and information, and funding, steering, and understanding the challenges of this data interoperability as well, and help with the solutions to other collaborators as well. And the same with the thematic hubs. It provides a more independent network of experts who are really the state-of-the-art experts, saying what should be there, what is the optimal sampling design, what kind of methods and standards should be used for monitoring these particular elements of biodiversity, and so on. And all these needs a lot of collaboration in these networks. Then one scheme which shows activities done by our partners, 22 partners, 19 countries, investing all together over 197 million euros for biodiversity monitoring over 7 years. And in addition to that, European Commission contribution for our cooperation. We were making a survey for our partners, try to understand where the money is invested at the moment and what kind of common terms and the categories there are for different aspects of biodiversity monitoring. And this is kind of like a hierarchy of the key activities what are done in this network. So there's coordination investments, both transnational and national schemes. There's a dissemination and data use, data management, which has different setups for digitizing, cleaning historical data, developing digital tools, and also setting up these centralized hubs. And then one of the maybe the biggest one is this expanding monitoring efforts. It really relates with the hardcore of this collection of the data and running all these monitoring programs and schemes. And the last one is really implementing these novel methods which are emerging fast, like eDNA methods, remote sensing, new sensors, automated monitoring systems, and so on, you name it. But these all needs really standardization and shared protocols to make observations comparable and useful. I think this is maybe one of the most important picture. Where we started, I have to say our partners weren't really aware how much they are spending for biodiversity monitoring in their country across different realms. And the joining for Biodiversa was really first time buying partners to first invent how much they are spending in their country for different activities, and then report that to our common understanding and sharing experiences. So this is for the first time in Europe, I would say, when ministries of environment are aware how much they are spending money for biodiversity monitoring activities, and that's of course the basis for the further development. We also made a survey for our partners where 16 countries were responding about the estimated average costs for terrestrial, freshwater and marine biodiversity monitoring schemes over the last 10 years. And these results will be soon published in the strategic phase 3 report. So please spend some time to check it through. I think this is further cultivation of this picture will be happening during the third installment. And this is the wrap up. One of the key initiatives, because we have been really trying to strengthen the community and make this a long-lasting institution, I would say. So we wanted to set up a new kind of gathering, not the scientific conference, but the European Biodiversity Monitoring Week, which is happening for the first time next May in Montpellier. Our colleague Guillaume and others are here if you want to ask more. But it's really the call for the national biodiversity monitoring experts to come together, discuss about this national coordination challenges, thematic networks, but also research projects and scientists, as well as policy makers. And the plan is that this is happening every second year. So we also have been preparing plans for 28 already, and hopefully then every second year, that's kind of growing community event for the European biodiversity monitoring networks to come together and share experiences. And yeah, key messages: joint pilots, joint priorities, joint understanding of the costs, concept of national coordination centers, concept of thematic hubs, and community working together. And a really big effort has been done by our partners, so I want to emphasize that it would be waste of resources and skills if this Biodiversa Plus concept wouldn't continue after beyond 28. So I think it's strong support from our community that that's something what we need to discuss together on Thursday afternoon more, how to continue this cooperation. So thanks for this. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Petteri. Thank you very much. And at least I didn't buy my stones in vain. Started.
Oh, nice start, yeah.
You didn't hear it very much. But thanks a lot for giving some insight in this development from the Biodiversa work package on monitoring through the EBOC, and then the first European week next year. So all invited, I think, for this meeting in the beautiful Montpellier. Many years have been going ahead of this process, so I think it's exciting times, exciting times. I now invite Guillaume, as already mentioned, Guillaume Baudy, and Ida Palmroos, kind of a double act, if I am not mistaken. Guillaume Baudy is project manager on biodiversity monitoring at the French Biodiversity Agency and the National Museum for Natural History, where he's a manager, and he's coordinator of the French Biodiversa team. And we have Ida Palmroos, who is also joining at the same moment, so please join with us. Senior specialist at the Ministry of Environment in Finland, and she's responsible for planning and developing biodiversity monitoring in Finland and also coordinating the biodiversity team from the Finnish side. They both will give a testimony on what actually Biodiversa means for their national biodiversity monitoring programs. Guillaume, you get the floor first. There's a microphone for you. And the green button is only you need to know.
Okay, thank you. Oops. So, hello everyone. I'm Guillaume Baudy from the Patronat Unit of the French Biodiversity Agency, and I'm presenting the case of France and how we use the support for national monitoring activities. Biodiversa Plus support is reinforcing the investment of the French Biodiversity Agency in national monitoring programs that are composed of many schemes for terrestrial and marine biodiversity, but also for monitoring programs that are developed in protected areas and, of course, on our national information systems. This, of course, represents only a fraction, as you have seen, of the total investment of France in biodiversity monitoring. But Biodiversa Plus allows us to advance on many different topics in those 4 domains. 32 short-term positions were dispersed in the different teams of OFB. Some work on the coordination of monitoring schemes, improving the coherence of the programs, their link to policies, and our ability to manage them. Others were developing new concepts, developing or harmonizing protocols, improving analysis. The last one were dealing with data engineering, cleaning, opening, and connecting databases, inventorying monitoring schemes, or developing standards and instruments to manage monitoring data and their results. I will emphasize 3 examples from those short-term positions. Amélie is working in the terrestrial biodiversity monitoring team in Patronat, and with Olwen, they take care of involving subnational levels into the national program. The first version of the national monitoring program has been officially published on January 9th, 2024 by the ministry and has a particular governance, as you can see on the top right. The job of Amélie is to explain, exchange, and engage the subnational region and their own governance into the national program. We updated our governance, and she was canalizing the efforts towards the same direction. Camille is a vet doctor working in the wildlife disease research team in the agency. Her job was to add a new component to our 40-year-old wildlife disease detection and monitoring scheme. SAGIR. SAGIR was originally based on OFB and Hunting Federation staff dispersed in the territory to detect and report abnormal mortality events, especially for mammals and birds. Camille was able to develop the scientific protocol for amphibians and reptiles, which includes the VET protocol, but also the fieldwork biosecurity protocol to avoid disease dispersion. As a result, naturalists became involved in the scheme, and 77 disease cases are already reported. Chloé worked in the Biodiversity Information System team in Patronat, which includes the French GBIF node. She was evaluating our national standard and the Darwin Court standards to see how well they can handle the data provided by monitoring schemes. and we now have a concrete view on the path to adjust our standard to better fit our data and new possibilities to open and align them. Last but not least, Biodiversa Plus was able to create a new team in the agency, focalizing its work on transnational biodiversity monitoring. Many among you know those people and know the quality of their work. At national scale, they represent Europe. And it is due to them that we are less and less working on our own. This is how you boost transnational cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillaume. And then next, I will present quickly a very overview of our Finnish national biodiversity activities. So at first, we have these Biodiversa Plus priority habitats, and there is very many projects now going on. So I have divided these in two. So there is projects that are reinforcing our already ongoing activities, and then there is a whole new bag of new different monitoring schemes and new methods. So at first, these reinforcing projects. So we have 3 projects ongoing on to support our national Helmi Habitats program. This program is quite large, and the geographic coverage is very wide, covering almost all Finland. So many different habitats in that program. We have 4 different themes in these Biodiversa Plus nation activities. So woodland, cultural and shore habitats, and then Helmi clusters, which are basically biodiversity hotspots in Finland. In those activities, we are simplifying and harmonizing our methods for monitoring and also developing our data management and sharing. And then those new methods and monitoring schemes. So we have started a new monitoring scheme, a stream monitoring network. And then we are also piloting and testing monitoring at the Archipelago Sea, which is part of the Baltic Sea, and maybe you also know that the Baltic Sea is suffering very badly of the eutrophication. So now we are piloting to taking that also into account when monitoring the biodiversity in the Archipelago Sea. And then we are developing an application to collect data from habitat types in the field, which hopefully helps the work in the field. Then, the other Biodiversa Plus priorities, which have projects ongoing now. So insect, genetic and genomics and transversal activities. So at first, there is insects. So we are planning and reinforcing the monitoring of insects in Habitat Directive. Then the genomics. So we are planning monitoring of genetic diversity. We haven't had that really before. So this planning is basically more like a roadmap of how to monitor genetic diversity future in Finland. And then the transversal activities. So we have enhanced coordination, both national and transnational. We have recruited people to our ministry to coordinate all these national projects that are going on now. And this has also enabled to start these many different kind of projects in different priorities of Biodiversa Plus. And then we have also established this Finnish Nature Information Hub, which is a site that collects nature information data from different organizations for researchers and everyone who is interested. And then just a short summarization of what are the benefits of these activities, national and transnational. So we really have filling gaps in biodiversity monitoring in Finland. We have started new monitoring schemes. We have planned and tested and piloted new ones. We have also harmonized our monitoring methods and started taking into use new technologies while monitoring. We have enhanced coordination, and also we have now a better understanding of our data management and its gaps of biodiversity monitoring. We have actually a quite large development process now going on, and hopefully it enables easier data sharing into future. And that's it from my side. So I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Guillaume and Ida for giving some insights in the national activities on biodiversity monitoring and how Biodiversa has actually helped the processes nationally. Thanks a lot. We actually now start our first panel discussion. So I invite the panelists of this first discussion, which is obviously on transnational monitoring, to the stage. Maria Luisa Tambora. She's recently joined the European Commission's DG Environment, the Biodiversity Unit, as a senior policy officer in charge, among others, of knowledge generation. And previously, Maria Luisa worked at the JRC in ISPRA. We have Brian McSherry. Brian McSherry is biodiversity expert at the European Environment Agency and long involved in biodiversity monitoring as well. We have Joe Miller. Joe Miller is Executive Secretary of the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, GBIF, also based in Copenhagen, just like his neighbor Brian, and also hosted by a Natural History Museum, the GBIF, if I'm not mistaken. And we have Petri, already introduced to you before, so we have 4 panelists who will say a few words about biodiversity monitoring. We have heard that actually biodiversity monitoring, you heard in the stories that it's pretty fragmented in terms of what is happening by which country and at which level. It's pretty scattered in terms of which groups are covered and which topics. It was interesting to see in Petri's presentation the topics that have been identified, and I think quite a risky topic included the transversal activities, meaning the rest, as he said, which obviously can take up a lot of time and budget. Monitoring is also a bit threatened by funding pressure, lack of funding for processes. So that's actually what this panel will discuss. And I start with one question for all 4 of you to actually, if you could tell us from the perspective of the organizations that you're representing, how we can build stronger collaborations and better governance for transnational monitoring of biodiversity. Can I start with Maria Luisa on that? Microphone, obviously. There you go. Thank you.
Many thanks. Yes, can you hear me? I don't know, I have a slide, but if it's not possible, I will try to highlight the main ideas here. I think with the biodiversity strategy for 2030, that you all know very well, there was a shift in terms of... Yeah. No, the first one, please.
Oh, the first one?
Yeah. There was a shift in terms of providing the... a shift in terms of concepts and how to address the problem. So meaning that, okay, we do not only focus on the issue of protecting, conserving protected areas, but also restoring, but also in the way we translate science and research into policy. And so this graph, which is a bit long, but explains very well and also highlights how Biodiversa Plus also contributed to this idea of translating science into policy. So basically, we have, of course, well-established knowledge providers, and then we have the users who are the policymakers. So the idea was with the strategy to have like a brokering system or facilitator. So in the middle, you see the idea was, okay, we set up a system, BICE, for example, that connects directly to the agency and makes the information, the knowledge available. But also we have a knowledge, as you know, Knowledge Center for Biodiversity. It's a commission initiative, but coordinated by the JRC. So also this is key because it tracks not only it tracks the actions, but also provides a dashboard with all indicators that are needed for the strategy. This has been expanded recently to the Technical Support Center that will be launched basically in a little bit more than 1 week in Brussels, which is the, again, expansion of the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, but for 44 countries at regional level in Europe. And it will also provide, of course, knowledge hubs according to the coming Montreal framework for monitoring framework. Sorry. Well, I don't have time to expand a lot on everything, but of course I would like to highlight that the policy needs, of course, come from the Commission, but not only. The Member States are key, and we have a dedicated platform that is called the EU Biodiversity Platform with several subgroups. And one of those is precisely on monitoring and assessment. So there has been really an attempt to strengthen the coherence and the connections among the different pieces of the science policy. And of course here I would like to highlight projects are very important. Well, Biodiversa is not a project, it's a federation of different agencies, but of course connected to the ground and to the projects. But we have, of course, BioAgora, again, with knowledge, knowledge networking, exchange networks, which are very important, but also for other activities that I don't have the time to highlight. There is Biodiversity Meets Data, and also what has been highlighted, and so I do not extend more, but there is a call for tender now really in place to help strengthening the connection between the European, national and local level. But of course I would like also to highlight the importance of streamlining the various levels, also including the international one, with the CBD playing a very important role and being a driver. So I think we have the cards to connect things more clearly. Let's see also, there's still a lot of work to be done, but probably we are on the good path, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Marie-Louise, for this Commission view on the quite complicated process of knowledge input into science, into policy needs, actually. Very strongly linked to what Brian is going to tell us. Your perspective, Brian, from the European Environment Agency and the link for biodiversity monitoring, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I work in the European Environment Agency, and some of you might know us, but we work with 38 countries. So monitoring is fundamental for what we do, and obviously, and the transnational aspect as well is obviously very fundamental. But when I was asked about this question, I reflected a little bit on kind of what the needs are and what the opportunities. So obviously we're very driven by policy. That tells us why we do something. But I think if I look into the why we do that, I think it got me thinking a little bit that what I've seen recently is an increased appreciation of nature biodiversity into the wider landscape. And especially, in sectors, we hear things like the World Economic Forum did a report in 2020 that said half the world's GDP was moderately or highly dependent on biodiversity or ecosystem services. The rest still was, but to a lower extent. We did work with the European Investment Bank, and it said something like 75% of loans in the Eurozone were dependent on at least one ecosystem service. And when I start thinking about that, I start seeing that we need to start using the language of biodiversity and the monitoring that goes in behind that to start addressing these sectoral issues. And what we do see a lot is a lot of more users coming to us and to other people asking for information. And the questions they ask are different to the questions we've asked in the past. Sometimes they're very local, sometimes they're very global in their nature. And they're also aware of the risk to their industry about the loss of biodiversity, which is why they're looking for it. And it got me thinking that it highlighted the importance of monitoring biodiversity in a consistent manner, in a coordinated manner, in a collaborative manner. And a lot of time, biodiversity is both local and global at the same time, because it's so influenced, and that often is a challenge, but also a great opportunity for us. And how do we bring that thinking into these conversations? And one of our big products is the State of Nature report, and my little geeky facts were that there was 216,000 people involved in the last reporting of that. And that was the monitoring. And, this has been going on for 20-something years. And we come up with these big headline figures about the percentage of habitats in a poor or bad condition and the state of our nature. But there's still a surprisingly significant number of unknowns in this. And it got me thinking as well what Marie-Louise was saying about the different policies. They're local and national and European at the same time for everything that they do. Yesterday I was at a meeting on protected area management effectiveness, and it was very interesting to hear the presentation this morning. But one of the things there was, how can we answer the question from the European biodiversity strategy about how effective protected areas are? When you have to monitor it, you've got to ask the right questions. And especially, we in Europe is a very transnational entity. It's about half the borders of Europe are covered by protected areas on both sides. So 60 borders in Europe. And then we need to work out how do we assess if they're effective or not. And you can only do that by being innovative, by thinking what we need to do, how we need to address these things. Restoration regulation is another one that comes in for that as well. There's more questions being asked now about monitoring, and we need to address them and work out how do we monitor to answer the questions that we need, and how can then we show the impact of that and the importance of that. So I think it's all about opportunity and needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. And in terms of opportunity, you mentioned the increasing need for biodiversity data to be provided to other sectors. That's a different thing from the past, as you said. You were not a different look at those data. I suppose different questions are being put as well. To what extent are the data and the monitoring processes fit for purpose for these different questions? Is that something that's being addressed?
I don't know if it's being addressed or not, but I think it's a very good question. I mean, we're looking at the policies of protected areas and restoration in particular. And, when we're doing the restoration regulation reporting format, the first question we're asked was, what can we reuse from other things? Mm-hmm. And one of our problems was that often we looked at the question being asked and it was different. Mm-hmm. And you kind of go, oh, wouldn't it be great if there were similar questions? Because then you could use the same data again, and then maybe you put the effort into monitoring something different. And it's always a trade-off when you're asking and creating a new reporting format. How much pressure do you put on countries to do new stuff because it's new? How much do you go by what is already there? And how can you reuse things so that they add value rather than just it's a tick-boxing exercise? I think sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. But I think it's important to really consider the monitoring. And that's why I think a project like Biodiversa Plus, bringing different sectors and different agencies together to raise these questions is very important.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. It's definitely something also to maybe bear in mind for the later discussion on who then pays for this additional questions. Joe, a question to you on this transnational collaboration from the global perspective, the GBIF perspective. What's your point on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate the interactions of the past decade with Biodiversa Plus and the Secretariat. I think it's really a mutually beneficial collaboration, and look forward to continuing it. I'd like to start, as you did, Ben, with this building. GBIF started 25 years ago as a collaboration mainly around natural history museums around the world. This thing called the internet was coming online, and how could we use that for our benefit? And by creating a resource that brought together data sets around the world, that's how GBIF originated. But right now, it's a lot more fun than that, because we have billions of occurrence data points from citizen science observations, hundreds of millions of specimen, and now this whole new wave of data coming from machine-derived data, camera traps, acoustic monitoring. Last week we just got the start, I think, of the eDNA deluge, 40 million records from one little project in Australia. So we're really on the tidal wave of really monitoring type data coming into GBIF, and it's very exciting, but it's also a big responsibility in order to manage that and make it usable for policy. So GBIF is an infrastructure that manages the data, but as important, we're also a network of people. And the network of people really resonates through, we have the Secretariat in Copenhagen, where I work, but probably more importantly, we have nodes, GBIF nodes in 67 countries and growing. And these national nodes really coordinate the biodiversity data mobilization in the country and the data use. For example, the wonderful node here in the Netherlands, very strong. It warmed my heart to hear Guillaume mention the GBIF France in coordination with the environmental agency in France, really working very closely together. So this is really good if we can get GBIF nodes who are contain people who have data, knowledge, and expertise in how to share data. And this is a necessity for monitoring is having that technical expertise. And unfortunately, there is a lot of variability in what we can do as research projects and as organizations, and that is the same with the GBIF node and the same with the GBIF Secretariat. So some nodes have a lot of capacity and are able to help with data mobilization, expertise standardizations, and helping with data sets, and others have less so. And there's a lot of different data sets coming out, as I mentioned. The specimen data, camera traps, acoustic monitoring, eDNA, it's a lot to know, it's a lot to teach. So there's really an opportunity here as we bring on larger data flows of monitoring across Europe, and of course I'm thinking on a global scale, to connect, as we are trying to do, GBIF national nodes with that expertise with these national centers that biodiversity is putting together across Europe. Many work together already, that's the French example, and others need more help. So I'm really looking forward to, from the secretary level, helping GBIF national nodes, expanding them to every country in Europe, but also to get them coordinated with the national biodiversity monitoring schemes in the country. Some are, but that will be, I think, a great benefit to the program in general and European biodiversity monitoring in general as well.
Okay, thanks, Joe, for this view on indeed the connecting of local nodes and people. That's very much about people and learning from each other as well there again. So we heard that before. Petri, from the Biodiversa perspective, what is your view on this?
Oh, it's so hard. Where to start? So it's so manifold challenge where we are, what we are facing at the moment. That I would say that country level, pretty often that we are conservative. Ministries of environment are conservative, and they need a little push from some policy agenda or some kind of neighbor country who is giving some kind of like a sparkle that we could maybe benefit, make something new and not just do what is the minimum level. And with the biodiversity crisis is really so burdening that there needs to be now time for action, not so much about making new plans and strategies, but really like working together and sharing the benefits what different countries might have been developing. So in our case, I would say that Convention on Biological Diversity and Kunming GBF targets and indicators are something what every country tries to achieve. That the challenge on that level has been that it has been just discussing about these policy aims and targets. And while biodiversity monitoring communities like GeoBond, GBIF, marine communities, elder networks have been all the time trying to push for this global level that we need investments for monitoring. It's not heard in those corridors where these CPD discussions are happening. And there are new indicators and some lobby groups who are selling their own indicators that this is the best, take this one. And it's kind of like not connected with these national realities where we are facing. And these national examples, what we heard from France and Finland, gives a little bit taste what's happening there on the really ground level. So in that sense, I would say that it's about really investing this kind of like a local level, national level collaboration, and in particular focusing and working with the monitoring data, which then includes coordination. It needs monitoring, it needs data sharing and data interoperability, and all this relates then of these initiatives what we have. We have EEA, we have GBIF, OBIS, and so on. So we need to have a best synergies out of this kind of international cooperation in my mind. Yeah, maybe that's kind of like a starting point for this discussion. So there's so much variety and we can learn from the different countries. There are some countries who are having great advances for automated biodiversity monitoring stations, or some countries like Bulgaria who are really advanced with the neighbor countries with game and bear monitoring. So sharing this kind of like regional experiences first with your neighbor country and then maybe outside other parts of the Europe. So that's really the value of this kind of network, and then how these EU policies and EU institutions can support in that kind of harmonization and data gathering. I think that's something to discuss maybe further. It's a little bit similar like defense discussion at the moment. So we are finding out that which country is having drones, which has artillery.
Exactly.
It's the same with the biodiversity monitoring. One country is having a bear monitoring, another is using satellites, and one with some other things. So we are inventing the landscapes, and we have the first step done to develop further.
Quite an analogy to make, but thanks for that hint indeed, Petri. Let's maybe also learn from other sectors in that respect. But when you say that indeed, learning from others and kind of sharing capacities, you hinted at that as well. What would it take actually to make that happen, to more happen than currently is already being done? What would be the key incentive to develop that?
If I start, so I would say it's understanding this challenge of funding. In the beginning, we made a survey for our partners, and the result was that in most of the countries, the biggest challenge was short-term funding of biodiversity monitoring. So it's project-based, there are gaps in time, in different monitoring programs might be just shutting down because of the policy reasons. And developing such a co-funding model which is sustainable, it needs EU money, it needs national money, but it probably also needs private money. I think that's something what needs to be invented further.
Yeah, the timing is maybe not very right with all the governments, national governments reducing their budgets. So in that respect, maybe make that link with funding, if I may, with the ever shrinking funding sources. Are there any novel ideas in that respect that we can build on? Joe, you want?
Yeah, quickly. So one of the things that I always say in talks when I'm talking about the value proposition of GBIF is the data citation. So being able to tell people that their data, if it's being shared, is being used for research and for policy is a very strong statement. I have the privilege of being on lots of conversations globally, and people are afraid for our biodiversity, and you can hear it. And people want to be able to do something about it, and by sharing data, and having that data being used in science and policy, and by tracking that data use, really gets people involved and really facilitates the other flow of data. So being able to provide that feedback to the data providers, to the institutions that this data set is old, but it was the state of biodiversity in your country 30 years ago. It's very important if we have that now and get that mobilized, and it will be used, I'll guarantee you it.
Okay, and have you got any experience with that process then also leading to additional funding from those who see that their data are being used in the...
That is very influential in discussions with countries to join. For example, the IPBES reports on invasive species, a phenomenal report that came out, I think, in 2023, there were literally billions of GBIF occurrences that were foundational to the research that underpinned the recommendations of that IPBES report. So if you shared data with GBIF before 2023, your data was used in the IPBES report. I can almost guarantee you that.
Okay. Maria Luisa, we heard mention of the role for Europe in that respect. Is this something where you can say something about the increasing need from the nature restoration regulation, in addition to existing needs for data flows and knowledge? How is that going to be funded?
Well, I think you spotted, I mean, it's of course a question of budget, but it's also a question of putting in place the right instruments. And so with the nature restoration regulation, we have a new framework for monitoring and reporting aspects that previously were not covered. So traditionally, of course, we have a long tradition for the birds and habitat directives. So now we have for a variety of ecosystems, including those that are very anthropocentric, so we have agricultural ecosystems, we have urban ecosystems that will need to monitor and improve over time. So that is certainly a new piece of legislation that will change the way we will look at biodiversity. I have a good news. We are very, very close also to a brand new monitoring scheme that is should enter into force after a scrutiny period of 2 months on pollinators. This is a delegated act, and it's key because it looks also at the causes, it looks at the impact, of course, of degraded ecosystems. And it's a brand new system on a continental scale that will provide us with a huge amount of data. And then the other issue is, well, of course, you need data, but then you need interoperability, you need also good assessment mechanisms. Of course, it was mentioned, IBES certainly is a worldwide excellent mechanism. Of course, the agency is doing also assessment on the European side. And so certainly we will be benefiting of new systems. And I'm not speaking of the frontier monitoring that, of course, it will be also enhanced by machine learning and IA, but these will come certainly little by little, because I think for assessment you need humans behind the two. Thank you.
That's a very nice bridge to the next question. I was actually going to ask something else, but this is maybe a good one. A last question before I open the floor to the audience. Is this role of novel technologies? And will new technologies take over and make our life easier and cheaper? Very broad question, but who wants to? Yeah, Brian.
I can start. I think the answer can be yes and no. I think at the moment we see there's a big drive towards AI and machine learning. I think we often don't always know the question we wanted to answer. So it's undoubtedly, I mean, as Joe was saying, there's a deluge of data coming, eDNA, noise, acoustics. I think there's a new frontier happening in how we monitor and how we can understand and use that. And maybe one of our challenges is we don't quite know how to use it correctly. So I think it's always about, for me, it's showing the value of something. And Marie-Louise's example of pollinator was a wonderful one, because with pollinators are a win-win. No one is arguing about the need for pollinator information, because we can say, you know, 15 billion euro is given for free by pollinators, 84% of crops. We can put numbers on it. And I think when we start thinking about the other ways of collecting information, I think we really need to think about what questions are we going to answer and how can we show the value added for that. Because technically everything is possible. You know, you just have to get bigger processing, bigger servers. But, you know, I was at a presentation a few years ago where they're talking about acoustics, and this was like 8 or 9 years ago. And they could listen to a forest and work out how healthy it was. And what had happened 20 years ago to it, had it been deforested and grown in. And that's really interesting. But what they did in that case was they collected all the data and they put a narrative around it to answer a question. And we're able to say, we can listen to this forest and work out how healthy it is. So it's maybe a quick way of doing it, but they spent an awful lot of time and energy working on it beforehand. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there. If we don't manage it, it's going to run ahead of itself. But if we do it correctly, we can start controlling a narrative and then showing the value of all of this for what it needs to be done.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for that. You want to add something, Joe? Or?
Yeah, I kind of see it as a dichotomy. As Brian just mentioned, the new born digital data, I think there's really a wonderful opportunity with that. And from GFIS perspective, I really think about the data mobilization aspect of it more than the data use of it. But that data is going to roll off the machines and come to being used very easily. It's the legacy data that's currently in spreadsheets and in the literature. We're finding that getting that data out of the legacy out of the data of the papers is much more difficult and is prone to more errors. So we need to be careful, especially with the legacy data, and we bring that into the system to make sure that the quality is what we need.
Okay, great. Thanks for this addition. I will now open the floor to the audience for questions. I already have one hand raised, so if you have questions, also people online, put them in the box and put to whom you want to address the question. Gilles, I have yeah, you have the floor.
Yep, thank you, Ben. I apologize in advance, I will be long. I have comments and questions. So it's RTD side, I would say. I would start by saying that I consider that RTD is there to support all this, and we are there to provide the right science with you. And we have also co-creation with DG Env and DG Agri. The very first thing on our side is that we have to consolidate the basis, so it's the knowledge. This is why we have introduced a topic on taxonomy and genomics, because indeed genomics are bringing a lot of information. So the deadline is today, so what I say, it's maybe I should wait until tomorrow, but it's clear that we really want to have 2 projects, 12 million each on taxonomy and genomics, and to work together. We have also introduced a topic on citizen science, 4 million. And it's not only to do things with schools, etc. At the end of the day, we want that the data are used by GBIF, for example. And we have also the life science strategy. We are working on a specific action, and once again, the minimum is to have the right data used by the right people. And for us, we start by saying, well, we have still 11 member states which are not members of GBIF. So this is the basis. You really have to help GBIF. This is a little bit my message. I consider that with my team we are there to help you, but so help us to help you. So you have really to tell us, inform us about all the latest developments. Petteri, yes, great for the monitoring week. We will be there, clear. We will also coordinate with DG Env, GRC, REA, but maybe also Agri and Mare. But please invite also the European Space Agency, DEFIS. So we really need to have the right people from the Commission at this conference. You all know that we will have the first draft of the IBES monitoring assessment already in November. So it means that we will have already some ideas about the knowledge gaps. This is confidential, so we will not be able to discuss that in details during the monitoring week, but we can discuss in the corridors, of course. We are really on our side working on mainstreaming biodiversity, and as you all know, biodiversity is not a hot topic anymore officially, but in a way you can find biodiversity angles everywhere. So for example, on funding, it's not necessarily Horizon Europe. It could be the regional funds, cohesion. That's the very first source of budget from the EU for biodiversity. The same for Agri, the same for the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, or the LIFE program. So we can also be there on our side to help you. And there was a document produced by DG Env where to find the money. So for scientists, we are always thinking, okay, Horizon Europe, but there are other ways. And this is where, now I'm coming to my questions, sorry. First, I would like to know if some of you in the room attended the Biospace 25 conference. So if you did, just raise your hand.
You attended Biospace conference?
Yep. So few people, but just to tell you that that was the very first conference we co-organized with the European Space Agency to link the remote community, so the geeks from space, and the in situ experts, so the nerds from the ground. It was really fantastic. Have a look on the webpage, Biospace 25, and there were many, many connections. And this is why we are working on a new topic for Work Program 26-27 on interoperability between in situ and remote data. My second question is use of artificial intelligence. Yes, we know it's developing very quickly. How do you all integrate that for taxonomy, for monitoring, etc.? So that's a question for the panelists. And my very, very last comment is that we have BioAgora in the room. You know that they are developing the knowledge exchange networks. Please meet Keisha over there, and we really need all of you to join these knowledge exchange networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilles, for indeed raising these funding opportunities and posing the question on how to integrate AI. Who has an answer to that? Brian.
I can start a little bit. We're discussing this a lot in the agency. We have an awful lot of data sets, and we have a lot of reports and a lot of assessments and a lot of indicators, and we did kind of sit down and go, well, what can we do with this? So we have a digital department, and one of their main tasks for the last, say, year or so has been to work out how we can use artificial intelligence, machine learning, to interrogate the data, answer new questions, make new data sets, but also to allow the public to interrogate it in a chat GPT-like manner, where we have a little chat bot. It can give you bits and pieces of information about what we have. It's still learning and developing, but we're building our own chat GPT-like system in the agency to help us automate products, automate processes. We're starting to look at how can it be used for processing and validation of data, make everything quicker and easier, so then your resources can be spent on something else. There are other schools of thought going, well, how can we use this AI to maybe replace some reporting? Is that possible? Is it not possible? What would the issues be with that? So we've started. We know we've got a long way to go, but I think there's a growing community of people working on AI and nature. And I think it started off being very tech-led, and now we're trying to say, well, what are the policy questions? What are the thematic questions that we need answered? And how can it help? And what are the caveats with it as well?
Okay, thank you. One addition from, okay, a few additions, and we have one question from the floor. And meanwhile, I ask if there's a question from the audience, from the online.
Yes. No, I just wanted to complement that. I mean, as scientists, obviously, you are all aware of the caveats in using AI to obviate to the biases or fake information that is on the net. There is already it's already something working within the Commission, that there is chat JRC. So then the information only comes from the sources inside the Commission, let's say, and the reports. So that are, at the moment, some of the, possibly like in the EA, of the avenues to, reduce the mistakes in retrieving information. But of course, to some extent, they work a bit. They're a bit less performing, but to a certain extent, but they are more reliable. So yeah, it's always a balance.
Okay, good to know. Short addition from Petri, and then Tucker.
Yeah, just one point about this AI and big data. So that's definitely a tool what needs to be used a lot to get some kind of understanding out of this increasing big data. And that's really a challenge, because currently there's a lot of these novel automated monitoring methods which are providing a lot of raw data, but there's not really solutions how this raw data could be stored in a long run in a sustainable way. Then when there's this analysis made out of these results, the results could be maybe stored for GP, for instance, but that's really increasing problem where we don't have solutions. And what this AI searches, for example, how they have been used, maybe a little leakage from this IPBES monitoring assessment, we were really trying to test how this kind of different AI can provide data for this IPBES assessment. Yeah. But unfortunately, the results were not so encouraging. So there was this IPBES TSU from Senckenberg who was doing these searches with different engines. And there were quite a lot of challenges which were not actually helping at all. So I wouldn't say it's so straightforward that it's there, but it's definitely the future, and we have to find out our way how to work it.
Right, some issues to be resolved still on it, but very short, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah. So GBIF's present support for AI is our APIs. There are chat bots out there, AI bots hitting our APIs, constantly pulling down data. And this is something we have to be aware of too, the stress on our infrastructures with people continually hitting our APIs, trying to access the data. This is also something to be aware of.
Okay, thanks. Really short question, please.
Really short. Thanks. I'm fast forwarding to the situation in 5-10 years' time where GBIF has a lot of this machine-derived data. And the question is to you, Joe Miller from GBIF. What opportunities do you see for using that scenario to further mobilize existing data. So in a way, you could imagine that then in that future, it may be easier to get those spreadsheets out because now there's something to compare to. Would that be a scenario you can, think up?
Yes, so hopefully there'll be kind of a fundamental shift in the data flows to GBIF because we have 3.5 billion. That's a big number, but in the big picture, that's really a small number of evidence about biodiversity. We are really focused on helping people share data that want to share it and then get it in the format to the people that want to use it. So we'll take our directions from the people at this, developing the EBVs on how to download data. So we have new download formats to support the EBV infrastructures. So hopefully there will be large-scale monitoring sites globally that will be pulling in data directly with refreshing our system on a constant level. Right now, some data sets come in and they are not, they're data from 6 months or a year or 10 years ago. But if we can have this continuous flow of data, perhaps we could really move in 5 to 10 years to have a real digital twin of biodiversity. That would be a great, great goal. But for that, we need a exponentially larger data flows from all over the world.
Okay, thank you. I have one question from the online audience. Thanks for that. And who is it?
Yes, so just a quick comment from Elena Nafa regarding the Biospace conference. It was very useful. And then the question, so it came early on in the panel discussion. So slow changing variables such as forests and wetlands provide the stability necessary for species and communities to thrive. Bearing in mind that different contexts have different requirements, if we focus monitoring on slow changing variables when funds are in short supply, what vital information would we lose?
Ooh. Who can address this? There's no name attached to the question, I suppose.
Yeah,
Ryan?
I can start
Daring,
while
yes.
my panelists think about it. So I'll make some noise. I think what I took from that question was, what are we monitoring when we're monitoring? And are we doing the immediate or are we doing the longer term? I could be wrong in that one. But I think, for me, it comes down to a lot of what's the key question that we want to answer, and then maybe what's the policy driving that, or what's the need driving that. My perspective is very policy driven, but increasingly the audience is very sectoral driven. And I've been talking to a lot of big companies recently, and they're all wanting to know, well, what's where we are? Mm-hmm. And then you can explain to them, like, well, you need to work out when are you talking about and what's happening. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the approaches I'm seeing from these companies is that they're trying to get a picture of what's happening. They understand there's complexity and seasonality, because it's just not over a course of a year. It can be over a decade or several decades you start seeing things. So I think the big thing I would say is that when you're monitoring, you have to be honest about what you're doing. Be clear about what it's telling you, maybe what it's not telling you. Is it answering key policy questions? If it is, it's probably not answering other questions. And so it's all about like the framework about when you start doing something. There should always be a very clear why. Mm-hmm. That clear why should be driven by a need.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not always happening. I've done it in the past where I've gone, it's cool. So that's not the best reason to do so.
Clearly related to what you said before. I mean, it really depends on the question that and who the question is asking, and you get increasing questions from other sectors. So I want to close this panel because we're running out of time already, and we have a big program coming up still. So warm applause for the panelists, I would say. Thank you very much. And I invite Dan Stowell, the person who is standing up, I suppose. We heard about bioacoustics already. Can someone activate? There we are. Slides again. There we are. Yeah. You'll manage your slides. Dan Stowell is, thank you, is Associate Professor of AI and Biodiversity, and he's jointly appointed at Tilburg University, my hometown, and Naturalis Biodiversity Center. So Dan will talk about bioacoustics across borders. Dan, go ahead.
Thank you. Is that this microphone?
You shouldn't push a button, then
try
just this one.
Instead. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Also, thank you very much for the panelists in the past half hour touching on AI and exactly where it does and doesn't fit. I'm going to be picking up on those themes a little bit. So yes, I'm here to just give a snapshot of the TABMON project. So I'm the lead collaborator on behalf of Naturalis and Tilburg, but the project is led by the NINA organization in Norway. So let me just tell you about this. The problem that we're trying to address, we've already heard a little bit that acoustic monitoring of nature, it exists, there are people doing it, and in fact, automatic bird song recognition especially, does already exist. Many of you have it on your phones, perhaps. So these things do exist. But if we want to push that all the way through to national and international scale monitoring, there are still quite a lot of barriers. So, firstly, we want acoustic devices that run long-term, unattended. This is actually just a practical barrier that often happens. But we also want the recognition from the machines to be really robust across diverse habitats, or else we're not going to be getting useful indicators. We need efficient use of, well, I've said experts here, but it also includes citizen scientists to train AI and to fine-tune the automatic observations. And of course, we want those observations to turn into actionable indicators. So in the TABMON project, which actually goes across the network going from Norway down to the bottom of Spain. We're trying to address that in the context of acoustic monitoring of birds. And so we want to increase the sort of the reliability in various different dimensions. So we have these devices which we deploy long-term, and they do remote data submission, which is actually quite different from a lot of projects which require quite a lot of manual labor to collect the SD cards and things like that. There's still a lot of that going on out there. And we have diverse sites across a wide geography, and we're setting up a transnational data pipeline to do that. The project actually builds on top of an initiative called the Sounds of Norway, where this was originally sort of piloted in Norway. And thanks to Biodiversa Plus and the funding of the TABMON project, we're addressing specifically the transnational challenges here. I'm a technologist, and so one of my interests here is on actually getting the automated recognition part working well. If you think of this network of microphones across really diverse geographies, really diverse situations, so the acoustics that are collected will be quite different in each case. So there's a real question about how we make this reliable recognition across really diverse habitats. So our pipeline is like this. We have audio recordings flooding in, and one of the things we do is first we do a bit of censorship. We're taking the speech out of those recordings. Then there's a process of active learning which goes on. I'll come back to that in a second. But we then, of course, produce observations. In our case, this is bird vocalizations, based observations. And we want to turn those into indicators. So these are essential biodiversity variables, which we do know about. So from the technology side, part of the secret sauce is, in fact, to put the machines together with the people. We're using a technique called active learning, which means that we have a large amount of data and very, very limited time for experts or annotators to fine-tune the recognition. So active learning forms a kind of feedback loop right within the system as it's running to improve the results and to fine-tune the results for different geographies. So that's the AI part of what we're doing to actually make the observations much more robust and generalizable. So our contributions and especially the role of Biodiversa Plus, the transnational aspect of this, well, I've been focusing on the AI side of it. It's also a question of data integration and standardization that we're doing. We are filling knowledge gaps. So migration phonology, for example, migration phonology is one of those fast-changing variables that I think nevertheless it's important to collect, it's a gap, and it's something that acoustic monitoring can really help with. And also night-active birds, which, of course, it has less monitoring effort than day-active birds. So these are the two particular niches that we're filling in this project. And in general, we're increasing the sort of readiness level of acoustic monitoring, because all of those components that I showed, yeah, they work. But really, to produce solid indicators, we're pushing the readiness level of all those things to put numbers into people's hands. So that's the TABMON project. You have an overview of it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan, for sharing this very interesting story, and clearly very transnational and future-oriented. So thanks a lot for that. That brings us to the next panel immediately already after this one. The next panel will address the harmonization, the piloting harmonization for biodiversity monitoring from test beds to networks. That's the title of it. So harmonization of biodiversity monitoring. And I ask the panelists to come forward. Albin Bjerhal, I hope I pronounce this right, is a landscape ecologist and researcher at the Institute for Alpine Environments at the URAC Research in Italy, and an active partner in the Habitat pilot we heard talking about earlier. We have Guillaume Baudy, please join us again, Guillaume. Gloria Casabella Herrero is a biologist and works as a technician at CREAF for the Catalan Observatory of Natural Heritage and Biodiversity, and she coordinates the Biodiversa participation for the Catalan region. Then we have Thomas Høie, is a professor of ecology at Aarhus University in Denmark, and he represents the Agency for Green Transition and Aquatic Environment in Biodiversa Plus, and is the general coordinator of the pilots, I've understood. So I have a common question to all of you. How can we successfully harmonize biodiversity monitoring? And I'll start with Toke as the coordinator of the pilots. And you need a microphone for that. Technology, what would we do without? There you go.
Yeah, thank you. No small question. I thought I would make that a little bit more concrete, so I prepared a little slide for you to give you an example of how in the pilots we're doing this harmonization from one of the pilots. It's the invasive alien species pilot. Before we get to it, I just want to say that one of the benefits of these modern technologies is that they can delegate the responsibility for processing the input data, much like you just heard from Dan on acoustic data. We can do similar for camera traps or for other types of sensors. And in this case, and for the invasive alien species pilot, we are harmonizing data. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring up a slide, but there is none.
We are harmonizing it from mobile sensors. So we know that a lot of vehicles are driving around for other purposes. If we can mount sensors on those vehicles, then they may be able to map, for instance, plants at a continental scale. So here you're actually witnessing the official launch of a new viewer that is online. You can scan the QR code and check it later. It really represents the data collection that we've done in one of the pilots for invasive alien plant species. All of the dots there, if you zoom in, you can zoom all the way to the specific location of where a car has been monitoring invasive plant species. And all of the data is, so there's a little bit of video there to show how that actually plays out. Now you see it, at the global or continental scale, but if it works, you can actually see how you can zoom in and examine the observations of invasive alien plant species even down to the very local scale. I don't know, maybe the animation doesn't work, but otherwise, that's an example of it.
Okay, I invite everyone to have a look at this site and this, the QR code. Perhaps that will bring up the video. Thanks for that, Albin. And Guillaume, I understand you've been working on the UROC fish pilot, one of the many pilots that is being implemented. How was it in the UROC fish in terms of harmonization?
Yeah, so France was coordinating the UROC fish pilot. And we started with no long-term monitoring of rocky reef fish in Europe, which make actually things easier. The framework developed by Biodiversa Plus for the pilot was really helpful because it clarified the goal. We try to develop a monitoring scheme that works and can deliver results in the future for policy. The pilot team, Mathieu, Toke, Cécile, Iris, is a must-have to help all researchers to frame correctly their pilot studies and to launch them as coordinator. Then when you have the right people in the same room, the process starts. And one big lesson we learn from the harmonization subtask is that harmonization is mostly about having the same objectives and a consensual approach. So once you agree on the target variable and the global approach, you switch to reality implementation, and challenges arise. We know that small differences can lead to big problems, and Eurofish actually organized a common fieldwork session right at the beginning of the pilot. And it helped a lot, because just seeing how others were applying the same protocol fixed many small issues and has a tremendous value in terms of harmonization, capacity building, and common understanding. So when you have all experts on the same line, you look at European diversity that has been a little bit touched by Tabman. And ecological conditions and seasons are quite different, especially on the sea, from Norway to Turkey. You also have on your sampling spot seagrass or not that change dramatically your visibility and your protocol, and you even have legislations that are different in Europe according to the number of divers you must have on a protocol. So our goal isn't a rigid one-size-fits-all protocol. It just doesn't work like that. There is always a trade-off between scientific precision and real-world implementation. So harmonization from the experience of Eurofish is a collaborative dance. And success depends on fostering trust and transparency among experts. The scientists in the room are aware of all the constraints and are interested to analyze the data they are designing. So let them dance. With the rule, the tempo, and their imagination, I really trust them to find the best possible solution.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope there's some dancing going on tonight as well to have some more kind of integration or harmonization. Nice to hear indeed that you say starting from scratch was an advantage in this case, because you could bring in experiences from other sides. And I suppose that's also typical for the pilots. Maybe that's the general idea of the pilots to really test new ideas. Is that?
Yeah, I see it as a kind of backbone for adapting to the local conditions. If we have a common protocol and common approaches to monitoring that we try out, then that gives us the opportunity to look at the necessity to adapt to local conditions when needed, but not as a kind of inherent solution.
Okay. Thanks for that. Then I come to Gloria. How can we successfully harmonize biodiversity monitoring with novel technologies? We heard of some examples, but what's your view on it?
Yeah, I believe that we are here to talk about this pilot, and almost all of them are great examples of that. But from a maybe novel technology more general perspective, I believe that novel technologies will greatly benefit from the advances that we are trying to achieve in Biodiversa Plus for harmonization in traditional monitoring. We still need to figure out the workflows starting from the raw data to the EBBs to see if current EBBs are adequate to the challenges that novel technologies bring in themselves. And we will also benefit greatly from initiatives like BioDash, which you might talk a little bit more about it if you think it's right. Because these initiatives will aim at mapping all the biodiversity monitoring initiatives in Europe, and this mapping will help us harmonize and bring together related projects in biodiversity monitoring. We are trying to do that as well at Catalan level with our own project, which is called Harmon. But of course, novel technologies bring great challenges. Many of them have been already discussed in the previous panel. To name a few, sorry. The high initial implementation cost for novel technologies is a challenge still for some partners, and this creates an imbalance in the implementation of novel technologies currently, and this pushes us to think about new alternative financing models. Then the massive production of data that has been already discussed. AI and modeling have been mentioned, and I agree with what has been currently said, that we're getting there. It still needs some time, and we are validating and creating these loops that will help us greatly move forward. But then we also did some discussions with partners back in May in Barcelona, in an event dedicated to novel technologies, and many partners thought that we need to work towards sharing infrastructures and sharing cost. And many different topics that we discussed, the idea of an European data center arrives, and many partners see that as a great value if that could be at some point created to manage all the massive amounts of data that are being created by the novel technologies. And then I want to mention lastly the coordination constraints, and this is where Biodiversa Plus, I think, is doing a great job in providing those spaces to, according to the priorities, begin this conversation. As Guillaume said, have the experts there, let them talk, they will do the job. And we really need that because novel technologies still require great standardization efforts. And this is one of the ways that we are doing that at the transnational level, bringing the ministries and the environmental agencies together to work with that.
Okay, can I pick up on this coordination? We had a number of examples of AI already, and we hear from many projects that AI is included in projects, and new developments are happening with using AI for biodiversity monitoring. Is the coordination of these actions between all these projects addressed in the work that you're doing with the pilots?
Maybe you would.
Do you know? Yeah.
Well, definitely. And indeed, that's one of the opportunities I think we're seeing, that if we can centralize the AI part of this monitoring, then we can build a stronger infrastructure, we can build one that's more cost effective, and that enables the monitoring in places and at times that would otherwise not be possible. Mm-hmm. So I think we see, particularly with the pilots, a lot of opportunity there that not only are we maybe more cost effectively monitoring biodiversity, but we're also offering opportunities for monitoring it in countries and places that would maybe not have that opportunity otherwise.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Just out of personal interest, how many of you are involved in a project that does include AI, that looks at AI? Just raise of hands. Not that many yet. Looking into AI use in projects? A few. So it is coming up, but definitely good to hear that's in the pilots. Then we have Albin. Same question to you, Albin. How to successfully harmonize biodiversity monitoring in the habitat pilots? Say some words.
So the habitat pilot, as many of you probably know, looks at mapping and monitoring of grassland and wetland habitats, and more specifically how we can use remote sensing data to do that. So two of my colleagues were definitely at the Biospace conference. And remote sensing data, of course, exists in many different forms. We have a lot of satellite data coming from the Copernicus program. We also have a lot of countries and regions that are producing ortho images, digital elevation models, LiDAR scans. Drone data is getting easier and cheaper to collect for every year that passes. So needless to say that there's a large pool of data. to be accessed very easily. And because we have this large pool of data, we also have a lot of research groups that are looking into different methods for using this data for biodiversity monitoring, for example. So in the Habitat pilot, instead of looking at one specific method, we tried to sort of review the overall potential of using remote sensing-based methods for mapping and monitoring. And part of that is looking at how do partners use remote sensing data today, what tools and methods are out there, are being developed, and how can those be implemented into our monitoring, ecological monitoring. And many of these remote sensing-based methods are very reliant on access to good field-validated data sets. And this is, of course, very expensive and time-consuming to collect, because someone needs to go into field and collect it. At the same time, in the Habitat pilot, most of us are representing different countries or regions where we are either sitting with access to these kinds of data set, or we have a lot of local expertise about our different areas. So in that sense, we are in a very good position to review these different types of methods. But for that reason, I also want to stress what Joe mentioned in the last panel, the importance of creating these links between us as representatives of these agencies with the research groups, both so that we can have an impact on the tools that are being created, but also so that we can link these data sets and get the most useful tools as possible.
Yeah, yeah. Great to hear that these activities are all ongoing in terms of harmonization, but I also want to know what's next, so maybe kind of a takeaway message. We'll ask your opinion, and first also the panel on what would be your takeaway message on harmonizing biodiversity monitoring. If it's right, there should be a Mentimeter. This, I suppose, will be the QR code for the Mentimeter, could it be? In any case, this is for the audience, but let me ask the panelists, what would be your takeaway when you hear about this kind of harmonizing biodiversity monitoring processes? Standing your way. Tukke.
Well, we keep coming back to the kinds of harmonization that rely on central data processing, and I think we touched a little bit upon it in the previous panel, the who's going to pay the bill part of the discussion. And I think beyond being cost effective, I think use of AI solutions or data processing solutions may also offer an opportunity to separate a little bit the responsibility of those collecting and needing, and particularly locally, the data, and those who might support the harmonization aspect of monitoring. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the European Commission and well, the global community is building up structures now that may serve the basis of these central responsibilities, and that may offer opportunity for equity and for better spatial representation of data, because then some responsibilities can be taken centrally, and other responsibilities that may not be as costly can be taken locally.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Thank you. Bringing in equity, that's a nice one. Gloria, you have a takeaway? Does it work, by the way, the Mentimeter? Just checking, because yeah, okay. Yeah, Gloria.
Yeah, as a takeaway, I was thinking maybe bringing a little bit of what I've been shortly discussing with my government from Catalonia. So we believe that these pilots are really interesting. They're proving that things can be done. Transnational collaboration is possible, given a good structure to work with. But we really need these pilots to, now that they're, and some of them are finishing, to bring policy needs into concrete actions. Okay. So this is something that I think many governments would benefit from. And there are many lessons learned. Okay. And I would agree that with something that has been said at the beginning of the session, we also need to put on the table not only the successes but the failures.
Yeah.
Because as Petteri commented, like the partners tend to be conservative in implementing novel technologies, and they need trust that they would work and.
Okay, I'll stop you there because of time, but indeed great to communicate the outcomes of the pilots to your policymakers and to the needs, including the failures of it. Please, very short, Guillaume.
Okay. We worked on the harmonization in the one subtask of Biodiversa Plus, and there is two ways of harmonizing. Either a strong common protocol that is top-down but face difficulties of being applied in diverse conditions, and there is a difficulty, or harmonizing from a top-down, bottom-up more. And here you apply different protocols, but you harmonize the variables. Mm-hmm. And maybe the variables, what you estimate from the protocol, is a key element that we are not yet managing, because then you have piece of information, and if you have the same piece of information everywhere, it's already a good start to harmonize and to have a same picture everywhere, even if they are slightly made differently. And you can also reuse those pieces of information in different policies. And here you differentiate a little bit the policy need and the process to create information.
Okay, so keep those a bit separate. Albin?
Yeah, I can only repeat what I mentioned, that I think for the Habitat pilot, one key thing is to have a great connection to the research community. And we already know that Biodiversa is a great place to connect different agencies as well as stakeholders, and I think also research center or research community, but I think this is key for us as well as many other projects. So I think that's something we need to
Great, connect to the scientific community. That's great. So for the audience, also online with the Mentimeter, oh, there it's coming. That was my question. What did we put in? A lot, so to see. One word, harmonization. Obviously, that was the question. What's about transnational? That was this session. We see AI. We've mentioned a number of that. Novel technologies. Okay, that's data management. We do it together. Oh, that's moving a lot. I'm getting a bit dizzy. Cooperation. Yeah, all the words. It's a bit like what Ron showed earlier. The word clouds based on AI, didn't you? The buzzwords are there: data storage, centralization, collecting data, synergies, pilots, monitoring, harmonization. Yeah, that's the title of the thing. So yeah, I think there's a common line between everyone in this respect. Everybody feels this is happening. But my feeling from what I hear from the panel is that times are quite turbulent in that respect with all these novel technologies. Let me now open the floor for open questions for the audience and for the people online as well. Put in your questions. Raise your hand if you have a question to this panel on the transnational monitoring activities, or if you want to bring in something. First, a question from the audience, and then from the man here in the black shirt. From the online audience, I mean, yeah.
Thank you. So a question from Mike Jones. So it's great to hear about all the new technologies for ecological monitoring, but how will this be related to policy and perhaps more importantly, what people are doing to landscapes, seascapes, etc.?
Oh, can I pass this question to Toke? Yeah, please.
Well, one example I wasn't showing very elegantly because the slide didn't work is how we're closing the gap from an observation is made until it becomes actionable knowledge that you can use for management. So in this particular example, it's related to invasive alien species management, where often observations are not transferred to those who actually need it in a very short time, and hopefully with something like this map viewer, in the future, hopefully it can actually sit in the machine that both records the roadside verge and also manages that roadside verge at the same time. So that's, I would say, one way to close that gap.
Quite a future perspective that you're painting there. Yeah, okay, thank you. Any addition on this one? If not, then I have a question from the man in black. Your name?
Yeah, so harmonization is quite big featured in the center there, but I was wondering how the relation with data standards is implemented there. So if you want to harmonize, you have to implement data standards, not only data, but also the metadata standards, so that you can align across countries and measuring protocols. So, and especially for biodiversity data, I'm thinking about the Darwin Core.
Yeah, so he wants to respond to that, centralizing data centers. Guillaume.
Yeah, for harmonizing, indeed, harmonizing the data themselves and the data format is one aspect. The harmonization of the protocol and its application is another one. But for Darwin Core is able to manage monitoring data with some extra features that we need. But we have to move forward and strengthen the Darwin Core to be sure we correctly have vocabularies that is also controlled in the Darwin Core. And then you have metadata of information, and we are designing an extra level, which is sampling the scheme metadata. And we will do that through the BioDash project that Gloria was mentioning. So it will be a database explaining what is the monitoring scheme that provide many different data sets, either at the raw data level or at the EBV levels. But it's all coming from a single monitoring schemes. And we will describe that.
And in addition to describing, is there also kind of a direct connection between these data centers? I'm not into this business, so I'm just wondering if it's a description or is it direct interrelation between these data centers? Do they communicate with each other?
First, we will describe them. Then the idea is to be able to navigate towards the data set. But if you want to combine data set, it's a lot of modelization, and it's a hard work that is feasible, that can add values, but you need really statistician. And actually, we asked them in Montpellier in the spring if they will go for artificial intelligence to combine all the data. And statistician answer is clear, no.
Okay, that's a clear answer indeed, yeah. Okay, we have a question there as well. We just want to pick up on this last point, you need a niche statistician, which is, you need also capacity to do that. So I have a question for Albin on how did you integrate capacity in the habitat pilots? How did you work with capacity building? And then I get to Philippe.
Yeah, I think capacity building has been a very important part of the Habitat pilot, just like I think it is of many projects where you're working with novel technology. In the case of remote sensing, working with remote sensing data, as I mentioned, there is already this large pool of data. So when you're working with new methods, it's not always necessary that you need to collect more data. You might just need to apply a new method to the data that you already have access to. So the problem why we're not using remote sensing based methods more than we are today, which we could, might rather be that we don't know where to access the data. We don't know what methods or tools are available out there. We don't know how to use them or implement them into our workflow, or how to tweak them to fit our use case and workflow or environmental locality. So I think that's where the capacity building comes in. That we all use remote sensing data, for example, in our case, differently. We use different types of data. So we've organized small workshops where we basically go through, like, where do you access data? What kind of approaches can you take with this data? How do you use it? And really what other
concrete examples of how these things work. Okay, yeah, thanks, Albin. Philippe, you had a question?
Yeah, to ask whether you could report or you have any difficulties in accessing some of the data, because I work also a lot with the climate science people, and there are still quite a number of issues. Here I didn't hear anything, but I know that in the forestry sector, for instance, data on biodiversity is a sensitive issue in some countries in the European Union. So do you have anything to tell us? You partly addressed my question saying some of the scientists don't know what data are available. This is an important question for the community, I think. But there are some still political and administrative barriers to accessing the data. If you could report on those, we would learn something, and maybe we can address this through EU policy.
For sure, it's a very present issue in our pilot, that we have restrictions on what data we can use or we have access to, or how we can use it and how you can pass it forward to your colleagues. So therefore, it is very important that we're working with the partners that own the data or have collected the data directly, so that we have clarity in how we can use it and what data we have available. But no, there is definitely data that is freely accessible, which has its limitations and flaws, and then there is also data which not necessarily is freely available to work with, which is a big problem. But I think that's also why we have to work together and sort of see the benefits of having access to more data and what that can do for all of us.
Yeah, I think it relates a bit to the comment on data citation that we heard earlier in another panel. Kind of, if you show what data are being used, that might open doors as well for that. Yeah. Guillaume, you want to add something on that?
Yeah, if I may, I think there is also a social issue in opening and a governance issue in opening the data, because the researchers that are on the ground collecting the data are not just data providers. They are running analysis, they are providing knowledge and information. And we have to respect that first. And currently we don't do that. The information are published in papers, but are never used. And we tell them, oh, if you open your data, we will do a good publication with your data and hard data to get on the ground. So first, acknowledge their research, their results, and say, you did a good job, and we will do something different. We will not redo the job that you have just a little time to do.
No duplication.
Acknowledge them first, and then you will reach the data. And the bird community is moving to this direction. They first compile the EBVs, and their results, and now they are starting to have access to the raw data to do something different.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. I've meanwhile been told that Turkish video is working, I hope. If I push the button, I suppose magic will happen. Not yet. There needs two of us to push buttons.
I see it there.
This was a day. I'm just watching my...
Hold your breath.
Something is coming. Can we? I hope I didn't promise anything that
I think
you can't make.
It animates there, but not there. Oh, yeah.
Ah, okay.
So the idea is you can zoom into this map, and all the blue dots are where people have been driving the roadside verges. You check in the top left corner what species you're looking for, and it will show up in color at a distance what percentage of the dots have a species of invasion concern. And if you zoom in all the way, say for this area, this is part of the Danish routes covered, you can zoom really far in to see the occurrence of a single species, and which road stretches this species is covered. And even when you go all the way to the individual recordings, these cameras record. Even if you drive 110 kilometers an hour, you get images like these, and you can verify that the prediction of an invasive plant species was actually in that image. If you zoom in this case it was Lupinus, you will actually see that the species was correctly identified. So, well, I guess this is an example of both having broad-scale data, but also very fine-scale data. Now, making that publicly available also means storing maybe tens of terabytes of raw image data, and that's maybe a separate conversation. How do we maintain the opportunity to really explore that data in the longer term?
All right. Thank you very much also for making this happen in the end. So great. Yep. So that brings us to the end of the morning session. I think this panel was clearly showing that cooperation is essential for biodiversity monitoring and harmonization of approaches. We learn from doing, also from failures from each other. But we can't do everything. Funding is restricted, resources are restricted, so focus on needs, that there are policy needs, but also from other sectors, as we heard, maybe also from business, other questions coming up, and therefore needs for maybe different ways of data collection or different ways of communicating them. And when data is communicated, do acknowledge also the use of data that might actually steer additional funding. And then maybe on a personal note, I happen to be one of the, who said it, 16,000 volunteers monitoring in the Netherlands. I'm monitoring butterflies on a weekly basis. I'm happy to hear that this is all going into the hierarchy of policy input and into the GBIF. So it's great to know that somewhere data is included there. But I'm also happy to hear that AI is not that far yet, that it will replace me monitoring the butterflies and me sitting home just watching the screen. So way to go. Lunch will be served. It's staring at us here at the platform. So now is lunchtime. We break for lunch. So yeah, a new session. Before lunch, we spoke about the need for collaborating within the biodiversity community, within Biodiversa, but also others within the biodiversity community. Now, this afternoon, we'll extend the view a bit, and we'll also look at working across sectors with others that are not so much involved in the biodiversity research and knowledge. So we have two speakers and a panel in this first session. And I invite the first speaker, Ron. That's me. I was looking for you. That's Ron already standing here. Ron, as mentioned this morning, a program manager at the Netherlands Organization for Scientific Research and co-chair of the Biodiversa Plus. And Ron will present the highlights from the Biodiversa Flagship on transformative change. So this afternoon, a lot of transformative change. Ron.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've been asked to present to you what we've done in the last 3 years on transformative change. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, as you... I compressed myself, that's true. I forgot. All the things, and I have some text here. So trying to coordinate internally here. So, as we've mentioned, we have 4 flagships, and one of them is transformative change. Now, the first time I heard that, I thought, transformative change, what is that? And apparently it's still a discussion point, because in the last couple of years we've had a lot of discussions to determine what it is and also how you sell it to people who don't like change anyway. So we actually used quite a broad approach. There were dialogue events, reports on that, there were recommendations came out of that, knowledge synthesis, and we did some research mapping. Now, remember, we started in 2021, and then the next year we had our first dialogue event on transformative change for oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that I have 2 things I have to move. We had our first dialogue event on transformative change for biodiversity in Paris. And the topic was, how can European biodiversity, how can we respond to the ambitions of the EU and IPBES? Because IPBES is a very important part of this flagship, to transformative change for biodiversity. We had 31 participants. Those were researchers, policymakers, and stakeholders. And the aim was to better define what transformative change actually means for biodiversity. Identify knowledge gaps and research need on transformative change and biodiversity, and identify activities that Biodiversa could implement on that topic. The outcomes of these, or the output of the dialogue, was that participants emphasized strengthening connections with Horizon Europe and other European initiatives, enhancing capacity building and transdisciplinary research, and that was quite an issue in the call that I'll mention a bit later on, and considering how to use local knowledge internationally, which I read as there are a lot of solutions already on how to improve biodiversity on a local scale, but they are very often not communicated to others so that you can learn from one another on how to best preserve biodiversity. There is a clear need for stakeholder involvement in both co-designing and co-implementing research results. And as I'll explain tomorrow, luckily that is something that Biodiversa already does standard and has been doing for over 10 years in a serious and systematic way. And we have to improve, and we have to improve communication with policy advisors and decision makers. Now, after that event, we had a consultation event, and the people who were invited were both the participants of the dialogue event, but also Biodiversa partners. So we invited all the partners and our enlarged stakeholder board. So those are the people who are from companies or organizations who give us advice when we ask for it, but are also asked to give us advice when we don't specifically ask for it. What was this one for? It was aimed at identifying transversal priority themes and cross-cutting activities to be further explored by the partnership. And out of that came basically 2 priority themes. So transformative change for biodiversity and economic systems, maybe the private sector, that will be a really important part later on, and transformative change and biodiversity for public policy. Kind of obvious. Public policy really needs to be aware of how you should make transformative change and how you can implement it in the long run. Don't worry, I'll be on time. How? We did it using 2 workshops, about 15 experts each, scientists on economy, policies, governance, etc., financial groups, and coordinators of relevant projects. So we invited quite diverse groups for each workshop. And again, to shed light on key approaches, concerns, obstacles, and priority research avenues to guide the upcoming Biodiv Transform call. There were 2 sub-questions today focused on how to frame a research call on societal transformation for biodiversity and what research needs and knowledge gaps could be identified. And the output of all of this was that they said that it's really important that we all challenge the current vision of what is a good quality of life. Now, in the last couple of years, we've had a lot of discussions around that. I'm sure you've seen it in the news. So what is a good quality of life and what does it mean and how does it, how can we still have a good quality of life and not destroy biodiversity at the same time? And we have to move beyond the anthropocentric perspectives. And this shift in, this paradigm shift requires a whole of society approach. So we have to integrate different approaches, transitioning from sectoral to integrated, reinforcing synergies, promote collaboration and literacy. Basically, we have to, make clear to the public how extremely important all of this is. We have to address equity and injustice. There are quite a few problems with that. It's very nice that you decide to improve biodiversity in one place, but very often there are already people living there. So you have to reflect social justice and equity implications of current models and policies and explore how you can have a transition that benefits biodiversity and is just and equitable for society as a whole. And it's very important to develop tools and innovations, create democratic innovations, so people have a say in what you're actually going to do, and practical tools so that biodiversity impacts and dependencies can be assessed. So this shift raises key questions about managing complexity, studying change, ensuring transformative research, and providing actionable recommendations despite uncertainty, which is always a problem, deciding an action when you're completely uncertain on how it's going to work out or what all the variables are. So there is a report on this, and that report provides guidance, identified key knowledge gaps, etc. Now, all of this work that I just outlined led to the Biodiv Transform call. In essence, it was a standard call, so very much aimed at actionable knowledge and, of course, transnational projects. But there was something different to the previous calls, is that it was more of a bottom-up approach without really predefined themes. In our previous calls, we had 2-3 themes that people could address. This was more a list of challenges that we asked them to look at. And we hope that that would encourage innovative context-specific proposals. And there was a really strong focus on interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and cross-sectoral collaboration. And we made extra efforts to make sure that the social sciences community was also involved and interested in these calls. We reached out explicitly. All of that led to a call which gave us a record number of proposals, and we just had the call steering committee. We will know in a few months for sure how many are granted, but it's 30 plus. I can say it's confidential, but you can already know that. 30 plus proposals. What the plus is depends on 1 or 2 stakeholders or 1 or 2 of our partners here. No pressure. And hopefully we'll be able to let you know which wonderful projects we have granted. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting. It's really annoying. Sorry. One other thing I would like to mention is we have a key collaboration with Alternet that focuses on the topic of biodiversity and societal transformation. So we co-organize summer schools, and we co-fund it, but we also we also support the participation of early career researchers from Biodiversa projects, and we co-build the content for these summer schools. And the last thing I would like to mention, and then I'll wrap up, is that we had a business and biodiversity workshop. That is something, that's an area we really tried. Thank you. That's an area we really try to expand on how to connect businesses, the private sector, better to biodiversity. And this one focused on data and gave us some really interesting discussions on the data that are publicly generated and by businesses. How can we share those, and how can we use both sets of data to improve biodiversity monitoring overall, or the practices of business, etc. So there will be 2 Biodiversa guides out very soon, and I had a first look at them. I thought they were really, really interesting, so I encourage you to look at those as well as soon as they're out. Should be this autumn, 1 or 2 months at the most. And that's where I wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ron. And what is that transformative change? I think we all had that moment at some point, kind of, what is transformative change? And it's not being answered, but I think what you clearly made clear, Ron, is that it sparked a lot of projects involving social sciences and more kind of a direction towards society. I think that's already a big step. May I ask the next speaker to the floor, Andrea Popa? We haven't met yet. Andrea, please join. Andrea works at the Executive Agency for Higher Education, Research, Development and Innovation Funding in Romania. And she will present a partner testimony on international scientific collaborations for biodiversity and transformative change. The green button, yes. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Andrea Popa. I'm from UEFI-CDI, Romania. In a few words, UEFI-CDI is the main founding agency in Romania. We found a research project on higher education, but we are also partners in several international projects on different domains. So today I will give you a short presentation of the mapping of international scientific collaboration in biodiversity and transformative change. This work was conducted as part of Biodiversa Plus partnership in Work Package 5, Subtask 5.1.1. As a partner in Biodiversa, UEFI-CDI contributed to 3 mapping exercises. First of them was on biodiversity and climate change. The second one was on international collaboration between ERA and other world regions. And the one that is today's subject on biodiversity and transformative change aimed to better understand how research on biodiversity and transformative change is distributed globally and how international collaboration is shaped in this field. So the study covered the period 2013-2023, 10 years, and analyzed over 13,000 publications from Web of Science database. We specifically looked at the intersection between biodiversity and transformative change, and we came at this intersection using 40 biodiversity keywords and 73 transformative change keywords. This approach allowed us to capture both the ecological and social dimension of the research. So the publications were filtered in 3 steps. First, we selected all publications using biodiversity keyword. Then we narrowed this down using biodiversity sub-keywords. And finally, we applied the 73 keywords for transformative change. As I said, we had a database with more than 13,000 publications, which we analyzed in terms of research, domains, topics, geography, and collaboration patterns. The analysis shows that research on biodiversity and transformative change is heavily concentrated in agriculture, environment, and ecology, because more of the 78% of the database were on these domains. Social sciences also play an important role with 7.8 of publications. And among specific research areas, forestry, marine biology, and entomology emerge as leading fields. In terms of geographical distribution, the European research area leads globally with more than half of the total of the publications, more than 7,000 publications. The United States, it's in the top of individual country, followed by UK, Germany, China, and Australia. And this shows a global spread of interest, but also reveals that most of the research is concentrated in high-income countries. When we looked at international collaboration, the strongest partnership is between the European research area and North America. ERA also collaborates with Asia and Latin America, especially on forestry and marine biology. But overall, ERA stands out as both a quantitative and qualitative leader, producing a high number of impactful papers. The study revealed that across all regions, max and modeling stands out as a common research tool for studying species distributions. Forestry remains the most prominent research topic across collaboration, followed by marine biology, entomology, phylogenetics and genomics, and soil sciences. And to conclude, this mapping highlights a strong trend towards international collaboration led by ERA in North America. Research is concentrated in agriculture, environment, ecology, and social sciences. There are disparities in participation with Africa and other Europe underrepresented. And ERA that plays a central role as a hub of global biodiversity and transformative change. Currently, we are working on another mapping on biodiversity and future. It's related with the next call on Biodiversa Plus. All the materials are available on the website if you want to check and see more details. And I want to thank all my colleagues from VP5 and all active partners who feedback us. Thank you.
And thank you, Andrea, for presenting this work of your colleagues and this study, which I think underlines what we just said before, that biodiversity is still very much within the biodiversity publication realm, but gradually also in the social sciences, if I got that message right. We now will start the next panel for today, a panel discussion on, obviously, transformative change. And I invite to the panel Gilles Doignon, Team Leader of Biodiversity and Nature-Based Solutions at the Commission's DG Research and Innovation, and also EU negotiator for the IBES and the Convention on Biological Diversity, if I got that right. Then Jonas Enge, please join us as well. Jonas is Special Advisor at the Research Council for Norway, Department for Climate and Environment, and also their representative in Biodiversa. And Jonas organized a workshop on nature-based solutions and transformative change, so we'll hear of that. Then I invite Boipelo Chwene Mokaza, is a climate change biodiversity specialist of the UN Environment Programme World Conservation and Monitoring. Bui, where are you? Not in the room at the moment. Bui will join us any moment. Ah, there she is. And Bui is also involved in the work package 4 subtask on knowledge synthesis. And then Manuel Lago is a senior expert in environmental economics at EnviroNexus, Environmental Policy and Consulting Network. Manuel, join the floor. But before asking the audience, I just want to ask before asking the panel, I want to ask the audience to raise hands. Sorry for the online people, I will not see your hands if you raise them, but do feel free to raise them. To raise hands on the following simple questions. Who thinks to have a good understanding of what transformative change really means? There's one person, 2, 3. Whoa, wow, more than expected. Yeah. So those who are still in doubt, can you raise your hands again? Then these people will tell you all about it. I must say a personal view on it, only recently, because I also struggled with transformative change and what it really means. I like butterflies. You may have identified it already, but I like butterflies. And it occurred to me that butterflies, they have, of course, the metamorphosis. They go from a caterpillar, which is a perfect animal, great, it looks great, it functions properly, but it takes a lot of resources. Then it goes into a pupa stage, which is a black box. Something is happening there, something is transforming in there, and then it becomes a butterfly. Again, a beautiful animal, living independently, but using much less resources. Thought, to me, that helps me identify what transformative change means. But okay, off track. The next question is, should long-term funding be exclusively for research that promises transformative change? Who thinks yes? Not too many. Funding should not be purely for research that is focusing on transformative change. That's a clear message. Another question, is it possible for businesses to drive transformative change for biodiversity without fundamentally changing their profit models? Who thinks yeah? Yes. If you, with some innovation, some doubts I see, kind of maybe, but yeah, difficult. And then the last one, true transformative change for biodiversity is impossible without binding government regulation and policy. Who thinks yes? Impossible without binding regulation. That's a bit more people who think we need really binding regulation and kind of enforcement in a way for transformative change to happen. Now, let's turn to the panel. And I start again with a question which relates very much to what we just discussed already. Can we plan and fund transformative change into existence? Meaning, can we force it by providing funding? Or is it something that should emerge unpredictably in small steps? Who can I give the floor for that first question? So can we fund it into existence? Can we enforce it? Thank you. Gilles, please. you have
Yeah, you did some transformative change because that was not the question we had to prepare, but...
No.
Well, I think that, yes, we need to fund research on that to launch the process. And it's true that when you look at transformative change, the same for me. The first time I heard about transformative change, I was on social media for DG Env, and it was like, forget about it. How can I explain that on social media? Forget about it. But actually, we had the same question about biodiversity. So some people were saying nobody will understand biodiversity, and actually the people did. So you can change. But so transformative change is the main message from IBES 2019. So we need to change. We need to change everything, actually. So we need to change our business models because we have to reduce the impact of all these sectors on biodiversity. And then you also learn that you need to change education, policies, governance. And when I was at the Alternet conference in Portugal in May, it was also we have to change the way we do restoration. So ourselves as biologists, we have to change. And also the main message is if we do not, we are doomed. That's the main message from IBES. So the message from IBES is transformative change is necessary, it's urgent, it's complex, but possible. And actually it's becoming, but it's still possible. Because 2019 was 1 million species at risk of extinction. The latest studies show it's more 2 million, and it's even worse at the level of population. So we need research to translate all that, and then it's so vast that you need many, many different projects to go to all the different topics. And so this is why well, we could be proud in Europe, exactly as Andrea just showed, we have a lot of the research coming from Europe. On our side, EU-funded project, we have 40 projects funded by Horizon Europe, plus the ones from Biodiversa Plus, so we are leading. But then we have to make sure that this research is understood, and then you have really changes on the ground. But for that, we cannot pay everything. We cannot pay all the business to change, but the business has to understand. So yes, we need money, but then the entire society has to transform the use of money.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not so much an answer that's saying can we plan transformative change into existence, but we must. If I hear you say that, we must change the system to not be doomed. A question related to it, I think, in terms of what, if you see today's reality, what is the biggest gap between the ambition that is there for transformative change and where we are today, the reality? Boy, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I think for me, the biggest gap is between our theoretical understanding of what transformative change is and our persistent reliance on linear project-based approaches, both in research and policy. I mean, we can beautifully articulate that transformative change requires shifting in power relations. It requires changing mental models. It requires working across scale. But here we are, we still design and implement 3-year projects with predetermined outcomes. And we still create policies that tend to treat the symptoms while leaving the underlying structures untouched. Mm-hmm. So I think, and that, within the NBS space, I see it playing out as a focus on technological solutions, such as how many hectares has been restored, how much carbon has been sequestered, whereas we tend to leave out the deeper questions of who controls the land, whose knowledge counts, and how do we how does decisions get to be made? But and I think we are still, what I'm trying to say is I think we still are working within optimizing, or we are optimizing within existing systems rather than questioning whether these existing systems themselves need to change. So I think for me that is where there is a bit of a gap in terms of our ambition to achieving transformative change.
Okay, thank you very much. Very clear answer. Do you support it, Jonas?
Yeah, I just had a point from when we introduced the IPBES report on transformative change in Norway. It seemed like the Ministry of Environment were a bit surprised that this was also about them, which is food for thought, I think.
Exactly.
It's about everyone and everything. We all need to change completely. And we just had a national election, parliamentary election in Norway, focusing on taxes and energy prices, not at all focusing on what is the real challenges. So I support what has been said already about funding. It's really important, and I think that there's hope in EU actually, as I think is a global leader in pushing a progressive agenda, research agenda actually. And I also think that the transformative change call by Biodiversa was a bold move, and also that the IPBES report was a really bold move. Now we have some momentum that we need to follow up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I was indeed going to ask to what extent you think that the Biodiversa is addressing this, bringing this ambition closer to the reality. The calls that you refer to is a step in that direction. Is that you say? The calls from Biodiversa, is that the way that Biodiversa is addressing this issue of closing the gap between the ambition and the reality? Is that?
I think so, yes. Yeah. It's helping.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Manuel, you want to add something?
No, just to agree with that, I think it's closing the gap. I was part of the evaluation panel for this call, and yeah, very good proposals were presented. Mainly focusing on elements like interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, and still, a lot of work to do into trying to mainstream all those concepts across the different disciplines. No, interdisciplinarity, I think, still remains a nice thing to have, but a very difficult thing to define in practice. No, whenever we go and think about transformative change, every discipline has their own thing or thoughts about how to put it into practice. For me, as an economist, I look at it as from a different perspective as someone that is interested in monitoring, for example, just linking to the previous section, no, or the previous theme. So, still a way to go, but you puzzle me with your question, because your initial question kind of got me thinking. And it is the political will, which in my opinion is something that it needs to send clear messages as to it is transformative change required, it is transformative change or the seek for transformative change making biodiversity different to other areas of public policy. You know, let's not forget that here we are talking about other areas like housing, education, the fight for budgets and stuff like that. So a few years ago, it was about mainstreaming biodiversity, and now we are going into transformative change. One question there, maybe for the audience and fellow panelists: are we not alienating ourselves into coming up with this new terminology? You know, just to conclude, I coordinated one of the Horizon projects, which it was about, let's call it, complex socio-ecological systems analysis research for the protection of aquatic biodiversity, a project called AquaCross. The success of the project finished as soon as the project ended. You know, we couldn't find any counterpart in the policy divisions between DG Environment or even the EA or anything, someone who would be saying, okay, we are really interested about the results of this project, no? Which is about, in my opinion, one of the preconditions for transformative change is to understand how the system works, no? So yeah, I throw it in there.
Yeah. These are very big words, I think, for everybody, obviously, because transformative change is a very big thing, and it's about system change. Let me link to the research agenda, because as Boyer also said, actually, we need to maybe move away from the 3-year or 5-year projects with a kind of a fixed timing, but we need very much wider, driver-oriented research. So, Gilles, I look at you, of course, for the framework program or the Horizon program. To what extent it's essential for achieving the Green Deal? To what extent is that kind of addressing being addressed by the research and innovation programs? This change, this practice.
Okay, well, actually, what is the origin of all these 40 projects? It was IBES. So IBES 2019, you have the key message transformative change, and that's why as of the work program 21-22, you had call for transformative change. So we really work hand in hand with IBES. So your work, your publications are there to feed the next assessments. And also, once we have an assessment by IBES, we look at the knowledge gaps, what we have to do in terms of policies, but also in terms of research. And that's why, when you look at all the different IBES assessments, they all make sense together. So it's Global Assessment 2019, and then it's linked to the values of nature. So we need to change the way we look at nature and we respect nature. And then the use of wild species, and then you had invasive alien species, and then particularly last year you had transformative change. So what does it mean exactly in details? And also the nexus. So they are together. For transformative change, I had the honor to be EU negotiator, and this is where there was another concept linked to transformative change is nature positive. And we succeeded to get nature positive in the summary for policymakers. And now the next one is on business and biodiversity, because it's really how to translate into all that by the sectors. And so now you have the co-chair of the assessment saying, oh, come on, Gilles, now I have to introduce nature positive everywhere. And yeah, because that's what it means. And so in a way, in terms of research, now we scientists, we have to change ourselves, our narrative. And we have to adapt on what is the next ecosystem we are living in, politically speaking. So we scientists, we cannot do everything. So we have to really convince the entire society to do something. And so the narrative is also to say, this is in your interest, it's for your business. And so, in a way, we will not arrive by saying, oh, protect the butterflies, etc. Many on this planet, they just don't care. But if you say, by the way, if you do that on the river, blah, 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 it will help your company, and then, by the way, it will help the butterflies. So this is where we can make the change. So for the future, we need, with science, to come with proven impact on the ground. We have to be very pragmatic. So it's important to work on the concept, yes, but we have no time to waste. So we have to find all the arguments to convince the others, so to speak their own language. And so that's why there will be other topics on transformative change, yes. In the work program 26-27, there will be one on living labs for transformative change. What does it mean on the ground? And we scientists, we explain to the others. And I would like to add one last thing, is that if you know me, I used to be a smoker. I quit smoking, and I did 48 days ago. And it was necessary, it was urgent, it was complex, but it was possible. We are on this planet. When you look at biodiversity loss, this is where we are. And so this is what we have to explain to business leaders, politicians, etc. We say, oh, we will never do that. If we do not do it, we are doomed. If I did not quit smoking, I was doomed. It's the same.
Thanks a lot for that, Jill, and congratulations on that. Indeed, behavioral change is possible, people. You want to add something to that, Boy?
Yeah.
You don't touch the button.
It's working.
It's on.
Yes, it's working now. Yeah, no, I really like what he said, and I think especially on the part of changing the narrative. And I think one part of changing the narrative is recognizing that it's less about the magnitude of change and the time at which the change occurs, but more about whether the change addresses the underlying structures, it addresses the underlying views and the underlying practices that created the problems in the first place. So I think, to me, that's what constitutes transformative change.
Great, thank you very much. Manuel?
In my area, it's path dependency, no? So we say, I guess that's what you are trying to change. The way things were done in the past, you want to change it. But it's not just about the sectors, because it's also as well about the way we are used to inform decision-making or make decisions or even create regulation, because that needs to go hand by hand with societal transformative change. Otherwise, we will be back to examples like reducing diffuse sources of agricultural pollution. How we are going to deal with the problem if there are no clear regulations to put it in practice, no? The damage it's doing to aquatic freshwater ecosystems, or is
okay.
Definitely.
Thank you very much on that. I'll open the floor now. It's okay. Did you want to add something, Jonas?
I just wanted to say that we had the pleasure of attending a seminar with Professor Karen O'Brien once in the Research Council, and then I learned that this is about the first question that you didn't ask. But it's about what was transformative change for you originally. For me, it was originally a concept that I could use for funding research, basically, and then came all the other processes already mentioned. But I think also transformative change is about total systems change on all levels. But what I've learned from Professor O'Brien and her colleagues is that you matter more than you think. That's actually a book she wrote. So it's about how we, as individuals, also. It's very important.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Last word on that.
Very quickly, communication. We are in times of disinformation. And that's what we discussed at the Alternate Conference. As scientists, we have to speak up. We are part of the society. And one very good occasion for that will be the next IBES plenary on business and biodiversity. So please communicate all your projects. What does it mean? There was an excellent example that I learned yesterday at the Network Nature event. When you plant hedgerows to protect a crop, you know there will be more biodiversity. But actually, the impact is 3 times faster than when you just leave nature. And then what does it mean? Jobs. Some farmers will change and will plant hedgerows, etc. We are changing, but they are still working with nature. So it's a win-win for everybody, but always with biodiversity in mind. And just to finish by saying, now that I am a non-smoker, maybe I became a butterfly. So thank you.
Exactly.
Just to say one thing about the butterfly metaphor, I think transformative. I mean, like a butterfly, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Transformation brings an end to the old and a new beginning to the new.
Very nice words. Thank you for that. Any nice words from the audience? I open the floor to everyone online. If you have a question, put in the name of the person you want to address. And also here in the audience, any questions to the panel? Philippe, any more?
Yeah, I won't ask my question to Gilles. We'll talk about ending smoking. No, my question is, so you call for interdisciplinarity, everybody's convinced in the room. But in our interaction with people who are shaping macroeconomic policy in the EU, it's not that easy. They don't call for and multidisciplinarity, sorry. How could we convince mainstream economists to integrate findings from other disciplines?
If I may.
Manuel, yes, you may.
Yeah, the original question Ben sent us was how we started about to know about transformative change as a concept, no? I had work in the water management and the evaluation of economic policy instruments for water management. As you can imagine, it was a very silo type of approach where people set up tariffs, charges, and all that. My quick answer to you is impossible to reach or to speak to those who actually are part of Treasury. Basically, normally, not sure how we could engage, but they are fundamental because we are kind of like trying to target a problem, in my opinion, with one hand in our back, tied into our back, which is the ability to be using some kind of like policy instruments which are very powerful and could help us to find these win-win solutions. And unless they are not encouraged to think, propose and promote these instruments, we may not be scaling up the full potential of what protection that we need, no? Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? I see a hand raised. Okay, person over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was very interesting, especially about the narratives, because in my mind, this transformative change is tackling all society. And there were narratives like, how can you change your narrative for a company? Like if you do this, improves the stream and then goes to the butterflies. It's quite nice. But then also the private sector has a good reason to say, yes, but I don't know, the consumer doesn't demand for this or this. So what would be narratives that you can tell the main society, like those who really are the majority of people who need to transform? How could a narrative look like?
I think probably simply the narrative can be framed around the fact that if we are to see transformative change, then that paradigm shift requires the whole of society. All of us need to do our part. We need to renew and review, like we've been saying, question our views, question our structures, question everything else if we are to see the transformative change that we are eagerly wanting to see, especially within the socio-ecological space. So it requires just, simply saying, it needs a fundamental shift in paradigms. And for us to get there, we need the whole of society to take part.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And Gilles, add something?
Yeah, I would say the narrative "save the whales" did not work. Huh? So we have to change that narrative. And now it's about risk. It's about financial risk. And now they are listening. So if we have the World Economic Forum or the EIB doing more and more on biodiversity, it's not because they like whales. Huh? We have new allies. So you have the coalition Business for Nature with hundreds of companies, big ones. You have Finance for Biodiversity. They were attending the Network Nature event yesterday about nature-based solutions because they understand they are not stupid. There are good surprises. So some companies really start to understand, oh shit, we have to do something, but not to use it for communication or their customers. It's really because it's the basis of their business. One company 2 weeks ago told us, oh yeah, by the way, we put 3 million euros for the rivers close by to our factory because we want to have clean water. They were not doing that for the frogs, but the frogs will be happy. And at the end, we really have, in a way, to hide the biodiversity element and just to say, oh, and by the way, thank you. And this is how we will change. For the rest, the entire society, yes, education, clear. All kids should know, and it should be integrated into curricula. I had a very good surprise to be interviewed by the daughter of one of my friends, and she's in the first year of Economics University in Brussels, and she had something to do about plastic pollution. And I said, well, this is a very good surprise because your dad was in the same studies 25 years ago and nobody cared. And so now you are in the first year and you do something on plastic pollution? Yeah, because there is a risk. So we are changing. Huh?
Thank you for that. I want to just take one more question from this man who's been waiting for a while, and then we have to wrap up.
Yeah, let me just add to just one second.
One word.
Yes, and I think one of the simple narratives that we can bring along is to shift from talking about managing biodiversity and nature to talking about caring for biodiversity and nature. I think that simple narrative change can be really impactful. Let's move away from managing to caring about nature.
Thank you very much. Mr. Please.
My name is Gert-Jan Storm. I represent a member of the large stakeholder board. I would like to come back to the issue that Boipelo raised about it's one thing to talk about the number of hectares of land to restore, who controls and who decides. And by way of a simple example of what we are involved in, one of the things we are looking at is to give room to the concept of a digital biodiversity economy initiative, which is launched by South Africa and maybe on the agenda of the G20. When I refer to that, it is to say that we have partners in the field in Southern Africa, in wildlife preservation and in forest conservation. And we have also a network related to the Democratic Republic of Congo to address issues of mining and deforestation. The latter issue is connected to the persistent unsustainable production and consumption patterns in economies with large environmental footprints. And what we will do to cut it short, but just to give a color to what we hope to achieve, is to make a contribution both to this general concept, which was, by the way, formulated by UNDP South Africa in combination with South Africa, to present at a side event in Benin on the 10th of October next month our reflections about these issues, and it will, amongst others, be about free, prior informed consent for indigenous peoples and local communities when it is about digital applications, and the theme is governance for the Francophone African countries where we hope to contribute. And AI and data are a prominent issue on the agenda there, where the UNCTAD report 2025 Digital Economy works wonders to tell us what it is about.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Digital biodiversity economics, don't forget, a new term, at least for me it is, so thanks for sharing. And thanks for the panel, warm applause for the panel. This was sorry, Jonas and Jill, if you expected different questions. I had so many questions that I haven't been able to address, so this is indeed also part of transformative change, doing the difference differently. The next session is on how nature can work to tackle societal challenges. Yeah, clearly a link with the transformative change session that we just had, but this one will be on nature-based solutions. I'll just introduce the panelists, the speakers for this panel. The first is Chiara Baldacchini. Chiara, please join the stage. Associate Professor of Applied Physics at the University of Tuscia, representing the Italian Ministry of University and Research in the Executive Board of Biodiversa. And she's co-leader of Work Package 3 and on nature-based solutions and business and biodiversity. And Chiara will showcase highlights from nature-based solutions activities done under the Biodiversity Partnership.
May I?
You may. There you go.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. It is for changing.
The green button.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I've been already presented. I'm so happy to be here. And you can read there, which is the topic of my talk. I will so present briefly in these 10 minutes the highlights I have selected from the Nature-Based Solutions Flagships. For those who maybe still don't know what Nature-Based Solutions are, I have prepared these slides where you can see the timeline of the evolution of the NBS framework, and then you can read on the right side the United Nations definition, the unified NBS definition, which has been finally released in 2022. I generally start my presentation with this slide to let the people be aware of what exactly now nature-based solutions are intended to be, because the process that led to the unified definition has been long, and it started, as you see, in the first years of this millennium, of this century, and involved many important actors, the European Commission, the IUCN, and the World Bank. But at the end, the final definition has been released. And this is a propedeutic step towards the introduction of the NBS concept in policy and practice, because if you want to introduce a new concept, because nature-based solutions are a new way of doing things, basically. That's why they are so strongly correlated with transformative change, of course. You have to agree about what they are, otherwise you cannot write it down, okay? And so the United definition say that nature-based solutions are actions to protect, conserve, restore, sustainable, and use and manage, blah, blah, blah. Ecosystem. So the first point is NBS are actions which are based on actions on ecosystem-based approaches. And you use NBS to solve problems, they are solutions, by ecosystem-based approaches to obtain multifunctional benefits. So you don't have to make an NBS to solve just one problem, but to solve one problem while providing benefits to everything, to the environment, to the humans, and to the biodiversity. And these benefits that you are going to provide and the solution you are going to provide has to be proved. So the management should be adaptive. You have to demonstrate that you are solving the problem, and if you are not, you have to change the management and adapt it, by the way. So according to this solution, NBS has been recently, after that, introduced first in the Global Biodiversity Framework as the tool that can be used for reaching 2 of the 21 targets of the incremental biodiversity framework, but it's strongly related also to a third one. And after that is being introduced also into the, of course, one tool that can be used to implement the natural restoration regulation. Why? So just to clarify, so which is the difference between restoration and NBS? Restoration is one of the approaches that are used when you implement a nature-based solution. So restoration is a tool in NBS implementation, and so NBS implementation, so deciding to doing things according to this new way, will help the natural regulation restoration to get its target, because NBS implementation will use also restoration approaches. And thus, you will facilitate the natural restoration regulation targets because they require nature restoration, and so it's a loop that you can favorite by implementing nature-based solutions. Saying that, which is the role of Biodiversa in all this history? Seminal, I will say, because Biodiversa partnership, the first one, was already running when the nature-based solution concept appeared in the landscape, and in 2014, Biodiversa organized a workshop in which stakeholders and relevant partners were interrogated about what nature-based solutions should be and how they could be classified. Many seminal output came from that workshop that then fed one seminal paper that everyone is involved in nature-based solution knows very well. And for instance, it contains the first and actually still mostly used classification of NBS type, which is called the Diagrammon typology, that classified nature-based solutions in type 1, 2, and 3 according to the type of impact that the intervention has on the ecosystems, basically. So everyone is in the NBS community, yes, someone is shaking their hands, knows what does it mean type 1, type 2, and type 3 in connection with NBS. This is an output of Biodiversa, definitely, nobody knows, out from here. And I would like to repeat it every time. And starting from this, it was clear the nexus in between biodiversity and nature-based solutions. So when Biodiversa Plus started, nature-based solution was included into the strategic and research and innovation agenda of the new partnership as a cross-cutting team. So a team that should be across all the partnerships development. And according to this, flagship number 3, was introduced, which is called Better Knowledge to Develop, Deploy, and Assess Nature-Based Solutions. What does it mean, a flagship? So this means that Biodiversa Plus should address and explore and study and develop concepts in connection with this topic across all the partnerships, not just in the work package, which is dedicated to nature-based solutions that also exists, and is work package 3, promote and support NBS and valuation of biodiversity in private sector. And there's a link, there is a link now between NBS and business and biodiversity actions, where, as Jill perfectly said a few minutes ago. Okay, and so this is a small overview of the NBS flagships in biodiversity, in Biodiversa Plus, which are the main output that these flagships obtained in the last 4 years. We are almost ending the 4th years of Biodiversa Plus. Building better knowledge on NBS was the aim. No? How to build this knowledge? First, Biodiversa Plus decided to build better knowledge on NBS and on their nexus with biodiversity, of course, by funding. 2 years ago, the call named BioDiv NBS was released in 223rd, and we had the kickoff of the funded project last April in Montpellier. It was a very nice experience. And here you can find a small overview. 183 pre-proposal was submitted. At the end of the screening project, 34 projects were founded, with a success rate of 12.6%, and over 41 million of euros was invested by the partners and by the Commission to promote better knowledge on NBS in the context of Biodiversa Plus. The call was divided into 3 different teams that was focusing on the relationship within and trade-off of nature-based solutions in human well-being, in biodiversity loss, and in just transformative changes. There is a word more, just. Take care about it, which is relevant. Okay. And if you want to know who gets this funding, this is an overview of the principal investigators country of the funded project. You can see that the 4 countries that were more represented among the principal investigators, okay, are Sweden, Spain, Italy, and Netherlands, but many different countries was represented as principal investigators level. And also I would like to again stress the presence of, among the partners of the project, of the 7% of the partners was from the private sector, and which is crucial, as we said before. If you want to know more, you can check the QR code, and on the Biodiversa Plus site, you will find the report about the funding project. Or we can also build knowledge by clustering. Clustering the competencies within the projects by using the tools which is called Knowledge Hub. Each project, not each project call, some project calls in Biodiversa and in Biodiversa Plus can establish Knowledge Hub. I will tell you more about, for instance, the BioDiv Clean Knowledge Hub, which was focusing on the relationship between nature-based solutions and climate change. Or we can build more knowledge. We have been building more knowledge by clustering with other relevant initiatives in workshops, as the one organized by Jonas in February that has been mentioned before, or in the context of different other initiatives such as Nature Network that is having their annual event in these years in Brussels, which is coordinated. How many minutes I have still?
No more minutes.
Okay. So this is the Knowledge Hub, but you can find more on the website. And this is Network, which is a great platform. You have to check the website. And the third way of building knowledge is by capitalizing. And this is an activity which has been, during this year, run across all the work packages, as you can see, by building knowledge, by capitalizing on the landscape mapping in work package 3, or by putting into evidence success stories on NBS. And also, this will Valentina tell you more about this later, so you don't need me to talk about it. And also about putting on the plate specific questions to build the knowledge on the capitalizing on the previous experience to build the future. So there are crucial questions about MBS that have been addressed by WP4. There are some more that will be addressed in the third installment. So stay tuned, because the work of this flagship is not finished yet, but my work here is finished. So I will take the opportunity to leave you the contact of people that will be here in the future next 3 years, and to thanks my colleagues in Work Package 3 and DOT and DB and everything I met during my work with Biodiversa.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chiara. And there's so many highlights that you had to present, so sorry for the rush. That was very good. And also thanks for bringing in the Egermont typology. Brings Hilde a bit in the room, I think. And two reminders that transformative change has to be just. Indeed, not just for everything. One household thing in between those of you who have arrived late and haven't registered yet, please can you still do so with people in the back, so you get a badge and you can sign your registration here. So just for those who have arrived late, and welcome, by the way. Then I invite Lars Dinesen. Lars Dinesen, a senior advisor at the IBES Denmark and co-leader of the same Biodiversity Work Package 3. And do I have it right? This is also a kind of a duo presentation with Valentina Verducci, or is it after you? Is it a single one? Single one. At the moment. At the moment. Go ahead, Lars.
Where's the...
Here's the green button for the transition. Yeah. Only the big green button, the arrow. Yeah. Okay.
You hear me? Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. I'm going to bring in business to the forum today in 5 minutes, so I'll be very quick. I'm representing the Innovation Fund in Denmark, and from 1st of October, an agency in the ministry in Denmark. And I'm also dealing with IBES in my daily work. And as Jill said, I think the next IBES assessment will be exactly on business and biodiversity, and for very good reasons. So linking business with NBS, I think is very obvious, and I think there are millions of opportunities as a business to contribute to NBS, going from strict protection, restoration, and also all these opportunities within monitoring, biodiversity baseline, so on, so forth. You can claim that that's something I'm stating, but actually the World Economic Forum is stating the same. I mean, maybe my presentation should have been before the plenary. Jill have said some of it already there. I mean, without business sector, we will not turn around the loss of biodiversity. We need to have the business sector on board. These figures are from the Nexus assessment of IBES, and the main point is just that the harmful activities and the flows of finance and economy to harmful activities on biodiversity is about 35 times larger than the positive ones, and that the business sector is really contributing a lot. So we need to change that, and as it was said also, that businesses are dependent on biodiversity. This photo, by the way, is a raised bog in northern Europe. It looked like that 10, 15 years ago, and now it is on its way to be restored. I think we have momentum. You can discuss whether we have it. Philippe said we are kind of in a mode of implementation. So there is the momentum which we should use to engage with businesses, both at the global level and at the EU level, although we have the EU or the omnibus package pausing many of these activities and the regulations policies coming from the EU. What is really crucial, I think, and what is an asset of this partnership is the national level. We need really to support initiatives and support partners at national level and to implement these things at national levels in the various ways while we have this momentum. Oh, my dear. We have a number, I mean, hundreds of methods, approaches, matrix, and so on out there. Some of them might be too complicated. This is the science-based targets. What we have done in Work Package 3 is to provide this mapping report, trying to provide an overview of the stakeholders, of the methods, metrics, of the EU policies, global policies, and also try to identify research gaps and opportunities. And this report, together with the reports mentioned earlier on data flow from business in and out of business dealt with by Work Package 3 will be published in a month's time. So stay tuned for these reports. And please also provide feedback. We will have an updated final version, or not final, but another version at the end of the partnership. So please provide feedback when it's out. And just to mention a very few insights, I'll be very quick. As it was also mentioned, we have actually businesses going in front of governments. Business for Nature, an alliance of businesses, are insisting on mandatory, ambitious, and transparent targets. In the Montreal meeting, for instance, on the GBF targets, they were calling loudly for that. They have been supporting the nature restoration regulation. And we also, as one example, the Norwegian bank, Storebrand, have said loudly and clear they will not invest in companies involved in deep sea mining. Ahead of their government, later the government stopped these initiatives. So we see companies and the business sector going in front now, being ambitious, which is quite interesting. Ending up just with a very few examples of collaboration between research and the business sector. This has been led by Julie de Bouville, and I am concerned I cannot mention them in very many details, but there's one in Sveaskog, a Swedish logging company, now collaborating with the researchers on biodiversity, setting aside now land for biodiversity without logging and avoiding clear felling, and the Royal Dutch Air Force also collaborating with researchers on migratory birds and radar weather data to avoid collisions and also to shut down windmills to let birds pass by. And this is the last slide, and just to echo what is coming out from the World Economic Forum, a new nature positive economy may generate $10 billion in annual business value and create up to 400 million jobs in 2030. So there's a lot of opportunities out there if we move on this transformative pathway. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Lars. Thank you for sharing. This is very productive work package, I have the impression. It's very rich in the outputs and the ideas. And there is more to come from Valentina Verducci, fellow researcher for the National Biodiversity Future Center in Italy, a project of the same Italian Ministry of University and Research, and also on Work Package 3. More experiences on NBS. For the slide transition, the green button. And this. Yeah. Are you okay like this? Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity for sharing more about my work for Biodiversa. I am a researcher from the Italian National Research Council, and I indeed worked on Biodiversa Work Package 3. And today I'm going to tell you more about the challenges and opportunities for nature-based solutions knowledge dissemination. So to start, I will start with giving you a little bit of context, also because Chiara didn't make it on time to explain about these documents. So my work focused on mainly two milestones of Work Package 3. The first milestone, the milestone 183, that I co-authored together with Chiara Baldacchini and Chiara Catalano, provide guidelines for the systematic upload and update of nature-based solutions case studies from Biodiversa Plus projects to the appropriate nature-based solutions repositories. While the milestone 186 is a follow-up document that tested the validity and the usability of the guidelines. And so starting from these milestones and the related milestone 69, we actually further elaborated the analysis to investigate the barriers and gaps that emerged. And we actually synthesized the discussion in a forthcoming article. To develop the guidelines, together with my research team, we carried out an extensive study on nature-based solutions resources, digital resources. So for the purpose of the analysis, we categorize the resources based on characteristics and functions. This not only revealed the width, but also the complexity of the nature-based solutions knowledge landscape that for sure represents an important challenge, but also there are a multitude of resources available for the purpose of the guidelines. We identified 115, and when we expanded the database, we actually found more than double this number. But the categorization we used highlights possible barriers and gaps. For example, the imbalance and disconnection between theory and practice. Complementary to the guidelines, the milestone 186 tested their applicability and usability of associated resources. There are, as you can see, the interactive flowchart and the repository profiles. The challenges we encountered in the development of this milestone underline the timing-related barriers that are for sure an important barrier to nature-based solutions knowledge uptake. And this highlights the need to tailor strategic dissemination strategies, also supported by the positive feedback received on the resources we made. Also, based on the positive feedback that we received on the resources that we prepared for the dissemination of project results, the dissemination can be significantly facilitated by tailored and user-friendly guidance, ultimately contributing to the uptake of nature-based solutions. So, to wrap up, the analysis behind these milestones revealed interesting patterns and trends that showed us challenges and opportunities in terms of research and policy, encompassing both the theory and the practice of nature-based solutions. Starting from the complexity of the nature-based solution landscape, that is for sure a challenge. The wide availability of resources also provide many opportunities for fostering nature-based solutions knowledge uptake. Also, the gap, the disconnection that there is between theory and practice, that also represents an important barrier to nature-based solutions knowledge uptake, should be considered as a priority for future investments in nature-based solutions research. And among the identified challenges in practice, time-related barriers can be tackled through a strategic approach to the dissemination of project results. And to close the circle, in this complex nature-based solutions knowledge landscape that is continuously growing, as we also mentioned with AI, also contributing to information overload, significant barrier to uptake that create significant barriers to the uptake of nature-based solutions knowledge. However, this can be navigated way more easily and effectively with the support of tailored guidance. If you want to have a look at the interactive tools, you can find them at the QR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Valentina, for sharing these experiences and outcomes. There will be time for questions also to these speakers, but we now go into the last panel of today, the panel that will obviously look into nature-based solutions and addresses the question on what makes successful nature-based solution. And for that, I'll pass the honor for moderating to Marie Touchon. Marie Touchon is from the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, and she will take hold of this panel and invite the panelists to the stage. So, Marie,
is this working? Yes.
Over to you.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Marie Touchon. I'm pronounced as she, her, hers, and I'm a marine conservationist as my day job. And I also volunteer for the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, Gibbon, and Gibbon Europe. So the regional chapter of Gibbon is part of the enlarged sectoral board of Biodiversa Plus. So that's why we're here. And we've been asked by Biodiversa Plus to moderate this panel, which is why I'm on stage instead of Ben. And I have to say that is a tough act to follow, because you've been doing such an amazing job. So quick intro on Gibbon, and then I'll get our amazing speakers on. We are a global network that unites youth organizations and youth in general for the protection of biodiversity, and we are the official representative for youth in CBD processes. So that's kind of like what we do, and we have kind of a global team and policy team that follows all the negotiations. We also have national and regional chapters. So I'm presenting Gibbon Europe. So for this panel, I'm going to ask our panelists to come on. Could I have Claudia Ituarte Lima, who is the PI Defend Biodiv NBS call, and also an international public lawyer and scholar with over 2 decades of experience at the intersection of human rights, biodiversity, and climate change law and policy. Also, Karine Bilot, who is a marine conservationist and works as a senior marine ecology specialist at Ørsted, based in The Hague, and works on projects that both minimize the impacts of offshore wind developments on the marine environment and to create a positive impact on biodiversity in our wind farms. And Gilles Doignon, who we've heard and who's been introduced, but just one detail again. Gilles is a team leader on biodiversity and NBS at DG Research and Innovation. So that's who we have today. So in terms of, mics will be amazing. Thank you so much. That's great. I was going to start with talking about the definition of NBS, but you've seen it twice, so I think we can skip that part. But I will come back on definition itself a bit later. So in recent years, the term has gained so much popularity, and you can find it in countless funding calls and policy rooms. And it's emphasized for its potential as a tool for climate mitigation while protecting biodiversity. But there are serious concerns surrounding the concept, which sometimes are not brought upon. So first, as much as the definition has been agreed at UNA 5, it's not recognized by everyone. You will see different websites using different definitions of nature-based solutions, and this lack of universally used definition leaves room for interpretation and therefore sometimes risks and concerns. Some of the risks and concerns, first, the concept has been used by fossil fuel companies and high-emitting countries to avoid having to reduce emissions and eventually, and basically offset these emissions via nature-based solutions and biodiversity, which kind of leads to NBS being used as a greenwashing tool in some cases and a distraction from the urgent need to reduce emissions. Another concern is human rights violations, because there's many cases where those nature-based solutions projects need land and things to protect and restore, and it has led to some cases of land grabbing and displacement of indigenous peoples and local communities. In terms of, it also means that in some cases, nature-based solutions have been used as a tool for carbon colonialism, whereby wealthier countries outsource their emissions to less wealthy countries. So these are some of the concerns and issues which I'm hoping we can move, away from. And yes, and then without a very strict use of a definition, it can be used to put forward projects that can be harmful to local communities. But nature-based solutions have also been presented, as we've heard also before, as an opportunity to rally efforts, communication, and funding to advance actions to protect biodiversity. And considering the prevalence and popularity of nature-based solutions and the concerns I've just shared, there's many calls for strict guidelines and safeguards with the use of rights-based and ecosystem-based approaches. And so I will now, in this context, ask my panelists to kind of give their take on this. And I really want to kind of know if, nature-based solutions are relevant and can they be impactful for people, biodiversity, and climate? And in short, what makes a successful nature-based solution? So I'm going to ask all of you to give a little statement on your experience and what you think. And then we're going to have questions with Q&As, if that's okay. So yeah, would you like to start, Claudia?
Sure. Yes. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'll start with a question. In your own work, have you thought about the role of law on either facilitating nature positive and just solutions? Or has law been frustrating this ecosystem-based adaptation and positive sustainability transformation? So please raise your hand. Who has been thinking about or experiencing law facilitating? Okay. And who has experienced law frustrating? Okay, so that's the paradox of law. That's the paradox. If we think about just the last 5 years, tremendous gains have been made in the international arena. The seeds of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment were planted in 1972 in the Stockholm Conference. And it was until now that the UN General Assembly recognized these rights, thanks to the amazing work of many biosphere defenders. And biosphere defenders, what I mean is those at the front lines of advancing biodiversity, climate, water solutions. And yet, the law has been also used to criminalize environmental human rights defenders. The abuse of the law, killings. Global Witness has recorded from the time the Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015, more than 1,500 environmental human rights defenders killed. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're not talking here about threats and so on. So what's next? Can we imagine a world in which everyone has access to information, is able to participate, has justice when harm has been done, where environmental human rights defenders can create their work in a safe manner? Can we imagine a world with gender equality, where everyone everywhere can propose and catalyze these solutions? Well, that's exactly what Target 22 and 23 of the Global Biodiversity Framework is about. States have committed to this. And here I will argue that having a spotlight on these two targets can help us achieve all the biodiversity targets, including 8, 11, and 12 that concern climate and biodiversity integrated efforts. And I would like to end, we just heard about knowledge mobilization, and
this is critical. And for people who are interested in this specific topic of environmental human rights defenders, some of the insights of our Biodiversa plus the FENBio project and other studies, we will be presenting the findings in the European Parliament next week. And we really think that those efforts need to really be scaled out and scale up. Scale up to the European Parliament, to the Conference of the Parties, not only of the Biodiversity Convention, but also the upcoming, for example, Climate Conference of the Parties in Belém. So thank you.
I already have a microphone, thanks. Thank you for inviting, and nice to meet the panel as well. So, as Marie was saying, I work at Ørsted, an offshore wind developer. And I have started there 2 years ago as a marine ecologist, and I was very excited about the opportunity to work on biodiversity within wind farms. I have a background in conservation. I worked most of my career at WWF. And I really saw an opportunity to not just aim for no net loss, but really see how we can have a positive reframe by thinking of biodiversity restoration, or at least nature restoration within wind farms, which there are some opportunities for us. It also has a big risk of greenwashing, as was said. And I think I am normally very pragmatic and practical, and I really wish not to spend too much time on semantics, but I do think it's very important to get our language right. I also think it's very important to just get going and to start implementing projects, learn by doing, and I think in the Netherlands we've seen many examples of this. Partially because of the strong NGO sector collaboration that was fostered, for example, by the Rich North Sea, a group of NGOs and industry parties that really joined forces to see how you can restore nature within wind farms. And to me, that's the most interesting. Let's not debate too long how we shall call it, but we need to start learning by doing. And of course, then you also quickly learn that pilots are not going to save the world. We're not going to create nature. Nature is only in need for building up resilience again, and it will be able to restore most of it itself as long as we leave it alone and we give it a boost where needed. And I think that is really key, that we don't make this overly engineered concept on paper first and start trying and then realize it's quite tough, and we need different allies than the ones that we've so far looked for, I think. And maybe that's also later on in the panel discussion, that my biggest allies as an ecologist are the engineers. I have learned a lot from them about what works offshore, what doesn't. A lot of my pretty ideas have died within the first hour of having a discussion with engineers. So I think that is my first and foremost sort of message to everyone I speak to. Let's just get going. The logistics are often a lot harder than the biodiversity itself. So, and also I think let's invite everyone who has an opinion, who has constructive contributions, to scrutinize our approach and to hold us accountable, because I think we were lucky that our CEO announced a biodiversity ambition without probably really knowing what he committed to. And that has given us some public profile to deliver on it and to be held accountable. Our biodiversity ambition is to be realized in all projects commissioned post-2030. That sounds like a very long time, but it also requires a lot of planning, and I think a lot of the lessons that we've learned need to now really be integrated in the design of what we do. But so not so much an answer to your question, but I think the learning by doing is my main take-home message.
Well, I have to confess something, even to my head of unit. When I applied 3 years ago for the position of team leader biodiversity and nature-based solutions, I was like, oh, cool, biodiversity. But nature-based solution, is that a gadget, green wall, green roof? And actually, well, no, it's very, very important. I learned a lot already in 1 month. We have to speak about definition, but if you have to tell to somebody what is an NBS, it's really to work with nature and people, for nature and people. So you have always the biodiversity element. That's very important. So you will bring back nature, and it's not necessarily related to climate. Many NBS are, but not all. And actually, it's very difficult to speak about NBS in general because you have thousands and thousands of different nature-based solutions. Some are very sophisticated. You can do agriculture in a city on your walls, but some are just very traditional. And we humans implemented them for hundreds of years, and we just forgot about them. And also they reply to many different challenges. It could be water, it could be air quality, etc. But the biodiversity element is very, very important. Personally, I think that we humans, we will implement nature-based solutions everywhere on this planet in this century, because that will be the way to really work with nature as an ally for the challenges we created. The good news are that we in Europe, the EU, we are global leader on research, by far. And so we have 105 projects, research projects on nature-based solutions, plus the ones of Biodiversa Plus. We help others. So at the COP16, thanks to OPLA, the platform on NBS and Network Nature, we also helped for the creation of the South American platform, so Naturalezza Transformativa. So really to work together. And for that, I have a wonderful example of the use of traditional knowledge, indigenous people. I heard that in one of the projects, it was the mayor of a very small French village. And they had an issue. They really wanted to change the river because they wanted to go to normal river plus tourism, etc. They asked experts, tourism experts, engineers, etc. But then the mayor was on holidays in Bolivia, and he met an indigenous leader, and he said, well, maybe you are the one who can help us. So the small village invited the leader to France. It was the first time that the guy took a plane. And so when the leader arrived in the village, he said, you have to do that. It was in 1 second. And so all the other experts checking, well, actually he's right. And it was like, if you do that, you have the stones, and it helps the fish, and it helps the forest, so you have more tourists, and this is the road, etc. It was instinctive. So we have to listen to the knowledge we lost. And that's why also we succeeded to get the wording nature-based solutions and the definition of UNEA 5 in the values assessment. That was a big win. I have so many things to say, but just really to show that we have a momentum on nature-based solutions. And with our team, this is our strategy to sell biodiversity. We will use NBS as the door. Probably you did not notice, but last Wednesday it was the State of the European Union speech by President von der Leyen. It's the very first time that nature-based solution was mentioned. So it's at the top. So it means we have to do more. Good. And so this is really our angle. And also, thanks to France, next year, France will host the very first global conference on nature-based solutions. We don't know if it's in Paris or Lyon, but this is really to show that we are leading in terms of research, but then we have also many, many things to implement. Probably the second question. Thank you.
Thank you. I might ask you to shout at me, time-wise, because we lost the track a little bit. Thank you. But all three of you have kind of covered my first question, which was, whether nature-based solutions are relevant and how they can be truly impactful for nature and people. So I was wondering if we could start maybe with Karine on how do you ensure active engagement of relevant NBS actors in the design, implementation, and monitoring of fair and efficient nature-based solutions?
Yeah. Yeah, good question. I think it's hyper context specific. Who are your actors? And engagement in itself is not a goal. I think you are engaging with stakeholders because they have values and knowledge and experiences that you might be able to take on in your design and implementation of nature-based solutions. And in the Dutch context, which is where I work, I've found, as I said, the collaboration with engineers and technicians and ocean users most relevant, most useful. I think we need the practical experience of those that have been at sea, that are there on a daily basis, and that might be the ones that do the observations that are relevant to assess nature-based solution performance or needs even. So I think it's those ocean users that are first and foremost my stakeholders in designing and implementing biodiversity initiatives, as we call them. But I think it's been very clear, for example, in the optimization of scour protection, so the stones that are installed around the turbines, that there is so many opportunities for mimicking biogenic reefs, or that there is a way of reintroducing species that are relevant for the North Sea ecosystem. So we've been working with engineers and technicians on installation of oyster structures to bring back European flat oyster. And it's been just really interesting to see how we can integrate this in daily workflows, or how we can find synergies with the O&M team, so the operations and maintenance teams. How can we make sure that we don't have extra vessel movement or have extra sort of emissions and costs going into a project that is equally effective if we know how to integrate it? And I think this is still very much an add-on example. What is now needed is for the scaling up, how can we do this at the design phase? So sit back, go back to the drawing table. How can we integrate a lot of the knowledge in a very early phase, and that requires the engineers again.
I really like, throughout the day, we've heard a lot about engineers and also interdisciplinarity in general, and having discussion across disciplines. So it's quite interesting to see that permeating through the day, including scaling up, a lot of scaling up happening. Based on this, and also both of your interventions on need for law and the need, listening to a lot of actors as well, would you mind, Claudia and Jill, you only have a few minutes, I'm really sorry, go through how can initiatives led by youth, women, indigenous peoples and local communities be supported by legal and institutional frameworks for advancing effective and just nature-based solutions? Do you want to start, Claudia?
Yes, this is a very relevant question, and I will highlight 3 main points. And these are issues that we are doing within the context of our Defend Biodiversa project. So investigating, really understanding what is working for biosphere defenders in the front line of safeguarding ecosystems, nature, culture. Second, legally empowering those at the front lines. Why? Well, law is not only an abstract concept. It can have very concrete consequences. And how do we do that? Well, if we're talking about biodiversity, how do we weave together the Convention on Biological Diversity with other treaties? Here we can think about the Aarhus Convention, although it started as an European treaty. Now it's open for all countries to be parties. And then you also have specific regional treaties, such as the Escazú Agreement on Information, Participation, Access to Justice in Latin America and the Caribbean, that we can learn from, as it is the only plurilateral treaty that has specific provision on environmental human rights defenders. And third, by co-creating an enabling environment, in which we have been talking about scaling up. And that's critically important, such as I gave you the example of the EU Parliament that we're presenting this study that I developed together with 2 colleagues. But also scaling out. What do you mean by that? How can for example, the community in Bolivia was able to come with their own locally driven example to inspire another locally driven action. So to conclude, do we have hope? that this will happen in the turbulent times that we're living? I believe we have a responsibility to have hope. I hear frontlines defenders risking their life to do so. So I think each of us in our own positionality have the responsibility to really act for the future of present and future generations. So thank you.
Yeah, I will start by saying that we will never succeed if we do not have on board the farmers, the fishermen, the urban planners, etc. But it means that we need also the young and female farmers, fishermen, etc. For the work program, specifically EU, there will be a new topic on nature-based solution and also the one on living labs for transformative change. Both have to be inclusive and intersectional, so we really take care of that. Two things. Yesterday was the Network Nature event. There were more than 800 registrations, so we have a momentum, and I have to say that in the room, half of the people were less than 30 years old. So there is a new generation, so it gives really hope. And also we have many contacts with universities for young architects, etc. Yeah, sorry. Just one last thing I would like to mention is specifically on farming, because this is really one of the first sources of biodiversity loss. Now we are working specifically on projects linking NBS and agriculture, and we are doing that with DG Agri. And really we want to be pragmatic and also to show what does not work, as Philippe said, because we really have to build trust and dialogue with everybody to have the impacts on the ground. So if it's only publication that some people will read, it's useless. We need really to work all together. So anybody from the society, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for amazing interventions. I realize I do not enjoy telling people to wrap up because this was really interesting. And I think I'm going to let Ben kind of lead from now on. Thank you so much.
You can stay on stage if you like, Marie. Feel free to stay as well, obviously. And I think this is the last opportunity to ask the audience, to give the last word to the audience, for today at least, to give the word. We already have one enthusiastic hand up and another hand. So also people online, if you're still with us, last moment for questions for today. There is a question online.
I have a question more for our work package 3 co-leaders. So Lars and Chiara.
Okay, Valentina, Lars, Diana. Chiara, please, can you join on stage as well? We have a question for Chiara. Please go ahead.
So the question is, Biodiversa implementing or planning activities with the Mission Climate Adaptation Secretariat on NBS, considering the possible portfolio of projects also covering NBS.
Did you get that? Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, sure. Is Biodiversa Plus implementing or planning activities with the Mission Climate Adaptation Secretariat on NBS?
Actually, I think that I'm not the right person to answer this question.
Philip, feel free to join us on stage. It's getting cozy here.
Well, I'm the Deputy Mission Manager for the Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change, so I hope that Biodiversa is working with the Mission Secretariat. I'm not aware of the exact links, but now in the mission we have 43 projects running. The mission is really delivering, and the integration of biodiversity should be impeccable, because NBS are really at the core of the mission. So I don't know if this helps, but I will check whether there are some links and concrete collaboration.
Okay, thanks for raising the question, indeed. Yeah, thanks. I saw a question from the man in the front.
Yeah, so, well, I'm pretty skeptical of the whole NBS narrative, I think. At least I think we should be very worried, or worry we should be careful when we use it. So I have a question about it has been the definition of nature-based solutions has been mentioned a few times. So just to go back to that, you have all pointed to a definition that states that the use should be sustainable, but I have a question as to what that actually means, and if you agree that we have a baseline issue here, problem that we're working with. Because if you look at like what sustainable use means, like it has to go back to something, some level of something that is stable, right? But what does that mean for biodiversity? Why? Like when is, let's say, human health less important than biodiversity, and when does biodiversity take the stage? Like how do you define what level of biodiversity is enough? Like, do you agree that we have a problem with defining this, and what do we do about it?
Gilles, you have an answer, and Chiara as well. Gilles first.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that it's complex. The definition came from IUCN, then there was a European Commission definition where sustainable use was added. So it was, IUCN was more on protection restoration, and then UNEA 5 where everybody added things, very complex. But NBS, once you implement an NBS, you have to bring back biodiversity. Punto. So if it's one extra butterfly, it's already a nature-positive action. There were many discussions, for example, us with South Africa, because they wanted to really focus on ecosystem-based approach. And we were saying, but when you look at the UNEA 5 definition, and we all agree on this planet, ecosystem-based approaches are nature-based solutions. And for them, there was a kind of, yeah, but we cannot mix, etc. So we can discuss that bilaterally after that. And for for us, it's the One Health approach. So the health of human organism, we are part of biodiversity, is part of nature-based solutions, you see? But we need more time to discuss that.
Okay, thanks for that. And have an addition, nothing from you, but you wanted to add something?
Well, to your question, I see in terms of specifically the sustainable use that we see that as part of the core objectives of the Convention of Biological Diversity, and how do we interpret that legally and also in practice. We see that fortress conservation has definitely not delivered, and we need to find ways in which it is delivered. And I am convinced that if we also put justice at the core of the definition, we will be able to achieve that sustainability, but sustainability when it comes to not only present, but future generations, and not only of humans, but be thinking about justice also in terms of interspecies solidarity, in which humans are not necessarily put in confrontation. And that means also questioning, when it comes to the justice part, our own consumption patterns, including those in relation to global north and global south. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the addition. Thanks a lot. I'll just have very short, and then the last point from this man here, and then we have to wrap up. Please, you want to add something? Please.
Yeah. Does it work? Yeah.
Yes.
Just very brief. I mean, IUCN have also provided guidelines, as I guess you are aware, on nature-based solutions, which you can look into. I asked this question also some years ago, but I have kind of realized let's move forward and not deal too much with this definition question. Look into the IUCN guidance, for instance, and you'll have a lot of elaborations.
Don't spend too much time on semantics, just get going, I noted somewhere here. So I think that's indeed a good message again. Last point before we close today.
My question is for our Danish friend to the right, I think. Biodiversity and business. A lot was said about business models. My question is, to what extent has the demand side been made explicit with a focus on empowering and engaging with citizens for benefits in terms of well-being, health, employment, and purchasing power? and the right to be protected from the consequences of the risks as defined in the Earth system's boundaries, to give just that example.
Would anyone have a response to this question? It's quite... Lars,
I can try a little bit. I mean, I take what's the discussion from the World Economic Forum, for instance, where there's fully agreement that we are that businesses are dependent on biodiversity, and there are, as I showed on the slide, plenty of job opportunities, and also that there is a flow of finances of billions if you go in a nature positive direction, and I think we somehow have to do that. It's a must also for businesses. But of course, the regulatory framework is important as well. So, to put it short, you need both a stick and a carrot, I think.
Thank you very much for that. I invite everyone to continue discussing after the session. We have a coffee break and guided tours, and a day coming up tomorrow as well, and a walking dinner. But before, I thank all panelists, all speakers, the audience for today, for this first day. Thank people online. If you're still with us, come back tomorrow at 9 sharp. Good morning, everyone. Take your seats and join us here in the second day of the Biodiversa Midterm Conference. Welcome again to Naturalis. Talking about Naturalis, for those of you who were not here yesterday, there's a fantastic building. You've seen that. But there is something that I wonder if you know. What the link is between Naturalis and Björk, Lady Gaga and Beyoncé. Yes, quite a question. Eh? This is not a scientific question. It's just any idea? No one? It's a person named Iris van Herpen, and she is an artist specialized in 3D design. I see people nodding. People know her. Specialized in 3D design, and she is the designer for the fashion for Lady Gaga and Beyoncé and Björk, but also the designer of the 3D prints on the outside and the inside of the building. You may have seen these white strips on the building, white strips in kind of 3D. They look like corals or like fossils or like fingerprints, if you like, whatever you see, or like dresses. It's the same artist who made these designs. Just nice to know. So, welcome again. Thanks for joining in. I hope you enjoyed the evening as much as I did. We had a great excursion. Sorry for the people online who were not able to join, but we had a fantastic guided tour into the collections and laboratories and museum, the public museum. Fantastic place to be. So, yesterday we took stock of achievements in the Biodiversa first half of this term. We had a lot of information on the 4 flagships, obviously, on the restoration and protection, on nature-based solutions, on transformative change, and on the 4th escapes me for a moment, help, transformative change. Monitoring, of course, how can I forget biodiversity monitoring? Yes. But one question yesterday I didn't hear, and I just want to have a feel of the people involved, because we heard a lot of work packages and pilots and projects and achievements and what have you. But the question that I would ask if you're doing a midterm conference is, are we on track? Are we on track in general? Yes, halfway. Yes, I see thumbs up. I see people say, "Yeah, I think we're doing well." So, and I think that's also my feeling. We're doing well. What we heard yesterday, we are on track. I think we can say that. Again, for the newcomers, welcome, and also to introduce you to me. My name is Ben Delbare. I'm an independent ecologist consultant, but do a lot of science policy interfacing, including things like this, moderating. So I'll moderate this morning's session of this second day. And I'll start with a presentation by Ron Winkler. Ron Winkler, already introduced to you yesterday, but Ron is still Senior Project Officer at the Dutch Research Council and co-chair of Biodiversa Plus. And Ron will present to us the blueprint for impact, because that's what we look at today. Impact, future, what's coming next. So Ron, the floor is yours. Yep.
Yes, I'm still working at NWO, even after yesterday. Still there. This time I'll be talking a bit about my favorite subject. I'm sure I've only 10 minutes. Impact and the blueprint, basically how we are looking at it within Biodiversa. I knew this would be the beginning of the second day and everybody's tired, so I put up a slightly triggering image for everyone to look at. Why? Yesterday it was quite funny that the representative from the Netherlands said that biodiversity has a bit of a difficult image sometimes. For us, in our bubble, it's really positive. Outside our bubble, it's maybe slightly different. So it's important to have a really, really good message. You have to have a really good vision of what you want, what it is, but also what you want, where you want to go to the future. Why do we need that? Yesterday we also talked about transformative change. People don't like change, generally speaking, let alone transformative change, very scary. So you need a good vision of the future to try and persuade them. But they also need the knowledge to know what they have to do in order to get to that future. Now, that is all quite obvious, but how many of you realize that that is an impact pathway? It's a really rudimentary one, but it is an impact pathway. And this is at the basis of how we now look at impact in Biodiversa. So you have your societal impact, that's the new situation you want to go to. Then there are what we call outcomes, those are the changes in society which lead to the impact. And you have your output, that is what comes out of the project. So the new knowledge that you need to change society, which reaches the impact eventually. The way you make that, the way you actually make an impact pathway is reasoning back. What do I want to achieve in the end? Who do I need? What do they need to know? And that way you should at least have a blueprint for the impact. It requires a little bit of context, sorry. Otherwise, it's really very much on its own. Impact pathways come from theories of change. And those are just descriptions how, in a certain context, you can achieve the desired change. You start with a problem analysis. And the thing is, of this method, you do it with a group. You involve a lot of extra people. It's not one scientist that sits there and does a problem analysis and then submits their proposal. You do it as a group so that you get all the different opinions, the insights from social sciences, from exact sciences, from different kinds of stakeholders to determine what is the actual problem, what are the causes, and very important, the knowledge gaps. They have been mentioned here many times, but often I find they're mentioned, but it's not connected directly to what impact do you want to achieve. In this method, you have like a connecting pathway. So you make an impact pathway from impact to outcome to output. And the output should really match the knowledge gaps. And surprisingly, that doesn't always happen in projects. So this is a tool. It's like a shopping list. It's like you make sure that you don't arrive home after having bought everything for the whole week and, oh, I'm missing that. Well, if you use this structure to construct it, at least you know you've been through the different stations and try to at least get a complete picture of how you arrive at impact in the end. The glue that binds all of this together are people, because we are the problem basically, but we're also the solution. So we need to have input from stakeholders on the problem, but also if we want to solve it, people need to be taken along and involved. This is another way of showing it. A project has a sphere of control, which is quite limited. So the researchers plus the immediate stakeholders. Then there's a sphere quite a bit larger where it's starting to be transferred, that it goes into different actions, changes in behavior. And then the sphere of interest in the end, that is where the impact is achieved society-wide. So it's really, the impact is really like a broader vision for the whole of society. Now, this isn't really new. In development work, it has been used for many, many years, but it's more and more used now also for to describe and formulate scientific projects. The stakeholder part, I mean, Biodiversa has been doing this for many, many years. There are different ways of describing this. You can see there's a reference there after Mauser 2013, so it's not very new. And co-development, so co-develop a project, co-implement, work through a project, that is already something that people have been doing, but not always in the same way, not always in the best way, and not always in a really, really structured way. But we try to always co-develop. You know, we develop the calls together with you. We co-implement, we execute the calls together with you, and we ask the same of projects. And we co-disseminate with you, with the EC, with others. So it's really all about, the key message, it's all about working together. How do we implement what you just saw about output, outcome, and impact in our procedures? This is what we have in our reporting platform right now, BioRep. Everything in green is really directly linked to either output or outcome or impact. You can see that, for instance, scientific presentations or scientific output descriptions, those are all very clear. It's like the papers or the presentations that people have done. We can count those. It's not output itself, but it's a measure of the output. And for instance, you can see, where is it? Stakeholder engagement activities, also clearly related. The more stakeholder engagement activities, the more stakeholder engagement you have, the better the chances, it's not a guarantee, but the better the chances that you will achieve impact in the long run. So if we collect all of these things, it helps us track the progress of the different projects, the difficulties, etc. But also we use it, of course, for communication and dissemination, determine outputs and results, and we use it for capacity building, GBLIF implementation, etc., engagement with MEAs, and analysis and promotion of the partnerships, outputs and outcomes and impact. The nice thing about the way it's described now is that it also connects quite well with the way things used to be analyzed before we had this framework. So already in the past, and there's several reports of that, for previous calls, there were qualitative analysis of scientific policy and scientific society and policy outcomes and outputs, etc. So we could track impact and evaluate. And we already had, and that is something that is really essential to understand if you want to talk about impact. Impact, you cannot catch it in numbers only. So we need some quantitative analysis to at least track the progress. But impact really is a narrative, so there are a lot of qualitative aspects to it as well. For impact itself, there are no indicators because it is beyond the program, the project itself. And narratives are really important. So success stories are really important to convey the impact that we achieve. And I have one very nice example of that. That's a project that the Netherlands was also involved in. Switzerland, Belgium, Finland, the Netherlands, the UK, and the USA. And what they did, it's GLOBAM, and what they did is they used weather radar, and they even now have bird radar specifically to do this, to track animal movement patterns. The output that they got was insights in how the migration patterns are going above Europe, for instance. And then the outcomes is that it was actually used by partners or other stakeholders. For instance, in the aviation sector, the Dutch Air Force had been a partner for many years with the Dutch partner here. And they want those models so they can avoid bird strikes. It's not great for the bird, but it's also not great for the F-35 that flies into a flock of birds, and it's dangerous for the pilot. Another kind of bird strike is what the wind sector has to deal with. So you know there's migration coming, and it's really at specific nights, for instance, there are huge flocks, millions of birds come through. So you know, okay, they're going through that area, we'll close down the windmills for a couple of hours or the whole night. And a recent development as well, so that was also really nice. Light pollution reduction during migration. Now you wonder, light pollution reduction, how does it affect? In New York, there are several spotlights that are enormous, and they kill huge numbers of birds. It's really surprising how many birds they kill. They just get caught in the spotlight and they die on the spot after a while. And these results were used to enact legislation in New York. So you have 3 different outcomes, and the impact, so the broader societal gain, is that we have safer migration and we preserve biodiversity in the long run. Now we can do the same, we can do it for a project, on a project basis, but you can do the same kind of thing for the partnership as a whole. And that then translates into the KPIs that we agreed with the European Commission, like scientific breakthroughs, stakeholder involvement, monitoring priorities, etc. So where are we now? If you look at the Biodiversa Impact Framework, we have context and key definitions at this point. It's a shame that it's so small there. We have context and key definitions at this point, a framework to promote and track the impact of the partnership, and we build on the project, but also the partnership itself. So we have the concepts, impact and stakeholder engagement is a key thing. And we track and communicate the partnership's outcomes and impact. So that part we have implemented, a few improvements to be made. Something we could work towards in the future is actually use more broadly a theory of change for the partnership as a whole. That would also enable us to articulate underlying assumptions. What people often forget is that they describe something, but we make a ton of assumptions in there. And sorry, I forget this thing. We make a ton of assumptions when we describe a pathway or an idea or whatever, and it's never articulated. And you need to articulate this with your partners so that you're on the same page, but you can also check whether it's true as you're going through the project. The fun part, or the interesting part of a theory of change is that it is iterative. It is a monitoring and evaluation framework in itself, and it can give you a flexible research agenda, because theories of change are meant to be evaluated every year. So you can adapt it, and we heard from the European Commission, they want more flexible SRIAs. This could be a way to do that in the future. Takeaway message, creating impact requires a clear framework and vision. Of course, excellent research, but we've been doing that for many, many years. Constant stakeholder engagement, and we have a lot of partners outside, but inside we have our invaluable extended stakeholder board and our advisory board, and a clear narrative and engaging communications. So that's it for an update on our impact framework. I ask you to join us later this afternoon when you are joining us in the workshop later this afternoon, to keep in mind the vision that we want to have for the future, so that you can contribute, give your contributions, and I'm very tired right now, so that you can give your contributions, keeping a vision for the future in mind, and help us articulate that vision for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay on stage. Please stay on stage, Ron, because we have a Q&A, and the panel is Ron at the moment. So we have an opportunity for asking questions. So thanks, Ron, for describing this blueprint for impact. Impact is a narrative. I think that's a nice one to remember. Impact is not just numbers, but it's a narrative, and it's sometimes beyond what we're doing. So now we have a moment for some questions about this process, and about maybe the reporting process of Biodiversa, and the impact pathways and what have you. So also for people online, if you have a question to Ron at this stage, or to the Biodiversa team as a whole on these matters, now is the time. While you're thinking, I start with one naive question, I think. You opened your presentation with this MAGA and the cross. And then, what was it? Sorry.
It was meant as a bad joke, of course, because MAGA is something everybody recognizes here. I mean, whether you like it or not, I doubt there's a person here which doesn't know, oh, MAGA, whatever interpretation you give to it. And the basic message behind it, we need, as biodiversity, we need a message that everybody recognizes at some point.
BGA.
Not as divisive as this one. That's not the good part of this. But a recognizable vision of the future that everybody can somehow adhere to, attach to. That was a bit the joke. So make biodiversity great again instead of that.
My bioga. Keep the microphone. Any questions from the group? Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself and then ask.
Gert-Jan Storm, DP. I may be trespassing because I'm not here this afternoon, but as a stakeholder opting out for the next phase, my observation is that stakeholder engagement may have worked very well in implementing the activities Biodiversa Plus is financing. But I have some observation to share about the desirability of promoting stakeholder exchanges thanks to membership of the stakeholder board and being supporting Biodiversa Plus. I see very positive examples, the Capitals Coalition work with World Conservation Monitoring Center, align.eu, but there are numerous other opportunities to promote exchange and cooperation of that nature, and I'm available to further provide thought about evidence to in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. You want to react on that, or it's just a point of information?
It wasn't quite a question, but yes, we're always looking at opportunities, of course, to share our results, but also to get feedback on what we're doing. It's not like we have all the answers, and clearly we need, as a varied group of stakeholders, to make sure that we address all sectors, all problems, insofar as is possible. Even, I mean, it's almost 800 million, if we look at it financially, partnership, but even a partnership this size with 80 partners cannot address all the problems. But we can try, and at least we try to keep in discussion with every stakeholder that wants to. We're open to discussions and see if we can help each other out. I think we have a very open attitude towards that. You have a problem, you want to discuss something, you have suggestions, you have tools, please do so we can share it amongst our partners.
Okay. Hi, so we have an online question.
Please.
It's from Richard Tavares, and he asks, is there any strategy or plan to indeed implement the theory of change to the entire partnership in the future? If so, which aspects would be mainly covered?
It is something I would be interested in trying. It is quite an undertaking, to be honest. I mean, we're in my organization, NWO in the Netherlands, we are implementing it more and more. It's not very easy to do the complete thing, but I do think it's a very worthwhile exercise. In fact, we'll be doing it with a small group of people at my organization just for biodiversity, to see how our organization can think of a strategy on how we can contribute. So I think it's worthwhile to see if we'll do that for Framework Program 10. So whatever comes, we do need a bit of more clarity on whatever comes. But it is part of the input that we'll be trying to collect today. We'll talk about a bit more about that later, but we'll try to collect input today to see which direction we're going in the future. And it wouldn't hurt to make, with a large group of people, with stakeholders, etc., give input using a theory of change as a framework to get a good strategy for biodiversity in the next framework programs for the next 7 years. So it's not my decision. It's something to still be decided, but I'm for it. But
okay, clear message. Isabel, please.
Well. Thank you. I would like to ask you if, when you try to measure impact of biodiversity, you look just for European scale, or if you're also looking for more global and international. I know that biodiversity is built by national agencies, and so the focus is mainly in Europe. But are you considering also starting? I mean, I know. That you work, for instance, with IPES, that is a global, but are you really looking at the impact you can have at the global scale? or just at the...
I think that's a very worthwhile discussion. Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a very worthwhile discussion to have how we're going to do that, because we are a structure that's mostly within Europe. We're a European partnership. We have a few partners outside of it, but there are a lot of structures which overlap, which are global. So how do you best connect the network so that there are connections and not huge overlaps? And that is indeed one of the things we should discuss this afternoon to get a clearer picture. To be quite honest, I haven't been involved in biodiversity for, let's say, 10, 20 years. So the landscape is very crowded and sometimes very difficult to see where to make the best connections. And that's what we need all of you for, to give suggestions. Okay, maybe you do this, you do that. And that is really a discussion for the next 3 years towards the new framework program. What should Biodiversa, if we have another one, we'll see at the workshop, if we have another Biodiversa, what should it really focus on to be optimal and not just, have an activity, but to optimize our work in combination with others, because we're part of a network. So,
thank you. I have 2 more questions, and then we go to the first session. First, Boy, please.
So many questions.
Thank you so much, Ross. That was a very solid, comprehensive presentation. I noted in your framework, I think, for the analyzing impact for projects, that you haven't stated indicators for impact. And I was just wondering how you're going to measure the impacts then.
Impact itself is very difficult. So the actual impact is very difficult to measure because, let's say you have a 3-year project. The impact is 5, 7, 10 years after the start of the project or after the end of the project. And it's very difficult to attribute it to one project.
Absolutely.
I mean, very often it's like 100 projects all contributed a little bit to impact. So we don't have any indicators for impact itself. But in the narrative, it should be clear how you're contributing. Like in the example I showed, that project contributed to conserving biodiversity. It didn't conserve biodiversity in itself, but it contributed to the overall impact of conserving biodiversity by making sure less birds die, to really simplify it. So yeah, impact itself is difficult, but outputs, you can have a lot of indicators, that's quite easy. Outcomes is also relatively easy, you can have indicators there. They're already going a little bit more towards a narrative, but impact itself is really more of a narrative.
Yeah.
Is that clear? Otherwise, we can always discuss it.
No, I'll leave it at that. Yes, I do recognize that there is an issue of attribution there. How do you attribute the impact? But yeah, there are other ways of measuring the impact, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you for that as well. And then one more question from the online audience. Today I'd rather call you not audience, but participants, because indeed, as you say, today we really want your input in thinking for the future. So participants, question from the participants.
Yeah, we have a comment and a question. There's a compliment from Mike Jones, who says that this was the most succinct and lucid explanation of TOC and impact assessment I have ever heard.
Thank you.
So, bravo. And we have a question from Sonia Gantioler. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. She asks, are there any aims to further and more deeply engage social sciences for the next FP10?
Further engage. I have to say, when we discussed biodiversity within my organization, we were always struck at how much already, at least in the Netherlands, the social sciences and the exact sciences work together. Biodiversity is one of the topics where it has been clear for many years that there is this collaboration. Now, for the last call, the projects are to be, the final decision is still to be published. But we made a real extra effort also on the wording of the call and everything to invite the whole social sciences community in to make sure that they feel attracted to that call, because we do know that if you phrase it wrong, then the exact scientists think, this is too vague, and if you phrase it the other way, then the social scientists think, no, that's exact sciences. And it is a balance. I think we struck it quite nicely, but we should evaluate all the different submitted proposals just to see what we got and which kinds of groups. But I think we got quite a good balance, and I don't think we should make even more effort, because doing everything you can, except for getting more suggestions on maybe finding other stakeholder groups or specific people you could involve, we are already completely open to that. That was very much so in the previous call. It'll be the same in this call. It's 100% clear to everybody in the field that the solutions cannot come from only the exact sciences or only the social sciences. We need to really work together there.
That being said, thank you very much, Ron. Please use the breaks also to continue discussing these things, and the workshop this afternoon and the other sessions. So we'll start with our first session. Ron, thank you very much. The first session, we have two sessions this morning. One is on the link between science policy and practice, which we'll have first, and then afterwards on collaboration with existing networks, with existing science policy framework. So first session is bridging research policy and practice. We'll look at the key needs from the business and policy sides. So we have two presentations on these subjects. The first one is Valérie Drezet-Humé, is Director for the General Affairs, Knowledge and Resources at the European Commission DG Environment. Not Director General yet. Director. Please, Valérie, join us. Valérie will give a high-level perspective on the evidence and data needed to support effective environmental policy making at the EU level. You have no slides, so you get a microphone from me. There we go. It's easiest to use this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. High level, I don't know, but thank you very much for having me today and to follow up suit on some words of Ron to co-attend your meeting in a way. On the way to this very nice place, by the way, I was thinking that sometimes you would like to meet and have a chance that the raison d'être, in fact, of you being there would have been waning a bit. But unfortunately, the situation of biodiversity is not there to give us this kind of messages. At the end of the month, the European Environment Agency will release its Europe Environment 25 report. And you will see, without unveiling too much about the report, that biodiversity loss is part of that, like soil degradation, pressure on water resources, and all these themes will feature prominently. In her speech last week, the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, you might have followed that. I won't make a quiz, don't worry. But she made very clear that we must stay the course on our climate and environmental goals. And to address the challenges, the new and remaining ones, but also because it works. And she gave a couple of examples, and I think it's always very good to build on this example and the progress towards achieving the objectives we have set ourselves. It fuels a bit the progress to continue tackling the existing challenges. She said, for instance, that we are firmly on track to achieve our 2030 target to cut emissions by at least 55%. And she called it the power of the European Green Deal. I think in the current context, it's worth reminding these words. Stay the course means, and particularly for us today, pursuing the efforts towards the objectives to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, and to ensure that by 2050, all the world's ecosystems are restored, resilient, and adequately protected. Quite a program. Most actions announced during the 2020 EU biodiversity strategy have been taken up already, based on scientific data and evidence, which is also something which you can never underline enough, maybe making a link to the MAGA MBGA discussion previously. The Nature Restoration Regulation of 24 has set targets to restore degraded ecosystems and reverse biodiversity loss. Progress has been made in the designation of protected land and marine areas. Action has been taken to reduce pressures from pollution, biodiversity within the EU Chemical Strategy for Sustainability, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the revision of the legislation on urban wastewater treatment, industrial emissions, and adaptation of EU rules on air quality and water pollutants. Quite a list, not exhaustive, but to show that really all these dimensions are being translated into policy framework for actions. We have also to recognize that the EU is a global leader in this area and was really instrumental in the conclusion on the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and also the famous BBNJ, the HICIS Treaty, which aims really at protecting and sustainably using marine life beyond national jurisdiction. Biodiversity has also been mainstreamed in sectoral policies and in the current multi-financial framework at EU level, the 21-27, for the first time, a biodiversity financing target of 10% was set. And we were just discussing with colleagues earlier to this meeting. We are monitoring it. We talked about monitoring and ensuring we are working towards delivering on these targets. Significant progress to mitigate pressures on biodiversity has been achieved, and there are improvements in the preservation and health status of landscapes, habitats, ecosystems, biodiversity, and species. But as said earlier, biodiversity in the EU continues to decline and shows deteriorating trends. You will see in the report of the agency that there is some color code which everyone can understand. Some red parts might have gone to yellow, but some yellow one might have gone to red. So basically, we need more. The question now is really to focus on what is crucial to leverage the results and improve this preoccupying picture. And that's where Biodiversa Plus and you come in. It is very important to continue basic research to precisely understand the underlying causes of the continuous decline. Monitoring is key. It has already been mentioned several times this morning. Research and innovation is improving monitoring practices and methods using the opportunities offered by new technologies, including digitalization, Earth observation, artificial intelligence, or biotechnologies. Unfortunately, we still have gaps to face. The first one I want to mention is the gap between basic research and direct application and use, gaps between researchers and policymakers or economic operators. To fill this gap, we need effective, reliable, ready-to-use and affordable monitoring methods for public and private stakeholders and build capacity to support this application. We also have a policy gap between policy seeds to deeds. Implementation now needs to be stepped up, notably to reach the full implementation of the Nature Restoration Regulation. Innovative solutions are needed to implement regulations. Research and innovation is crucially important for the implementation phase. We tend to separate sometimes, but this is very important. We need research and innovation to work closely with stakeholders, that's also a theme we heard about this just earlier, and practitioners, such as companies, farmers, fishers, and you name it for the others. We need solutions that are demonstrated and tested in real conditions that can be reproduced. Social sciences and humanities are also needed to assess economic and social impacts. Again, we concur on one of the themes mentioned earlier. It was also mentioned about examples and narratives, and indeed we still have a gap in narratives. We have to make clear that nature is an essential part of competitiveness. The Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services has demonstrated that around 55% of the global GDP is generated by sectors moderately to highly dependent on nature. Around 72% of euro area companies are critically dependent on ecosystem services. Biodiversity and nature-based solutions are essential to climate resilience and adaptation, to food security, and of course beyond. This is why biodiversity protection, restoration, and sustainable use have to be addressed across all sectors and among the different constituencies. Opportunities for synergies have to be identified in sectors we don't even think about sometimes. For example, defense, which is very prominent, as you see now, between public bodies beyond their immediate remit of actions. This is how we are advancing today, addressing the protection of biodiversity and ecosystem services in initiatives such as the European Water Resilience Strategy, the Ocean Pact, or in the upcoming initiatives on bioeconomy, circular economy, and biotechnologies. We also have a gap in financing to deliver for nature. Nature credits are now emerging as an innovative tool to complement existing public funding and give real incentives to stand in financially for nature. The Commission adopted on the 7th of July a roadmap towards nature credits. It aims to develop clear standards and reliable certification for nature-positive actions. And in this domain too, research and innovation is needed to develop concrete mechanisms offering new income opportunities for farmers, foresters, fishers, landowners, and local communities. Budget was mentioned. You know that the Commission has presented the next package for the multi-annual financial framework from 2028-2034, and it's worth noting that the budget for research has been doubling. There's always, everybody wants some more, but that's a very positive side. The other thing which is to be noted that this amount of money, so 155 billion for this seven years, will really help also focus on the link with society and also what is very important, it's going to be simplified, a word that might be music to your ears. We'll see what happens after that. Also on the simplification and partnership will still be there. Simplifying partnership is really key also in this new framework. So we are just not to unveil another secret at the beginning of a long journey, because negotiation will take place with the Council and the Parliament, but that's a bit, at least, what the Commission put on the table. So just to conclude, tackling the decline of biodiversity is an immense challenge that requires stamina and creativity. Research and innovation has a crucial and unique role to develop solutions. In the last part of Biodiversa Plus, I would therefore encourage all of you to actively deliver in filling these gaps and help make the difference our biodiversity needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Valérie, for this very clear presentation on the European environmental policy side of things, and stressing that we should keep our eyes on the targets of the European Green Deal, as we also heard yesterday, so it's still alive and kicking, and there's a big need for research and innovation to help making nature part of competitiveness, as you also said, among other narratives. So thanks for that. Then now I invite Martine van Weelden to give us a reflection on what business actually needs from the scientific community. And Martine is head of business and nature at Capitals Coalition. Martine, please. The Capitals Coalition is a global network of companies committed to valuing natural capital. Martine, the floor is yours. You have slides?
Yeah, slides are there. Would it be possible to make the slide a little bit larger on that screen? We'll save my
neck. Will you make the slide larger on the display?
Thank you. Then I can watch you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Martine van Weelden, director at the Capitals Coalition, not head of Biodiversity and Nature. It's a pleasure to be here. Natural is such a beautiful venue. I'm glad to see that I'm not just presenting to dinosaurs. There's actually some familiar faces, but maybe we are perceived as dinosaurs, right, in this field. So indeed, how can we ensure that we're not seen as dinosaurs, but actually contributing to society? So I'll present about that. this is the clicker. Sorry, there we go. But first of all, as I said, I work for the Capitals Coalition, and I'm not quite sure whether everybody's familiar with our work. So we're a foundation based here in the Netherlands, and our aim is to build a resilient economy that values what matters. And we do that by embedding the value of all the capitals into decision making. And we use this infinity loop, or transformation loop, as I rather call it, to kind of show how we see that the system connects. So here you see business, finance, and governments and the roles they play in this system. And you might ask yourself, that's actually the first question I had when I saw this loop, where does science come in? So this is maybe a question to you as well. Where do you see yourself fitting into this transformation loop? A bit of history on the Capitals Coalition. We started off as TEEP for Business, the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, back in 2012. Then we became a Natural Capital Coalition and published a Natural Capital Protocol in 2016. This is a very important document for businesses to understand their impacts and dependencies on nature. Then a Social and Human Capital Protocol was also launched. And then in 2020, we became the Capitals Coalition, because what we see is that issues of natural capital need to be embedded into societal issues as well. So we need to look at natural, social, and human capital in an integrated way. Hence, since 2020, we've been working on a protocol which is just launched. It's the Integrated Decision-Making Framework. I'll come back to that. So our strategy is really to ensure that decision makers have confidence in the information. So that's where I also see the science coming in, to empower action and to embed value in decision making. I guess for this audience, I don't have to explain this graph, but just to say that natural capital obviously underpins the other capitals, the social, human, and produced capital. And without natural capital, we wouldn't have any of those. So that's where we come from in terms of our thinking. I'm going through the slides quite quickly. I hope you follow me. A couple of years back, actually for the Montreal COP, we launched this framework, which we call the ACT-D framework. We developed it together with some other stakeholders in the system, Business for Nature, for instance. And ACT-D stands for Assess, Commit, Transform, and Disclose. So these are the steps that we see are needed for each of the stakeholders in the system. A lot of the work we do sits in the assessment bucket, so really the measurement and valuation of the capitals. Obviously, for businesses, it's important to commit to targets like the Science-Based Targets Network, to transform. I think that's a very, transformation is never really on the agenda, and the disclosure, so for instance, the CSRD or the Omnibus. So we've tried to map the landscape, and this might be interesting for you as well, I always find this quite fascinating, to showcase how each actor needs to assess, commit, transform, and disclose. And in the finance, you'll see that, I don't know if you can read it, we've, instead of transformation, we've used the wording allocation, and for the governments, obviously they need to change rules and incentivize the business and the financial sector to take action. This list is not comprehensive, but I do think it gives quite a nice insight in where organizations sit. People love this slide, so I'll leave it because I know that you want to take a picture. All pictures taken. The slides will be shared, I think. But anyway, yeah, I guess also in terms of the SIA, of course, we're using the system of environmental accounting also to see like how can those accounting rules also be applied to businesses, for instance. If you didn't take a picture, you'll get the slides. So this is the conceptual model for business and finance that we often use. You can find that in our protocols. So it's very much the capitals, of course, underpin all the activities. Businesses have impact on the capitals, but also very much depend on the capitals. And I think that dependency element is very, very important to stress. obviously this leads to costs and benefits, which leads to risks and opportunities. And these, of course, trickle to finance and society. So that's how we frame this, and try to indeed make it a little bit more understandable for businesses, how they impact and depend. And a lot of the work that we do is really comes down to, so what's in it for me? Why should we bother? And I think for us, it's very much about the application. So how can this assessment information where we focus on, how can that be used strategically? So not just for the CSRD, for instance, but how can I use it for my operational decisions, my reputation, societal information that I might need, legal and regulatory frameworks, or financing. Narratives were mentioned earlier. We have a case study database with about 150 cases. There are quite a lot of larger organizations who already have implemented a capitals assessment. And there are also SMEs who apply this. With SMEs, I find that it takes quite a lot of resources for SMEs to really look into the capitals. So resourcing, how can we make this information accessible, is really key. And obviously here you see integrated profit and loss accounts, for instance. That's something that is really emerging as a field as well for businesses. Sorry. Frameworks and projects. Obviously there are many, and it's great to be here at Biodiversa. First of all, I'll touch upon the project that I just mentioned. So this is the integrated decision-making framework we just launched. It is the Capitals protocol, I think. I'm hoping, is this visible? Yeah, so the protocol is a kind of assessment framework for businesses and financial sector, actually, to go through the steps that they need to do to measure and value the capitals. We really speak about valuation, so what is the value of my capitals and how can that be integrated? But I think what is really new in this protocol is the governance for valuations, and this is about how can I be confident in the information that I derived, and how, like, what are the transparency requirements also that I need to adhere to when I conduct an assessment. So that's an addition to the protocol, and I think it's a very crucial new step. And we spoke about pathways earlier, so there are also impact pathways in this protocol, but to showcase how issues of nature, social and human capital relate. For instance, how natural capital deterioration impacts health issues. That is an impact, and how can we value that? So it provides guidance into this. Then a couple of EU Horizon projects that we're involved in. Again, I know there are many more, but these are the ones that I'm involved in as well, and we are at the Capitals Coalition, so I'll take a look. Maybe you're familiar with these, I'm not sure. But again, we try to kind of map according to the transformation loop where the information that we provide sits. First of all, Selena, Science for Evidence-Based and Sustainable Decisions about Natural Capital. This is a consortium of 50 partners. You said you have 40 partners, right? 80. Too bad. You win. We just had our midterm review yesterday, actually. It's led by Leibniz University, and I coordinate the work package on business engagement. And what we do is we really look into transdisciplinary knowledge sharing, reshaping decisions, and obviously want to pave the way towards a transformative societal change. And it's really interesting to work in this project. There were 11 work packages, and 3 of them really focus on ecosystem service science, conditions, so very much into the weeds, I would say. And what I noticed when working with these scientists is really the language, of course. This is a returning issue, like how to ensure that the language that is being used in science is also understandable for decision makers. The case studies, the narrative really show the impact and the why. Why should we go into this? Because it takes an incredible amount of resources from businesses to understand the capitals, data needs, responsibilities, not just talking about risks, but also the opportunities that it has for businesses to look into this. And shifting from proxies to place-based information. For instance, talking to asset owners, they really need to understand the values the capitals have on their assets, on their properties. Sustain, strengthening understanding and strategies of business to assess and integrate nature. So this is a project that focuses on both business and finance. It's coming to an end in January. If you want to join our final conference, let me know. You're welcome. Here we have several relevant outputs. We have created an inventory of nature impact reduction strategies for business, some stakeholder briefings for financial institutions and regulators and businesses, and something that is coming up, it's being developed by UNEP WMCMC. It's a nature compass tool, and I'm really excited about that because it's a tool that helps decision makers to find relevant frameworks and tools based on LEAP. And lastly, ATRAC, which is quite a new project, or it's already running for about 1.5 years, accelerating transformation through capital's knowledge. We coordinate this project. And again, here you can see that the transformation loop that I just presented comes back. So we look at the whole system, the assessment, commitment, and transformation needs, and the disclosure needs, and how that can transform the system towards nature-positive outcomes. Thank you. That was my presentation in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Martine, and my apologies for taking your position wrong. I wasn't up to speed with that, Director of Capitals Coalition. And thanks for this insight. I think lots of connections with what we heard yesterday already, in terms of the different types of data needs that we heard from the EEA, now with questions coming from business as well. The narrative, indeed, how to communicate the data to business is different from what we're used to. So many things to think about. And natural capital as the basis for the other capitals. I think that's also something that we heard yesterday. And with these kind of natural capital, ecosystem services, nature-based solutions, transformative change, all kind of processes, terms that we use to try to make that link with biodiversity and business. Thanks a lot for that. Please stay on stage, and can I ask Valérie to also join on stage, because we have a little time for some questions from the participants to these speakers before we open the panel. So if you have any specific questions to Valérie or Martine, also from people online. Gilles, please, you have the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning. I have a question for Martine. I was really waiting for nature positive to be mentioned in your presentation. It's at the end. The question is, what are your collaboration with nature positive initiative? Because I haven't seen their logo on your wonderful slide. Just to know.
There are so many. We collaborate with Go Nature Positive, but that's a different one than you are referring to, right? Yeah. So we do collaborate, and actually, I'm trying, as I coordinate Sustain, I'm trying to have informal meetings with some of the project leads to see what they're working on and see if we can align. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question from Boy.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a question for Martine. I think all of us in this room, we do agree that NBS is an enabler for transformative change in socio-ecological ecosystems. And I think it's important for us to build the case for NBS. And one way of doing that is to do a cost-benefit analysis of NBS projects. But the problem is we tend to, or there's a lack of a comprehensive framework that we can use to analyze the cost and benefit of nature-based solutions. One that is very comprehensive, one that integrates the multidimensional and multiple benefits of NBS. And I was just wondering whether you've heard of a framework that we can use for NBS CBA.
Well, my immediate response would be, of course, to look at the protocols. But I think, indeed, obviously, again, coming back to the language and all the definitions, MBS is slightly different. So I often see the MBS projects as a kind of tool to integrate the value that is derived by natural capital or could be derived into the system. But I think the protocols really underpin that, so really looking into the value that the capitals provide and then build nature-based solutions upon that analysis. So I think it's that kind of flow. We actually have a really nice graph, which wasn't on my slides, to indicate how that flow of information could go. But I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, Martine. I have also one more question from the man here, Gert-Jan, please.
Gert-Jan Storm. My question is about when I hear that transformation is a good option in the second part, that would be a perfect occasion for Biodiversa Plus to go for research for transformative change and implementation. In the contribution, the first contribution, the picture sounds quite rosy, but when you look at, for instance, the assessment by the European Environment Agency of where we stand in terms of material consumption per capita per year, the picture is rather bleak. And combined with the assessment Earth systems boundaries, the conclusion would be, why don't we follow the track of central banks as governments to go for prevention and precaution in designing policy responses and their implementation. And in that context, competitiveness, where nature is an element, would be turned upside down. That what is to be said about nature in such a governance perspective will determine what competitiveness of business will be about, because business, as it currently is running out of promising transformative business opportunities, also given the very short-term character of business approaches. And I would like to have your views about that.
Who can I pass this to?
It's actually a really good, I think it's a great point. So as you saw the transformation loop, I guess, in the financial sector, and we really try to focus more on the regulators currently. And as part of the SUSTAIN project, the Dutch Central Bank actually conducted an assessment on ecosystem services, and currently the European Central Bank is doing the same, and they found, I think, that 75% of their loans is dependent on at least one ecosystem service. So if that collapses, the loan structure will actually also collapse. So it's a very high risk, and we do try to engage with those stakeholders more and more. So it's a very valid comment.
Yes, just to pick up on the picture, probably I didn't want to make everybody depressed at the beginning of the morning, but I'm not sure I used the rosy picture. But at least it's good also to see first because we're doing policy frameworks to show how this has been really factored in all the policy framework is already one dimension I wanted to underline. The second one, indeed, that we are getting different partners, and I think the ECB is a new, I wouldn't say a new partner in this, because they've been working on that, but it's very good that different partners than the standard ones in, let's say, the biodiversity constituencies are taking up this kind of studies to show really these high dependencies. But it's a long road, and we're back to showing clearly with business frameworks, but also with concrete examples, and that's going to be very good that afterwards the business talk about that, because peer-to-peer conviction is probably higher that it's just the policy makers telling them what to do. So we need to continue to be sure that this is spread around, and maybe also to pick up a bit on the comprehensive framework on nature-based solution and whatever. We've seen with all these different projects that we're not there at the comprehensive framework, but at least connecting the dots and tailoring them for the ones, whether it's an SME, you mentioned SMEs, and that's a very important dimension, or others, it's going to be also a very important thing. So yes, I understand we're not there yet, but at least we're putting the framework together, and it's then to connect the dots and show really what the impacts can be for companies and biodiversity.
Okay, great. Thanks for that addition. Let me stay with you, Valerie, for one more question before we invite others to the panel, because we actually this morning, today, we'll look at the future, so also for Biodiversa, what the future will bring. Can you say something on what would be the next environmental challenge? You talked about the Green Deal and everything already existing. Any next environmental challenge that would need scientific input now?
Well, I hope we don't have a long list. I think the first one, because we tend to put it on the second rank, is really, I'd like to come back on the implementation challenge to sustain that. Because already with the Green Deal, it was a huge package. I mentioned also the work on circularity and bioeconomy, which we will be putting proposal on the table. The big challenge is to really turn that into progress. And science will continue to help us first in monitoring, knowing how we are progressing towards targets, what needs to be done, what other innovation can help really reach these different objectives, and also continue, unfortunately, to keep an eye open on what might pop up, because that's also the things. Before we hit the wall of some issues, it's very important that there are some lighthouse around us that tell us no. This is not anymore the most important things, or this is more connected to that. So better action would be in putting really leverage on other domain. And that's where we need really this lighthouse to be done by the research community.
Okay, thanks a lot. Great. Early warnings from, we have to close here, but the panel will open in a moment, so there will be more opportunity for questions to these persons and the panelists joining us now. So yeah, can I invite the panelists for the first panel discussion this morning? We have already Valerie and Martine with us. Lars Mortensen, the Senior Advisor at the international company DHI. Lars, please join us on stage. Can I invite Tamar Pataridze, Director of Caucasian Nature Fund. Marie Touchon, who we heard yesterday, she's representing the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. Do we have enough chairs here? And another Marie van der Wallen, one of the coordinators of the Horizon Europe project BioAgora and Science Policy Officer at UFZ. And so, yeah, this session, as I said, is about science policy interfaces. And there's quite a lot of them out there. So we'll try to hear from the people around on the floor here. What is, according to them, the single biggest barrier to impact? And this has been prepared. We've been given every person 60 seconds because this is a tough one. So we ask every person in line to tell what is, according to them, the single biggest barrier to impact. And we start with Valerie.
I think from what we said this morning, first is the dissemination and the full use of the research results. This means, and we discussed about that this morning, is that access to the results, the, let's say, understandability, translatability of the results, so it can speak to business, for instance, that it can be turned into actions, and that can really bring about solutions and speak to all stakeholders to take that up. So basically, how do we spread, how do we make actionable, how we can make it strategic to get the one who can act to do their part.
Okay, thank you. Access to results. And Lars, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that I'll echo a lot of what's been said before. I think that the stakeholder engagement is by far the biggest barrier, but also the biggest possibility. Because I think stakeholders is being used very broadly. It's not any stakeholder engagement that's equally relevant. I think, for instance, business buy-in must rank higher than others, for instance. I think that business buy-in is also very key to get success with our results. That means that having businesses and developers and other users of our nature to dedicate to use the research that we produce into their products. And this is not an easy feat. We come from a research transfer organization and a business and a private consultancy. And we can see that lots of the pains and challenges that industry is facing, it's not necessarily aligning with the research that's being conducted from a biodiversity side. So I think that there's some alignment and some engagement there that can be definitely improved.
Okay, thank you, Lars. Then we have Tamar, please, your biggest challenge, barrier.
Well, from my perspective, since I'm representing the Conservation Trust Fund, the biggest challenge, the one, if we are going to name only one, is, I think, a very complex web of short-term and fragmented financing mechanisms for the conservation research and conservation projects in general, right? While biodiversity challenges, they really need more long-term approach, more adaptive solutions. So I think this is one of the important barriers to look at and to think what alternative financing mechanisms need to be put on the table in order to guarantee this long-term, more predictable and even simpler and more flexible financial mechanisms for the conservation projects. For example, if I have still time or...
time is up, actually. Okay. I want to go to the next person, but the short-term financing should be tackled as the biggest barrier. Thank you very much. Marie Touchon, then.
When it comes to biodiversity data and research, youth are users, they are providers, beneficiaries, and key partners. We are not tokens, we are actors. Youth networks like mine span across countries and regions, enabling comparative data and knowledge exchange. But we lack access, funding, and recognition in biodiversity research, policy, and practice. And empowering youth generates data, action, and policy today, and enables building the biodiversity leaders of tomorrow. Almost half of the world population is under 30, but recent research shows that for environmental funding, less than 1% goes to youth-led initiatives. If I can just repeat that. Almost 50% of the population, less than 1% of the funding. I don't know how that's okay. So biggest barrier to impact is allowing youth to have a seat at a table, at every table.
Okay, thank you. Very clear message. And then Marie van der Welle, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had really a hard time, actually, to find one single most barrier or important barrier. So I have two, because I don't think there is a single fix, and everything that has been said is super important. So first, I think we need urgently a shift, shifting the narrative and breaking the silos. Biodiversity loss won't be solved by the biodiversity research alone. So we need a broader mindset. We need to think in terms of research for biodiversity, so rooted in solving real societal challenges. Many scientists still think they are not part of the biodiversity community, and this is a fundamental issue. We must unify the research community around a shared purpose, which will be how can we help? And then we need to give this research community tools, easy research impact pathway that they can use in their daily life. And for this, we need to institutionalize, I should use a better word, or formalize inclusive knowledge brokering mechanisms at different scale that will translate research into actionable policy-relevant evidence. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you very much. This is quite some food for thought, I think, that we got here. So great insights. But how to relate them? We'll make an effort. I'll open the floor in a moment as well. But first, let me ask Tamar. You referred to the sustainable funding, so the need for more long-term funding. I think that's recognized by many. Sorry, I see somebody point, but I'm not sure what is meant.
You want my answer?
Sorry.
I
want your answer as well, but I start with Valérie. Valérie, thank you very much. On what policy signals are there are needed actually to encourage more long-term funding?
When you talk about funding, you turn to the Commission. Is there a message in that?
Well, Martina also volunteered to respond to this, so I'm a bit safe by that.
I think. Well, one dimension of long-termism and short-termism is the general things we see now, not only on biodiversity and other things. So I'm not sure there is a silver bullet on that. But the thing is really first to continue in the long run to make the case and have along the road a kind of demonstration, monitoring of the situation, as I said earlier, but also about the successes and what it means, how it can be translated into a business model, into new opportunities for farmers or whatever. So showing, demonstrating, help, continue and feed the long term. So you keep the long term situation, what should be done and whatever, but you nurture the past with a couple of examples. Now, in terms of pure funding, if I can say so, the fact that at EU level we have this 7 years multi-annual package is also a little attempt to be long-term, even if it's not so long-term, but at least to give some predictability about the needed domain of actions and also what will come for the different communities to work on. Mm-hmm. So, as I said, not an easy thing, but precisely you need proxies to feed the path towards that.
Yeah, kind of step by step. It relates also, I think, to what we discussed yesterday when we talked about the transformative change. It was also mentioned that actually transformative change is about really big systematic changes, including thinking about longer-term funding, longer-term research beyond the usual 3, 5, 7 years period. So that relates to this. Thank you very much. Martina, you want to add to this?
Just the first question, because you asked everybody on what the biggest barrier is for uptake. And for me, I think it's very much about the value system that we have. I really think we need to change our value system. Really understanding what we need to value and how we value that. And I think that's very much a societal issue that we need to solve. And I see you nodding in terms of transformative change. We don't have a silver bullet, but if I think about it, I don't see the future in front of me, like what our system could look like if we would transform. So for me, I think that kind of futurism, what would it be and what would it look like if we would indeed include nature on the balance sheet into our system? How would we then have a society? I think that kind of futurism would be a role of society to play. Okay. And then on your second question on financing, a lot of the work that we currently do is on accounting with businesses. So how can nature be put on the balance sheet? How can they account for nature and capitals? And if nature then ends up on the accounts, how do then they take that into decision making? And I think that will be quite a transformative shift as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the addition. It works really well also with the next question we had prepared. The question on you add the value system, and Lars added this point on prioritizing stakeholders and maybe businesses. But then the question is on how to communicate, how to translate science into business. So I'm asking Marie van der Wallen, as knowledge broker you referred to. What is the key to turning scientific data into compelling value proposition? Into a compelling value proposition, so kind of making science an asset for businesses, I think.
Well, first of all, is to invite them around the table, especially when we have a policy-relevant question, and that we don't only hear scientists around the table, but invite them. And I think this is basically what I was referring with my single most important action for impact, is to formalize this interaction, so formalize knowledge brokering mechanisms, which will invite different values around the table to answer a policy-relevant question. And I think this is what we do through the Science Service for Biodiversity, and also through the Eclipse mechanisms, where we answer a question from the European Commission, for example, where for us it's very important, this multi-value around the table. And this has not been done often before in science. So.
Okay, yeah, it relates a bit to what Ron said, I think, in the beginning with the many co's, co-developing, co-designing, co-identifying the needs and co-thinking about the solutions. So,
and a key part of this, if I may, is to co-formulate the question. Because unfortunately, most of the questions, for example, we receive in these knowledge brokering mechanisms are badly formulated. It means that if we would have accepted the way they were, policymakers will have never been able to take a decision based on the result. And this co-design process is essential at the beginning of any knowledge brokering mechanisms process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Talking about the beginning, I have a kind of a general question for the panel as a whole. In terms of this uptake of knowledge, there's been a long talk about this need for uptake of knowledge input into business, into policy and what have you. But yeah, what could we change actually to accelerate that knowledge uptake? Who can I give the floor? Tamar.
Yeah, if I may start, I think it's the continuation what was already said. First of all, to engage everyone from the very beginning, because if you want the uptake, you need everyone to be engaged in the process from the very beginning. Researchers, policymakers, practitioners. So it's very, very important step, which we overlook very often. So it's very important. Very clear communication of the findings, I think, of the scientific research, which we, at least I'm speaking on behalf of my region, which is a big, big challenge in the country and in the region I come from. That's why I think it's very important to continue what you already do, to invest in the knowledge brokers. This is how you call them, right? The translators, people who can understand scientific knowledge, scientific findings, the information, but can translate those findings into the language that are understandable for policymakers as well. In the ministries, people don't have time to really dig into the scientific articles. They really need easily understandable, digested information in a very clear and in a very effective way to be provided to. So I think that's very important.
Yeah, I think that very much resonates with what Valerie said as her biggest barrier, access to results. Lars, you want to add?
Yeah, but I agree that talking is going to be the key, but I think it's also relating the issues of the practitioners to what we know already. I think that when I go out and talk to industry, lots of the industry seems to be scrambling for solutions. They think that we don't know a lot and everything needs to be a research question. But I think that through dialogue, lots of the times we can actually address the issue and know this is stuff we already know. We can already help you with this. It's not new knowledge. This is just implementing knowledge. And that goes for every board of directors, every CEO. The problem is that some of these questions, they also don't end up on the right level because the decision maker sits outside of the knowledge range. So I think that it is also a big deal about getting into the right scenes and talking to the right people. Because the solutions to a large extent are out there already. It's more about implementing them.
Yeah, okay, great. Communicate solutions to the right people and be involved. I first have, do you want to pick up on this, Martine? Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I really like your point, and I was about to say that the audiences in business and finance are indeed, it's not a homogeneous group. There's the CFO, the sustainability manager, they all have different data needs and needs to accessibility. So really understanding that and communicating that in a very clear message, I think, is vital.
Customizing what you're communicating to the specific persons. Yeah. Marie.
And on what you just said as well, there's calls and way more initiatives recently of evidence synthesis from all the research out there that already exists, and you just need people to look at the research, do really concise summaries and give them to the right people, which is businesses, policymakers, etc. I know outside Biodiversa does that as well in some instances, but also in the UK there's an initiative called Cascade, which is higher education institutions working together to do a very rapid synthesis of the latest research on certain topics, work in CBD, businesses, and these initiatives where you get what's already out there and just translate it with a way shorter time frame that research is usually used to is quite good. It should be prioritized more.
Okay. Thanks for that addition. Can I now open the floor for questions from the participants? I see Philippe already, and if there's anyone online, okay, thanks.
Thank you. So thank you, Lars, for I think you made very good interventions. I wonder whether within Biodiversa you are testing sufficiently this transfer of knowledge with the people who are in your in the enlarged group of stakeholders. Like I look at the list and I saw Total Energy in there. Did you ever have a dialogue directly with Total Energy on biodiversity, uptake of knowledge, and so on? So that's one question. The second question is, does industry, do they prefer taxation or nature credits? Because the solutions are not always that complicated. Here we are with academic circles, we need to progress knowledge, but taxation is very efficient, but it's not a EU competence. So is nature credit a way to delay taxation, or is it economically preferable?
Okay, thanks. Let's first tackle that first question. Has Biodiversa been in touch directly with Total Energy or the other stakeholders which are within easy reach?
Well, I can't actually talk on Biodiversity Plus's way, but I know that we are engaging with Total Energies and a lot of other energy companies on the issues of biodiversity because it is part of their core business also to address these issues. They are to some extent aware that it is the natural capital is something that they depend on. But again, they're back to this, they don't know what to do. And but then I also see one of the big barriers here is that industry is not always very comfortable engaging in some of these broad ones because they have IP protected data they need to consider and solutions and competitiveness. So I think that's where sometimes some of the barriers also lies, this clear definition of how should they engage.
Okay, thank you. And as the question was put directly to Biodiversa, Ron is actually...
I will try to answer on behalf of Biodiversa. We have, as you know, the extended stakeholder board, and we have at least one meeting, a live meeting a year, so people come together, all the different stakeholders in there, to discuss specific topics on biodiversity. Depends a bit on the meeting, and in fact they asked for a second meeting, but not live, because businesses need to account for their hours, and it takes you 2 days, etc., etc. So we do what we can, and we ask them also to give input when they feel like it. I mean, they're part of our extended stakeholder board. They're asked for advice on specific topics, but they can also always give advice when they want to. And that's something I taste sometimes a little bit, to take the researchers, protect the researchers a little bit. Researchers should. They're also very busy people, and yes, they should communicate more clearly, but they should get help in communicating more clearly, because it's not a researcher's job to do all these different things. So it's a conversation between two sides, and we try to do that with our boards. We try to do that in other ways. We have knowledge brokers to make better policy briefs, better briefs for businesses. But it is a conversation for both sides. So it's an invitation also to the other side, if I want to put it that way. I don't mean it that way, to engage with us and help us communicate better. But we try. Total Energy, I don't know for sure. I can't say. I haven't spoken to someone from Total Energy. But if they're in our board, then they have the opportunity. They have to show up. We do ask them to be active. To discuss the specific topics and anything else they want to discuss with us. Okay. So thanks. That's the best answer I can give now.
Thanks, Ron, for that nuance in this point, and also for pointing at it's not the others, it's actually all us together, as we also heard yesterday, certainly from the transformative change perspective. It's all jointly and not us and them, but that's a good nuance. The second question was taxation on nature credits. Martina.
I can give it a go. I think the role of the governments, of course, is to incentivize, and that can be done through taxation. So I think it's definitely a lever, I should say. But then, yeah, nature credits, personally, I don't know, I've never asked whether, like, do you like taxation or nature credits? Personally, I'm a little bit afraid of the nature credits, because nature, as we know, it's really hard to put into a credit, much harder than CO2. So I'm afraid of cowboys in that field. But I think if we speak to businesses, the main thing to talk about is like the risks that they face if they don't take nature into account. And once you start that dialogue, I think they are inclined to at least start looking into this and understanding it. And I think that's the best bet and best way to engage with businesses. And there are actually already loads of frameworks and things to communicate with businesses in a good way. So yes, we need incentivization, but also we need to talk to businesses and make them understand what the risks are if they do not take natural capital into account.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question from the online participants.
Yeah, we have a few questions.
A few questions, that's good.
I will try to summarize them as much as possible. So we have two questions from Mike Jones. So the first one is that in general, business managers know little or nothing about biodiversity or socio-ecological processes, but there is a need for knowledge on this topic in these fields. And so what are your thoughts on, with regard to professional development courses, maybe to provide businesses with such knowledge to create nature-positive enterprises or nature-positive businesses? Should I go on with the questions and then you can take them together? And there are two questions about policies. So the first one is bringing people to the table is essential for creating change in policy and practice. It costs the meeting convener and create opportunity costs for those who attend. So what does policy say about financial support for increasing the pace and scale of collaborations? I'm not very clear about this question, so I've read it as it is, but if someone wants to take a go. And the second policy-related question is, what potential do you see to link biodiversity policy to the upcoming EU housing agenda? Because there has been no references besides defense. So it's Sonia Gantioler who would like to know this.
And to the EU, which agenda?
Housing agenda.
Housing agenda, thanks for that. Yeah. Okay, well, let's try to start with the first one. Thanks, Mike, for the question. If I got that right, the need for professional development, professional development courses for businesses to learn about biodiversity and natural capital. I think that's again for you, Martina, no?
Yeah, actually, we do provide training courses, and it's not just us. There are lots of training courses that are being either developed. There's a Coursera online free course. So yeah, I agree. It's very much needed to upskill people within business, not just focus on sustainability managers. They can't do it by themselves.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I got the second question right. It was about financial support to brokers or?
Increase the pace and scale of collaborations.
Okay, so financial support to collaboration, actually, the pace and scale of collaboration. Who would like to address this point? How to support collaboration? Valerie.
I don't really want to address this point. I had translated it first in participatory nature of policy making, which as a net effect might result in supporting financially people to get in. Just to flag that at EU level, there's a whole dimension of enhancing participation, whether through a call for evidence, online quiz, not quiz surveys, meetings with different business branch or these kind of things. So indirectly and through expert groups also there is, we can say, a portion of support, financial support. But more broadly, I think what is I see in this question is how do we ensure that the policy making is broad enough precisely, because we all talked about different constituencies, different points of view, and how you connect that to be sure that you build policy on robust and reality grounds. And this is really part of the EU process, at least, and through different projects. De facto, there is some financial support to ensure there is this, let's say, bottom-up dimension in it, in particular in biodiversity and environmental things in general, if you take LIFE or other projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Marie.
Maybe on the knowledge brokering mechanisms. So we work a lot on incentive for both policymakers, but also scientists and other type of knowledge holders to actually contribute in those processes. And one aspect that we came up with together with people working at the European Commission is to ensure that the next generation of project will have some dedicated time to actually contribute to this knowledge brokering mechanisms, which is completely new. Before, it was a lot of course, in kind and also depending on your interest here. Right now, if you have seen the latest generation of calls, some of calls have indicated that they need to link up directly with the science service, which is a knowledge brokering mechanisms, which answer policy relevant questions. So I think this is a new way actually to do also research and impactful research.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marie. And I go to the other Marie.
Yeah, just coming back beyond finance in terms of inclusion of society actors into policy making. Based on my experience of society inclusion, including EU processes, usually deadlines to give feedback are very short. Things are communicated at the very last moment, and there's an overall lack of communication, or we get told about one participatory initiative, and then we don't hear back, and then we have a week. And especially when a lot of society actors would do that on a voluntary basis, like youth, it can be extremely hard to properly engage beyond just money, communication, proper access, proper resources, and proper communication on how to engage, and enough time to do so.
Okay, thank you. I was actually going to ask a question in that direction, so maybe you can add a bit on that, because you refer to the need for more youth involvement. How concretely would you think that could be done? For example, by Biodiversa in the next years or the next program? Any suggestions?
So, usual things, access, inviting us, funding us, always money, always comes back to it. Apologies for this, but that's the core of it. So we do this on a voluntary basis. There's also having diverse youth being represented from Biodiversa. You have partners from around the world, especially in regions where access to a lot of resources might be more complex, so funding Global South participants when relevant, making sure these justice aspects are taken into account, and then also in your calls, consulting global networks like ours on how to properly engage with youth, telling partners that we exist, that we can collaborate, that we can be partners, not just tokens that you invite, not you, but like in general, that people invite because it looks good on paper, things like this. So yeah, so funding, proper access, proper seat at the table, and you know, making sure that, and maybe also in your projects having that, like having that as a criteria for projects.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just an in-between question. Is also on mute.
Yeah, I have a very nice concrete example just to respond to your intervention right now. It's a very local one, but maybe has the chance to be scaled up. We discovered a very interesting youth group called Community Rangers. So this is the group of young people in the regions of Georgia who are doing patrolling, volunteered patrolling in the protected areas of Georgia. So we discovered them. We developed a joint project with them but not on patrolling necessarily, on biodiversity monitoring, and they did a great job. They really supported the experts who were doing actual biodiversity monitoring, for example, the monitoring of brown bear in protected areas, and they really supported in a very good way these people. So there is now the long-term cooperation between the scientists and the young volunteers, and it has double effect because they did a real support, but at the same time, these young people, some of them decided to become ecologists, for example, and continue study the ecology. So it has a very nice effect to involve young people in very practical activities. But I agree, long-term financing here is also very crucial, because if not provided with long-term support, project starts and finishes, and that's it, right? So that's very important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that example. And I'm very tempted to ask, it's not fair and it's embarrassing, but ask a question to the participants. Who of you is under 30? Ah, that's more than 1% actually than the 1% that you mentioned. So it's not that embarrassing. Thank you. Let me go back to the policy question we had, I think, from the online person as well, on the EU housing agenda. I'm not familiar with it. Valerie, are you familiar with the housing agenda and how it relates to biodiversity and research?
Yeah, it's part of the announcement of the president last week, but she made that also very clear when she took up the second mandate. Affordability, housing is something very important because it's important to people, so that's why she wanted to tackle that. So I will not unveil the content of the housing package because I don't know. But what I can tell you is that as far as the environment is concerned, we are working very closely. We are colleagues on that, because if you just take, of course, the land use, the water, there's a long list of connections that needs to be made. And maybe I would like to mention something which already exists and is being linked to that, is the new European Bauhaus, on which you have a lot of grassroots projects on that, which are really making the connection not only of the inclusiveness aspect, but really the connection between environmental, housing, habitats, and these kind of things. So you already have good lessons that we will channel into this housing package to say really demonstration of what already can be done, has been done, and can be scaled up in the housing plan.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for making the link with the new European Bauhaus, indeed kind of a transformative process. Any more questions from the participants? Jill, and then the person in the back. Anything online?
Just to add about housing, with DGM there is also the process called levels. So this is how you can build with sustainable products such as wood. And then regarding the use of nature-based solutions in cities, there is a risk of gentrification. So when you have a nice area, then it will be more expensive, etc. So the fact that we have to think and design NBS in a city with the community is very, very important. And I wanted also to inform about one thing. For the very first time, DG RTD, DG ENV, and DG Agri, we are working together with the Research Executive Agency on all the research results to help farmers. So the farmers, they have no time to read scientific publications, and so we are really trying to have like one fish for each of the things that we are producing, so NBS, agroecology, regenerative agriculture, etc. And we will have some products ready before the IBES plenary on business and biodiversity, and then we will translate that into something really to be used by the farmers. Okay. So we have to be pragmatic. And if I may, one last question for everybody, and it's really to think for this afternoon. Let's imagine that, well, I am at DG RTD, I just found 50 million. where do I have to put these 50 millions for research? So if you have ideas, what is the priority number one, you can come to me this afternoon.
Great call. Any ideas for how to spend 50 million?
And teaser, I did not find 50 million.
Thank you for that. Ron, you already have an idea? Or? Is it related to this? Because we have a hand in the back.
It's very much related to this because I think up till 2 or 3 years ago, if you asked ecologists what should you invest money in, oh yeah, more research because we don't know. Last year there were about 100 ecologists together, and they asked them, so if we have 100 million, what should we invest in? Impact, making the change, actually working towards doing the change. So not so much research, but doing the change. So the similar question, not if I have 50 or 100 million to the panel, what should it go to? Should it go to applying things and actually working on making that change now because we don't have time? Or do we need more research? I think I know the answer for some of you, but what will be your answer?
Okay, a quick reaction from the panel, and then we have one more question from the person in the back. How would you spend?
Yes, and for me the answer would be, let's try to make a status of what we know. What have we learned over the last decades of Horizon Europe projects, of Biodiversa Plus projects, of all the cumulative projects that's been going on around the world, and see how can we take that and actually apply it to problems right now? Because although I completely agree with transformative change, it's a process that takes time, and we don't have time. That's just the core of things. So we need to impact now rather than in 5 or 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Very short, how you spent the money?
I would focus on showing, not telling. We have so many massive scientific documents. No offense, but nobody will read it. How to show it, how to communicate in a much more engaging way. I think that is like, invite artists, invite social scientists.
Showing, not telling. One additional, you don't have to.
Only tend to agree with that.
Sorry?
I would only agree with that.
Agree with that, okay. If everyone agrees, then I'll pass the floor to, one additional point, and then...
Yeah, if I would have 50 millions or more, I think I would like to start thinking of what we don't know, because we are really good at collecting, what science progressing on, but we are really bad on actually listing what we don't know and where we should actually use the precautionary principle of avoiding bad action. And I think that's something that we should challenge ourselves. And if I could add 2 or 3 millions, I don't know, can I? I would...
Eating away our coffee. But,
I would actually research the impact of eco-anxiety on young researchers, because this is completely undermined, but we have to realize that the young generation now have lived entirely, they have lived their life knowing that we don't have a healthy planet, and some of us had this chance of being a bit innocent and naive, and there is a lot of depression. And I think this is something we need to take into account, because if we don't right now decide on having a positive narrative, what does it mean for action?
Okay, thank you. Very nice addition to the messages here. Positive messages to avoid depression. Yes, please, the person in the back.
Yeah, so I think something that has been said a few times here in the panel is the need for a clear message, both to businesses in the private sector, but also I think to the public sector. So when you think about the need for a clear message, something that I think of as really important is actually, documentation and validation. And I don't think that this is something that is really set in stone today. There's no set framework for how to do this without risking, greenwashing accusations and stuff like this. So I get this question a lot from businesses. I work as a consultant, and they always ask, what can we do where there is no risk? Like, what do the scientific community agree that we can do to benefit biodiversity, and how can we document that we've done it, and how can it be validated? So they ask me this all the time. So I want to ask the panelists if they agree that this is a big issue, and then I also want to ask what can be done, in your opinion, and who can do it, and can Biodiversa do something here? Thank you.
Okay, that's a number of questions on validation, in incorporating validation. Martine?
Yeah, I think it's a really valid question. And in the governance for valuation that I just presented, actually these questions have been addressed. So there are the confidence criteria to ensure that businesses can be confident in the information that they provide, and also transparency requirements. So it kind of shows the necessities that the information need to have to comply. So there's work being done on that.
Great reference. Thanks for sharing that. Any final additions? If not, then it's a very short answer to your question, but there's time in the breaks as well to continue. We'll have a break now. The coffee and the nice things are waiting for us. Please be back at 11:10 sharp, so that we can continue with our next session on collaboration. Thank you very much for the panelists and for the participants. Following on what we just heard, we had a discussion on barriers and what are the barriers to impact. You had a good insight in what it takes to make impact, or at least many questions on how to improve that. Now we will look a bit more outward to better understand how biodiversity's role can be in a complex global landscape of many networks, many collaborations. So I ask people to please join so that we can start this session. People are tempted to stay with the chats and the drinks and the sweets. Can you please push them in? Thank you. Meanwhile, I ask the first speaker on the stage, the speakers, panelists. That is Brian McSherry. Brian McSherry is biodiversity expert at the European Environment Agency. Hello again, Brian. So EEA representing the primary source of independent information to Europe's environment. Then we have Rosanne Metaal. Do we have Rosanne Metaal in the room? Not yet. Rosanna. Then I'll wait a second. Joe Miller. Joe, please. Joe is Executive Secretary of the Global Biodiversity Information Facility and represents the global data community. Join us, please. Daniela Rizzi is with us here. Daniela is from ICLEI and from Network Nature, and she represents the voice of the local and subnational governments. We have Isabel Sousa Pinto. Isabel has not entered the room yet. Please, can someone ask for Isabel and Rosanna to join us here? It's getting more tempting to stay in the corridors and to have a chat. So the panel is a bit smaller like this, but still, I will wait for at least the people to be on stage so that we can kick off this session on wider collaborations. Isabel, thank you for joining us. Isabel is she represents the highest level of global science policy assessment for biodiversity from the IBES process. Thank you very much. And Rosanne Metaal, have you meanwhile got Rosanne Metaal in the room? It appears she's not here, or at least not in the room. So we continue for the moment without. Let me ask the first question actually to Isabel, I think, the first question. Yes, straight from the break. I start with you. From a global perspective, global assessment perspective, what does biodiversity mean, Biodiversa Plus mean for you? How does it help? Microphones, I always forget. I also forget to remind you of visiting the poster sessions, by the way, in the break. So next break, do have a look at the poster sessions upstairs. What does Biodiversa mean to IBES, to you?
For IPES, you mean?
Well, for the global perspective.
Okay, for IPES, I think, of course, Biodiversa has been a partner And we have, a very special relationship because actually Biodiversa hosts the TSU, the Technical Support Unit, for the knowledge catalysis part of IPBES. So this is a function. So IPBES, as you all know, does not do research. But one of the functions is really identify gaps in knowledge and then try to get these gaps filled with new research. And this is a function that actually Biodiversa has been helping us a lot. First, because it's providing the secretariat for that. And then because, of course, what we want is to promote. So what we do is we use the assessments to identify the gaps. So these are the assessment authors are the only ones that provide gaps. And then we try to have dialogues with the scientific community, but also with the science funders. And of course, Biodiversa is a consortium of science funders or funders of research that not only on biodiversity, but also for society. So really, they already bridge this gap of this not just blue sky research, but research to really feel the needs for improving this biodiversity. It, of course, is very focused on in Europe, but already has also relevance and also focus sometimes and has partnerships, for instance, Belmont Forum and so on. So for us, actually, Biodiversa is quite unique. Yeah. I can develop this later, but it is quite unique partnership for IPBES.
When you say it's quite unique, I see it as a kind of a regional knowledge hub. Is that comparable in other continents? Do you know? Have you similar?
No, there is no. We actually, I was in this function, so working on this, trying to get these dialogues going in different regions. And so far, the only region where we could really get a very fruitful dialogue was with Europe because of Biodiversa. We could not find, well, except for the Belmont Forum, it is a bit, but we could not find similar structures in other regions. And this is why now we are trying, also with the help of Biodiversa, really bring other regions, other actors. Sometimes there are no funding agencies, national funding agencies that can really come to fund this, come to our dialogues. So we are trying to find other actors. But I think, and of course, all the research that Biodiversa is doing, I think I would like to highlight two things. First, of course, funding. The projects that you fund are really important. They provide knowledge that can be then used in the assessments, because IPBES, the main function is assessing the knowledge out there. So first, the knowledge has to be out there. Someone has to produce it. But one thing I would like to highlight that is important by Biodiversa is really this clustering of projects. It's really products from different projects that bring together really, because I think we very often, this was said here several times, a lot of things are going on. And then it's impossible. It's so hard then to really bring all this knowledge together and assess all this knowledge. So, of course, we are doing this at the global level, but we have to have sources. And I think Biodiversa is really producing a lot of knowledge that can be used. And of course, transformative change, it was very parallel with our assessment, transformative change in IPBES, now business and biodiversity. We have an assessment that is going to be hopefully approved in February next year. So there is, I think, also a lot of parallel, which is helping IPBES to bring this knowledge to our global assessments at the global scale, yes.
Thank you, Isabel, for this enthusiastic praise of the unique position of Biodiversa in the global assessment sphere. I wonder, Joe, if the same is true also for the global data community. How do you feel that Biodiversa is fitting in?
Yes, yeah, thank you for the question. So GBIF is an intergovernmental organization outside of the UN system, which is very unique. So it gives us some unique opportunities. We have nodes in 67 countries. So at the Secretariat in Copenhagen, we kind of have the ability, kind of the obligation and responsibility of trying to take information from and share it across the globe. And there's one really powerful way that the Commission helps in Biodiversa is that, well, our budget comes from countries. It is really sufficient to manage our infrastructure and our nodes network, but to build new things and do some research and innovation, having access and collaboration on projects really helps with that. And that we do these only if they can be used worldwide, globally, throughout our network. So really, the Commission on Biodiversa provides a bridge from European infrastructure, knowledge, data, to the rest of the world. And it's a very, very powerful role. And a couple examples of that have been funded by the Commission that we are implementing now is improvement to our sampling and monitoring data model. So just be able to improve the management and storage of data coming from these monitoring events in Europe and globally is going to be much improved by the sampling event monitoring system. Second, what I'm really excited about is, and during the coffee break, I just got the first demo of this, is a ability to correlate the occurrences in GBIF with a national taxonomy. We now have the ability to index multiple taxonomies. So I have in my phone an index of the South African occurrences in GBIF indexed against a South African taxonomy. So it'll be much more easy for policy people in South Africa to use that data directly. One final example is our BID program, which is a data mobilization program funded through the European Commission International Partnerships, which funds small grants throughout the world. Last week, we announced the bid call for Africa. We closed earlier this year the one for Latin America and the Caribbean, the Pacific Islands. And these are ways to mobilize data in the communities globally to come into the global index in GBIF. And that also, of course, is available for European researchers to include. And Biodiversa Plus is in some ways similar as well, but for the European community to mobilize data that can be used more broadly. So there's a lot of wonderful synergies in that regard.
So you see similarities to what's happening in Biodiversa Plus and to what the GBIF is doing, and then these cross connections. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. Then I go down one level, first to Europe. I see you're anxious to take the micro, Daniela, but first Brian, because the EEA has a clear role in assessments and obviously in monitoring. So how does Biodiversa come into play in your landscape of assessments?
Thanks, Ben, and thanks, Rainer, for facilitating this as well. I think I'd probably build on what Isabel was saying. For us, I suppose Biodiversa helps us answer the existing questions that are posed by policy better than we have been, and then helps us kind of figure out what the next series of questions should be. And if I break that down a little bit, we do a lot of work which is very policy directed, collecting information on X, Y, and Z, say Natura 2000, state of nature. And when we do this, and we've been doing this work for 20-something years, there's still gaps in there. So we're launching next year our State of Nature report. And while we don't have all the data in just yet, there's still unknowns in there from the condition of certain habitats, conditions of certain species. These are the protected habitats and protected species. And it struck me that a lot of what Biodiversa Plus is doing is helping fill in those gaps. Dan yesterday gave a really nice presentation on bioacoustics of birds across Europe. And straight away I was thinking, oh, that will help answer questions related to Article 12 of the Birds Directive or Natura 2000 population health status. And for me, Biodiversa allows kind of this community to be a bit innovative, to think and test ideas, but also really help us fill in gaps in the knowledge that we should already have to answer the questions that have been there for 20, 30 years. But then also I think what it's doing is pushing the questions that we need to ask. And I think it was Ron and other people earlier on today were posing some nice questions about what should we be doing as a community and what should the agency be doing, what should the Commission be doing. And it also promotes different ideas and ideologies, and of course gives funding. A lot of times taxonomy is something that isn't a lot funded very well. Biodiversa, so yes, in the French presentation, there was an entire team working on understanding how to engage with stakeholders, how to collect information, how to do that. all of that filters into the work that we do at the European Environment Agency. So it allows us to get better quality data coming in. And then when we're writing these big kind of European level reports, we have stronger evidence base to make these decisions so that we become more trustworthy. So that when we state something, it's not the agency stating it, it can be the entire Biodiversa Plus community have fed into that as well. So for me, that makes, when I say something on a stage, you know, I can sound very clever and authoritative about it because I know in the background there's hundreds and thousands of researchers have worked on this over a number of years, and they're pushing the boundaries of what we're doing. It's, you know, what I'm hearing from Biodiversa over the last number of years in Biodiversa Plus, it's, you know, let's shift what we're doing continuously to answer the questions that are needed, not just the ones that are posed in policy that was written 20, 30 years ago. So I think, yeah, and we work very well. We're obviously transnational, we work with European countries. There's so many collaborations and overlaps about what we do and what Biodiversa Plus does, which is why I think it's important that we engage and keep on discussing. But thank you.
Yeah, it's good to hear that. Indeed, as you say, overlaps, that's a perception, but if you say it's embedded within your system and within your process, I think that's what I hear from the three of you. So I wonder, Daniela, if that also is something at the local level. Maybe you can say something about ICLE for those who are not familiar.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for having me. Very happy to have such brilliant people here in the panel with me. ICLE is a city network, so we're trying to work hard to bring the urban environments to become, of course, more sustainable and more biodiversity friendly, of course. And I'm here with two hats today. I'm of ICLE, the city network, but I'm also coordinating a project called Network Nature, which had now 3 days of very intense events in Brussels. Network Nature is actually this umbrella for this 105 now EU-funded projects on nature-based solutions that Gilles' unit in DG RTD are funding these projects. And so at the local level, why Biodiversa Plus is so important for us. I see Biodiversa Plus as a huge ally, and they're doing this funding to have a huge community of projects, researchers, connecting what is happening in science to also on the ground. So I know that, for example, they just launched 34 new NBS projects in May, there was a kickoff meeting in Montpellier. So very, very important for cities, for urban environments, but also very important for Network Nature. So in terms of Network Nature, Biodiversa Plus is a family. They are part of Network Nature, so Mitila is a work package lead in our project. And I want to highlight here that Biodiversa Plus has created the research and innovation roadmap for nature-based solutions. So this roadmap is extremely important because it informs the funding that is going to happen in the next years for all these upcoming research and innovation projects. So this roadmap gives ideas to the Commission, to DG RTD, and helps RIA, the Research Executive Agency, to run all these projects for Horizon Europe. Yeah.
Okay, great. It's good to hear. Yeah.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, you can add one thing. Sure.
Well, it's not specific to IPBES, but I think one really good thing that was more or less a recent development is this adding of the monitoring of all these partners from ministries and the monitoring to the biodiversa. So not only funding and bringing research together, but really bringing the practitioners and also improving our knowledge base by improving monitoring. Because this is very important. I mean, this is a function where our data really should come from. And so I think advancing this is also important, of course, for national, European, and of course, European contribution also for the global level.
Great. I think, I don't know if about you all, but the biodiversity role is very big. Knowledge assessments, data collection, monitoring, communication, community, and very much appreciated by these groups. So that's great to hear. To make it a bit more forward-looking in terms of the role of Biodiversa in the future coming up. Looking forward for 5 years, what would you see as the single biggest threat or challenge to Biodiversa? Because you're so enthusiastic, so I'm sure you don't want to have it disappear. What is the biggest barrier or threat?
I can start. I think it could be relevance. I think I heard a few things today, and I think Gilles said something yesterday about, the Green Deal. If you look at it on one level, biodiversity isn't explicitly there, and we see this in a lot of countries in their program for government. Previously, biodiversity was up front and center, and now it's not there. But Valerie said a few things in her presentation today that it is embedded across the Green Deal. And when you look at all the different language being used, scratch the surface on it, and biodiversity is there. Resilient economy, biodiversity. Security, biodiversity. Food security, biodiversity. Everything, biodiversity. And I think what we need to do is understand that the semantics can often change in the policy landscape, but the underlying value of what we do is still there, but we just need to position it. And the last panel as well talked a lot about communication. We just got to work out what's the language and narrative we need to get at to showcase that what we're doing. And I think for me, one of the values of this, and if I was writing the next tender, which would be terrible, one of the things I would say is we need to position whatever this work is to say it's not biodiversity for biodiversity's sake, but it's fitting into all of these different new languages and new paradigms that are coming forward. And the policy cycle comes and goes. You get boom and bust. It happens. It's not an existential threat at the moment. It's just the pulse of these policy cycles. We just need to adapt to that and say that if you want to have a resilient economy, if you want to have climate neutral, you need to keep on funding biodiversity because it is the foundation of our economy. And lots of people get facts and figures about that, and that's what we just need to target in on and say, if you want this, fund this.
Yes, but also what Martina said earlier, natural capital is the basis for the other capitals, and to make that really, really obvious. Martina's left, I think, already. But Isabel, for you, what are the biggest threats or barriers for Biodiversa?
Well, I completely agree with this statement, but from the IPA's point of view, I was listening very carefully with how do you measure impact of Biodiversa Plus, and this is very much what we do also in IPAS, because we need to show also that our work is having impact. So, we continue to have the support of the governments. And this is one thing in that Biodiversa can help us, because we are now trying to see the impact, not only of IPAS, but impact of this function of knowledge catalysis. And things as easy as mentioning that this program was also written based on this knowledge gaps, or some mention, could help. And also we actually are now asking for contributions to really map where we may have had some impact. But because this attribution, we already talked here, is very, very hard. And I think also for Biodiversa in the global context, this could help. And of course, I hope that Biodiversa continues, as I say, funding biodiversity for all kinds of reasons. But also, I would hope that it could also look a little to, about the role in Europe in the world. And my experience is this, in biodiversity, really the funders, the people that are putting a lot of resources in, in producing knowledge, and not only knowledge, but policies and everything. Europe, I think, is a leader. And so we should try to also help in other. We know biodiversity is in many other continents even more. They are more diverse, and they are struggling to keep this from disappearing. So if Biodiversa could really have a more, of course, not losing its European focus, but really try to reach out more to other regions of the world, this would be a very good development, I think.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Thanks a lot. Joe, what are your points?
Thank you. So with Biodiversa, we're trying to move from the data that's available to developing knowledge products so that we can implement actions to support biodiversity. I just want to underpin the scale of what you're trying to do here, even just in Europe, with all member countries to have the data that's currently available in an interoperable shared format so that it can be used at the EEA for decision making is in itself an immense task. Having that expertise in the standards and help to share that type of data across all member countries, across all the types of data that need to be shared, is in itself a huge project. So there is a risk of not getting that right and having the data flows not coming that we expect to have in 5 years. So I think that is a potential risk, but there certainly is the appetite and the agreement of collaboration to make it happen. But we can't underestimate the scale of that, even in Europe.
And is that something that you think will accelerate with the novel technologies that we heard about yesterday, kind of the increment of data being collected through all kind of systems?
Sure,
or is it more specific for Biodiversa?
The deployment of automated systems is certainly going to have that data come in more rapidly. It's more the legacy data. Currently, the EA gets reports from nations, but the data from nations, the data that underpins those reports aren't openly shared. And that legacy data, to have that come so that we have that baseline to measure change over time is critical, and that's the difficult part.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Just going back to Isabel with one point, if I got that right, you also said, well, show impact, but also make it clear that the impact is coming from biodiversity, being acknowledged. Is that something that you hinted at? Or did I hear that the input from Biodiversa in global assessments or global products should be acknowledged as this comes from Biodiversa? Is that happening enough?
Well, let me think. We're now trying to get a system, so our data and knowledge task force is trying to really also acknowledge the authors of the research that actually is used in IPBES. So really we're working a lot on giving credit to everyone and to all the institutions that are used in our assessments. So yes, I think I cannot give you technical details at the moment, but we are working on that, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Joe wants to add, and then I come to you, Daniela. Yeah.
I have a solution for that. We have, as I mentioned yesterday, a DOI tracking system on data use from GBIF. So one activity I would really love funders to do is to require the use of the DOIs, but also require that the grant number be part of the data sets published to GBIF. Because if that happens, we can track from the IPBES report all the way back to the data providers to Biodiversa Plus, and Biodiversa Plus can tell the Commission that here are the projects and that data. We can do that. We have the infrastructure to do that. We just need to fill in the data from expand the system to have the identifiers from the funders.
Okay, great. So if you're not doing that yet, DOI tracking, now is the time, I think. Daniela, and from your perspective, biggest strategy.
Yeah, I'm going to throw some other things in the room that we haven't mentioned yet, maybe. I guess a big threat for Biodiversa Plus is equal the big threat for biodiversity. And in the sense that, the political situation, of course. So it's a very important funder. We wish long life for Biodiversa Plus. We want to be working with you, and we want to keep existing, to be able to have all these projects working on the ground and creating knowledge and, having communities being engaged and bringing biodiversity to the normal citizen and everybody to feel in their hearts how important that is for our survival. But we need, of course, politics to jump in. So that's a big one that I think it's a threat, right, for Biodiversa Plus and for Network Nature as well. And maybe another thing that I would like to mention is that sometimes I feel that these projects are a bit short-term for the big work that they need to do. So we're talking here about nature, and we have many experts in the room, and we know that in 3 to 5 years, which is the lifetime of these projects, you just can sometimes scratch the surface, right? And if you really, really want to go deep, and I understand because you need to do seed funding for some regions and some cities, and then you start something there, and then you go and put the money somewhere else, so that other people also have the opportunity to have seed funding. So you have to distribute, and you have to make sure that all these member states and all these members countries, they can get projects on the ground. And because sometimes biodiversity is being done in cities only by these projects. They rely on this funding. It's incredible. I have been talking to many, many cities and looking here at Gilles, so you know, Gilles, how important it is. Many cities say, like, they cannot really do biodiversity monitoring. They cannot really engage the communities if these projects are not there on the ground. So, yeah, and we hope that the whole defense discourse and the fear of the war, and that it does not really make biodiversity become less important, because it's not. It will always be the most important thing, because we would not be here without biodiversity.
Yeah, I don't think we couldn't agree more. On the projects, we heard about that as well. They're too short, so we should think about that maybe also for future programs, that there is a kind of a timeline with a longer-term future perspective. But on this political will, definitely recognizable at the national and European level, I think. I wonder if that's the same also at the local level with the municipalities. My personal impression is that that is not the same, but how about...
Yeah, it's, you know what I feel? When I see at the European level, thank you, that, things are going another way, and we start to get worried because the LIFE program, for example, is maybe vanishing from the MFF or that kind of thing. We look at cities, because a lot of biodiversity work is being really done at the local level. So it's actually the hope, you know, it turns back to cities and really the will and the power of these people bottom up, you know, working on the ground. And I feel that there are so many mayors and so many departments that are super, super creative, and they're really, really trying, and they're really, really inspired. And sometimes they are more innovative and progressive than regional authorities, and a lot more than national authorities. So, it gives me hope.
Yes, there's hope indeed. Let's end with this positive note on that. Thanks for that, but now I also give the opportunity to the participants. If there's any questions or additions that you want to bring to these speakers. Petri, you have a question or a point?
Yeah, thanks for the excellent discussion. And I would like to continue from this last comment by Daniela, that these municipalities, I think they are really crucial, because for example, the work what we are doing in Work Package 2 about these biodiversity monitoring activities, all these investments on national scale, they are first focusing what is needed on their own countries. So that's kind of like a base bone. And for many countries which are currently advanced, it has been the debate that there's so much more need coming from the local level. There's need for land use planning and need for all kind of sustainability indicators, which should be targeted to the GIS data and this kind of like a local level decision making. That on top of that, I think it's much easier to argument and build on this kind of like a national and European global layers then. But I think that's really the important argument when negotiating about the funding and the sustainability of establishment, national coordination centers, for example. So,
I agree 100%.
Yeah. So stronger connection with the local authorities. Brian, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, just on the urban, I think something like 7% of the land area of Europe is urban, and about 85% of the population is or will be urban. So I think the impact of urban, while geographically limited, is actually really vast. And I think the services that urban areas require, you're seeing it already in most cities and urban areas. You know, they're protecting lakes well away from their urban centres for reservoirs. They're protecting waterways and protecting canals. I live in Copenhagen, and our water comes from a lake in a different commune, but it's owned by the commune I live in. and protect it. And it's, they have a really strict management regime of it. And, biodiversity benefits from it, but it's water and it's cheaper for them to do that than to treat it all. And I think this is something, Daniela touched on the point that urban areas are often very autonomous and can react very quickly, and they can do things. And they're often doing it for their local population, so it's an immediate benefit. And I think that's something we need to tap into a lot and understand that, from a size area, no, but from an impact perspective, definitely yes. And when they do something, like if a big city does something, the rest of the country will have to follow. And I think that's, for me, when I see a lot of urban planning and they talk about biodiversity, it's a utility, it's an infrastructure requirement, it's an amenity for health benefits as well. And we've seen that after COVID. A lot of the communication around nature was, it's good for you to go for a walk in nature. And it is good for you to go for a walk in nature. And then recreation and all of that. So what is the different values of biodiversity and the services it provides for us? And urban areas get that a lot quicker than national ones, I think, because the scale of what they're looking at is very different.
Maybe I give one example. The city of Munich, right after we got the victory, and Brian and we were shouting on LinkedIn like crazy, so I got to know Brian via LinkedIn because we were really promoting the nature restoration regulation like crazy. And when it went through, I was reposting your, jubilees, and you were reposting mine. And and Munich called us, the city of Munich. It was, so the law passed in August, and they called us, it was October, November, and they called ICLE, and they said, guys, we need help. We want to roll out the nature restoration regulation here in our city. How do we do it? Where do we start, right? So you see, they are longing for it, right? And I won't say it's every city in Europe, but many of them are. They really are keen to roll out this. It's going to come from the national level, the nature restoration plans, but they are already, before the national level is moving, asking ICLE, hey, we want the tools, we want capacity building, we want to dive into this. So it's, Yeah,
it's a great example. Thanks for that. I think it's a great opportunity anyway for Biodiversa perhaps to link more closely with local authorities as allies to bring the message and to the bottom-up kind of influencing impacting. Gilles, you want to add?
Yep, sorry, that guy from RTD again, sorry. It's great to see you. We are friends, all of us. The first thing I want to say is that we co-create all the projects with DG Env and DG Agri, so it's not only RTD. On our side, with my team, we manage 55 projects, but among them, there are some very important ones, and they are there. So you have COP for CBD, Respin, BioAgora, and then Network Nature, of course, and the partnership Biodiversa Plus. These are the 5 most important for us. I'm not saying that the other projects are not, but these are really the crucial ones.
Don't tell anyone, it's our secret.
Just also to remind that Biodiversa Plus is an observer for the EU biodiversity platform and BioAgora too. It's very important to know what are the discussions in terms of policy needs, and then help us with the KCBD, the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity. And then maybe you remember the slide with this very complex context. And next week we will have discussions with GRC on the Technical and Scientific Coordination Center. They will build 23 knowledge hubs, and these should not be the same or work in synergies with the knowledge exchange networks by BioAgora. So this is what we will discuss next week. But it's clear that the role of Biodiversa Plus and the projects will be taken into account for that. Last point. When we look at FP10, so everybody is worried, me included. But as I said, for the moment, there are many gossips. So the best way to work all together is really to explain that biodiversity is crucial for everything. And so for that, thank you, Network Nature, because we have your roadmap on research on nature-based solutions. There will be a new SRIA by Biodiversa Plus, crucial for us. And these two documents are really the basis for the long-term research agenda that we are supposed to develop since years, but we have no time, but we will do it with BioAgora. And so for that, we will be ready to say this is what we need for FP10. Thank you.
Great addition. Thank you, Gilles, for that. Yeah. I have a question from you, and then any more questions from a person not called Gilles or Gert-Jan? Sorry for that. Gert-Jan, please.
My question is about when Isabel raises outreach to the world, or reach out to the world, then you will be confronting other types of knowledge, traditional knowledge, and local communities, indigenous peoples. The reason to ask also is that we are involved in an initiative, bottom-up, where these things happen. What is the approach about to reach out, as far as you know, in the EU and or IPBES, to acknowledge these differences that are cultural and they are fundamental? And with the concept of free prior informed consent, we are helping, but I would like to have your view on that. Thank you.
Well, this one's for you.
Well, thank you for that question. As I think you all know, IPBES from the start had a challenge that I think is actually, for me, is one of the biggest challenges of IPBES is really to bring together the different knowledge systems. So here in Europe, we don't have a lot of indigenous peoples, but we have the local knowledge. And so more and more, we need to integrate this. And this is a challenge. And, but we just, we are learning by doing. So we are, I think, progressing in that, at IPBES. We are progressing together with the UNESCO, the TSU from that task force is in the UNESCO. So we are having more and more dialogues because, of course, what we do is assess globally, knowledge and the way that we bring together knowledge from the science world. It's quite already established, but when we bring things from different knowledge systems, this is much more, we don't know exactly how to do it. I mean, we are learning how to do it. And I think, of course, Biodiversa can also take this into its shoulders to try to bring together. I think there's already doing this by engaging different stakeholders, including the farmers, the fishermen, and all that. But I think there is research in there, how to bring together these knowledge systems. This is a research topic. That is not only practice, but is also a research, and there are people, of course, working on this.
Yeah.
And
I think it's great to be honest and say, well, we actually don't know, and we reach out to others to help us in identifying how to do so.
Can I just challenge that? I don't know, one of my favorite outputs from IPBES, and I love IPBES, is the transformative change assessment. You did a brilliant work with that assessment. I'm so inspired by it, and many of the projects that Network Nature has under their umbrella are working with that assessment, really, and it's just fresh, right? It came out in December, and and there you have all these ideas for different values, different systems, different views of the world, right? And that guides a little bit more, this more balanced way how we relate with nature, and that we take into account different value systems. So you did an amazing job with that one.
Okay, so you're too modest. Thank you. Yes, Brian, and then Joe first. Yeah, you had that. Yeah.
I can quickly. So as a research data infrastructure, we can be very focused on the data. If you go to gbif.org and look at our news items, a couple weeks ago we announced a task force on indigenous data governance. So this is developed from the indigenous communities, and they're going to provide us recommendations for how we can manage data that contains indigenous knowledge. And I encourage you to do an internet search on context labels. So this is a way of attaching metadata to species occurrence records, and it allows indigenous communities to put a verified information about that specimen. It's a standard system, and it's an opportunity for that data of indigenous knowledge to flow through the whole chain so people can understand where that data comes from and any kind of indigenous knowledge located to this. So this is the very early days, and we hope to have a test on this in a couple weeks.
Okay, great. Another thing to add, DOI tracking knowledge labels, context labels. Sorry for that. Brian.
Maybe just to add on to that a little bit, I think Daniela's point on views is very important, because if you think about traditional environment or traditional knowledge, a lot of it's the viewpoint and perspective of things. So we have a lot of divergent views in Europe, which is very important. But I think in terms of indigenous peoples, we have like French Guiana, we've Dutch Caribbean, French Polynesia. They're kind of in the EU, not in the EU, depending on what you think about. And then in Denmark, you've got Greenland was part of the EU, it's no longer, but there's still an agreement there. So we have different communities within the broader European perspective, and we should be thinking about how we engage with those. But just in terms of what we have been doing in the past, so the Biopanel project, which was funded by the EU, that was one of the probably the largest driver of funding for indigenous community conserved areas across the world. I used to work in managing a database on those, and the funding came exclusively from the EU. And I think there was a lot of promotion there about understanding traditional knowledge, understanding the importance of indigenous peoples, and your free, prior, informed consent was something that was number one in that criteria. So I think, in Europe, we're, on one hand, we say we don't have a lot, but we do have a lot of different perspectives and understandings and ways of thinking in local communities. So that's the semantics we use. Elsewhere in the world, we do, and I think there's a lot of stuff we need to think about how we can transfer that knowledge to those areas and vice versa, but also, are we as a EU outsourcing some of our challenges to these regions that will be more adversely affected? So I think, we need to think about the bigger picture. Where are we getting our products from? What is the impact on indigenous peoples, et cetera, in those, and feed that into our kind of our chain of consumerism.
Okay, thanks.
We're missing the private sector in the panel a bit, right?
Sorry?
The private sector.
Yeah, the person who is missing was from the private sector, and that's indeed missing. So
but we think
there's a gap in our knowledge here.
Yes, there's a gap here.
On stage. But, yeah, I was just going to ask other questions. The lady in the back.
Yes, we are 3 countries here from the north that have indigenous people. We have the Samic people of Sweden, Norway, and Finland. And when you talk about municipalities getting involved and cities have big impact, of course there is a lot of people in the cities, but we also have to reconnect with all the nature that is outside the cities. And don't forget about the water, the oceans and rivers and big lakes. There is no people there, but a lot of biodiversity. So, of course, cities can do a lot of things, but the municipalities living close to nature with less people, they are more impacted directly from biodiversity changes.
Yes. So, thank you for that perspective. Indeed, the close to nature, as we also said, or the rapidity of responding at the local level. Good addition. Thanks for that. Any more from the group? I think I have one last question for you, because the barriers that you listed, you talked about the need to be relevant, show impact, help other continents perhaps, make sure that the data flows come in. Political support might be lacking and projects are too short. But then, okay, how are we going to tackle that? What would be your one thing that you would add to the Biodiversa partnership to make it more effective in these terms or in general? Where can I start? Brian.
I can start. Off the top of my head, I think it would be understanding how change can happen. So really focusing on, we're doing a lot of really good science. We're saying what we need to happen, but maybe we're a bit weak as a general community on how to transform that into actual action on the ground.
Okay, understanding how change can happen. Are these being noted by Biodiversa?
Yeah, work on solutions, I think is a good one, but I would add really work. I think this is a perfect consortium together with the Commission to really work on how to fund long-term programs, okay, maybe the projects, but really with a sequence that you can really work things until they are kind of solved and not really leave things in the middle.
Okay, yeah, we've heard that. That's a great message.
So I'd recommend that all the data being generated in Biodiversa Plus come to an open data repository with a grant number. And also, well, we hope so, yes. But, and also to help us provide help to the practitioners to share that data, because that's a bit of a gap.
All right, great. And Daniela?
I'm going to say we have to get better at doing lobby. We know, right, the industry is very strong. The nature negative industry is very strong with lobby. We need to be better. We need to be really strong. It has to be, we need to have really a lot of people trained and entering these other fields and convincing people how important biodiversity is. We need to get better at communication, have journalists. We need to, this should be 5 times bigger than this room, this conference, right? We need to get more spaces and get out of the bubble and not be talking only to ourselves. So lobby, communication, and break out of the bubble, yeah.
Bang, on that, I thank you all for this magnificent input. Thank the speaker. So I think a big applause again. Really great ideas. Do pick them up also in the workshop this afternoon. So do remember what's been said here. I think essential input. Great. So, nearly there. We have one more panel to go. And that's the last panel, obviously. That's the one that will look at collaborations. We heard already about many of the collaborations, many of the projects being listed. Again, the posters upstairs and leaflets and whatever are upstairs provide information, so go have a look. We heard about the 5 key networks and others, so this panel will address that. Before we open the panel, I ask Nathalie Morata for giving a presentation. Nathalie will have a challenging task to sketch out the science policy interface that is supporting biodiversity. Nathalie, the floor is yours. Nathalie is, by the way, head of the European and International Cooperation Department at the French Foundation for Research and Biodiversity. She's also leading the project Co-op for CBD. So the green arrow is the one, and there you go. You're okay? And this is the the green arrow is, and the red one to go back. Okay. Yep. There you go.
Ready. Thank you for the introduction. So we started already to speak a little bit of the policy and the science policy interface. I already went too far. Okay. But we can ask ourselves first, what is the science policy interface? If we consider the IPBES definition, an organization, an initiative, a project that works at the boundary of science, policy, and society to enrich decision-making is considered as a science policy interface. In order to do so, however, it is crucial to articulate the policy needs with the scientific information. So this will provide the basis for the knowledge holder to refine and to target their research and the synthesis work in this direction. When I speak about a knowledge holder, we just talk about it right now. It includes researchers, but it's also the indigenous people and local communities. It is all type of experts that can bring knowledge in this science policy interface. It is important to underline that this interface is absolutely working on both sides. It is not a one-way street. It is really a co-construction mechanism, and Marie talked about it also, underlined this importance that the co-construction is really crucial here. It therefore requires dedicating time and resources for the interaction of science policy interface, which is the context of the project I will talk about now. So the biodiversity and climate science policy interface is pretty well structured. So we have the knowledge holder in climate and biodiversity that can directly be linked with the Biodiversity and Climate Convention. We have the straight arrow, but also can go through the intergovernmental platform, so the intergovernmental platform for climate and for biodiversity, IPCC and IPBES. In addition, in Europe, the European Commission is a very important policy player. So the 4 projects take place in this landscape. I will start first with COP for CBD that makes the link between knowledge holder and CBD. COP for CBD. So the 3 main objectives of the project are to strengthen the ties between the CBD and the EU processes. It is also aiming at providing technical knowledge for the EU negotiator, and also to engage the best available European expertise to build a network of experts. So for doing so, we have a lot of capacity building activities. Among them, we organize some dialogues between expert and negotiator, which permits to better understand the needs of the national focal points of CBD. We also organize training on the use of the clearinghouse mechanisms and the BioLand tool. We organize training on technical and scientific cooperation and also on the CBD processes so people understand better how it works. And we also produce technical brief and organize outreach activities to promote engagement and involvement in the CBD. So this is for the COP for CBD. So if COP for CBD aim at CBD, the RESPIN project is aiming at other SPIs, IPBES and IPCC. RESPIN mission is to strengthen synergy, policy support and knowledge uptake of IPBES and IPCC. Our approach is to understand and analyze the experiences with support and capacity building for IPBES and IPCC, and also to better understand the barrier to engagement of knowledge holder in these platforms. And starting with this, we then, in the future, will organize activity and support to better include the engagement of experts in these processes. Via training, via fact sheet, we organize MOOCs, and that will help the engagement of experts. That was for RESPIN. We also heard quickly already about BioAgora. As we could say before, formulating adequate response to pressing challenges at the science policy interface requires effective and legitimate knowledge brokering. So the overarching goal of BioAgora is the development of a fair and functional science service for biodiversity. So this will facilitate the orchestration of processes and initiatives at the science policy interface at the European level. So if we look a bit closer at this, the overarching function, so the science service has 3 overarching functions. Transforming the processes within and between science and policy, creating a supporting active knowledge exchange network. Gilles mentioned them yesterday, so this is an important aspect. And the very core is to answer request function with the subsequent evidence-based building. So to answer policy requests, BioAgora is testing different knowledge brokering mechanisms, and currently the prototype of a knowledge brokering mechanisms tailored to EU-funded community. So this is the schematic of this testing platform. I won't go into all the details, but these mechanisms will allow for a tailored response to policy requests within a few months, 3-4 months, on urgent policy relevant issue. And we have experts of BioAgora We have experts of all these projects in the room, so if there is specific question, we can address them later. Up. So that was for BioAgora. And now, okay, we are in the Biodiversa conference, so I won't start with the basic that everybody knows already. I will dive directly into what Biodiversa is doing for the science policy interface. So Biodiversa works with policy at different levels. Upstream of knowledge development. The partnership helps to co-design research program and strategy with the stakeholders and the policymakers to identify the theme to be developed and supported by the partnership. Then, during the knowledge development, Biodiversa provides guidance and training on science policy interfacing in the research projects that are funded. And finally, downstream of knowledge development, Biodiversa contributes by providing science-based guidance based on the result of the project funded via policy product and in particular policy brief. Biodiversa. And I will end with the ECAT network. The ECAT network is the European and Central Asia network of organizations engaged in IPBES. It was established in 2015, and it provides really an informal, this is important, it's really informal, but it's really an active platform that connects national focal points, national biodiversity platform, and other stakeholders across the regions. Its purpose is to strengthen collaboration, share knowledge, and build capacities for science policy engagement on biodiversity and ecosystem services. So the ECA network in particular organized the Pan-European Stakeholder Consultation, the PESC meetings, which serve as a key forum for dialogue, networking, and joint planning in relation with IPBES processes. So all this project and network started to work together, in particular during the COP16 event. So we listed a few activities that we have done together, or that some of the projects have done together. So the first event that was organized, it was during the COP16, where the 4 projects, Biodiversa, COP4CBD, RESPIN, and BioAgora, organized side events at COP16. So since then, there is also other side events that have been organized. Also in March 2025, there was the PESC RESPIN meeting that was organized between Biodiversa, RESPIN, and the ECA network. Some of the synergy also take place as working guidelines. So for example, this spring, there was the CBD guidelines that was worked out between Biodiversa and COP4CBD. And then in the future, there will be some joint workshop organized in particular around the business and biodiversity theme between Biodiversa and RESPIN. There will be an ECA region network meeting that will be organized between RESPIN, ECA, and the BestNet project also. And there will be also a joint workshop between BioAgora, RESPIN, about the IPBES business and biodiversity assessment. This is a few of the examples. There are much more, but I will let the panelists to present them in a few minutes. So this is all for me, and then if we want more information, we have the panelists now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Nathalie, for this overview. It's a difficult job and it's quite confusing. If you don't mind, I'll skip this because we will see these people on stage in a moment. But if it's right, we should get a Mentimeter. No Mentimeter, I'm not sure if it's in. No Mentimeter at the moment, otherwise I can do a live Mentimeter. It is also...
The Mentimeter was supposed to be on the last slide of the presentation.
The very last slide. No. Well, then I can just do a live Mentimeter. Why make it difficult with QR codes? It's for after the panel. Sorry, my mistake. After the panel. Hold your horses. Thanks for that. In that case, then I will invite the panelists on stage. Nathalie, please join. What a surprise indeed. And Reiner Schotke. So Reiner is Senior Scientific Officer at the DLR, the Project Management Agency in Germany, and one of the Biodiversa co-chairs. Kaisa Korhonen-Kurki is Principal Researcher at Syke, the Finnish Environment Institute, and coordinator of Biogora, which she's representing here. Axel Polsch. Axel, there you go, is a geoecologist at the German Institute for Biodiversity Network and in the coordination team of RESPIN, if I got that right. And Anna Heck. Anna Heck is joining us as Science Policy Officer for the Belgian Biodiversity Platform, and she represents here the ECA network. Right, so as said, we had a great presentation on the science policy interface. A complicated matter, I can tell you. So you may, a natural question would be for many who are not so much involved in this, are you not doing the same thing? What is happening in these networks? So let me start perhaps with the niches in from your own networks, from your own institutions within this science policy network. So what is unique from your own project or network in this science policy interface landscape? May I start with Anna?
Eeny, meeny, miny. Someone has to start. Hello, everyone. Well, I'm happy to go first. I think, first of all, the niche of the ECA network, I think, we'll post to everyone else who's here. We're not a project. So we're really this informally organized, self-organized network that came about through the IPBES ECA assessment, for those that remember already quite a while ago now. And so this collaboration has continued across the region, so Europe, Central Asia, because it was really useful for the different focal points, but also the biodiversity platforms, stakeholders, researchers across the regions to keep engaging with each other and to keep sharing experiences which are very different across the regions, but we can all help each other to figure out how to best engage with IPBES. So I guess that is maybe our niche, that we're just a self-organized informed network that has since found collaborators with Biodiversa, with RESPIN, and all the other fantastic projects in the science policy.
All right, thanks. Clear. Axel?
Yeah, as you correctly said, I'm here for the RESPIN project, and I think the specific niche of RESPIN is that it does not only concentrate on biodiversity, but also on climate change. Our mission is to strengthen both science policy interfaces, IPBES and IPCC, and they are quite different from their history, from the way they work, from the way they include stakeholders, from the way they include knowledge outside the pure scientific knowledge. And so we try to bring together both scientists, stakeholders from both sides, but also policymakers from both sides, and that's quite a tricky thing, and our experience so far is that the IPBES community is, at least for us, easier to approach than the IPCC community. And our next task is to better approach also the climate scientists and integrate them into the discussion. And we tried that with the one example Nathalie already mentioned, with the PESC SPIN meeting in March in Brussels, where we had national focal points, not only from the IPBES side, but also from the IPCC side joining that meeting. And that was quite interesting to see the different perspectives.
Great. So IPBES and IPCC, biodiversity and climate change is unique for RESPIN. Biogora, Kaisa.
Okay, thank you. I think we all understand that the science policy interface landscape is really complex, as we saw yesterday in that figure that was shown, and also in was it the second slide, also in Nathalie's presentation. And I think the one actor, one project can't, do everything. So there is a niche for all of these actors, projects, and networks. And for BioAgora, of course, as we saw in the second slide, our focus is in a EU level, in a way that we work very closely with the European Commission, and we are building the science service for for facilitating the implementation of EU biodiversity strategy. So that's like our main goal. But what we also do, which is our goal, is to orchestrate all the actors within this very complex landscape in a way that we really aim not to do anything which is overlapping. And there are, as we see, many actors, many networks, many activities, and there needs to be some kind of way to make sense of this complexity. And we are building these kind of spiders, these knowledge exchange networks that are thematic kind of, not the new actors, but the kind of spiders that aim to connect all the expertise, actors, and the knowledge for better use of knowledge in the science policy interface and in the policy making.
Okay, spiders. Thanks, Kajsa. Rainer, from the Biodiversa.
Yes, thank you. So, Biodiversa Plus, as the European Biodiversity Partnership, has a rather broad range of different activities, as we presented yesterday, for example, within our 4 flagship programs. We have a broad range of, a broad research program, actually, where we are funding different projects, bringing on or generating new knowledge, actually, and of course also our broad range of monitoring activities. And with these, we always try to integrate, of course, knowledge gaps identified by IPBES assessments, for example, or the whole process. We want to bring forward, of course, also knowledge for international policies, and so we seek for different activities also in these international commitments. And so we really want to fund, yes, policy-relevant research on the one side, but on the other hand side, we also want to bring in our expert scientists from the projects into those international processes. So that's the reason why we engage in direct capacity-building activities to bring in these experts into the networks, into the processes, maybe acting as authors in IPBES assessments, etc. So our specific niche is, of course, to bring forward the knowledge, but also to feed into these processes in both ways, in both directions.
All right. Okay. Clear. Thank you. And then Nathalie.
Thank you. So I will speak for COP4CBD. So in COP4CBD, the goal is really to reinforce the link between expert and the CBD processes. So I think the niche of the project is really to understand what are the needs of the national focal points for the negotiation, and then to try to have the best expertise to answer these needs. So we have these dialogues, and then we look for the experts depending on this, and I think this is our special niche.
Okay, yeah. Sounds pretty distinct for me, actually, these 5 niches, so that's great to hear. Don't know about you, but still many networks arise, still many networks develop and are in the running, and we hear funding is scarce. So I wonder what you're actually doing to avoid this kind of duplication and overlapping of activities. Can I, Rainer, you want to start this one?
Well, I mean, I think it's not so much about overlap, it's about synergies. I mean, we try to make use of what the others already have done. I mean, we need, with RESPIN, we go a bit beyond the EU countries, also to Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and so we make use of contacts that the ECA network, for instance, has in this region, who is the national focal point for IPBES in Tajikistan. So, you know, and can we approach that guy or not? It's not duplicating efforts, and then on the other hand, COP4CBD is doing training sessions to prepare for the upcoming CBD Substar in 5 weeks in Panama, and then they ask us, well, you were with the IPBES assessments, can you help us with the training session to explain what is the specific thing about that assessment that Substar now will discuss how the policy uptake will be. And then we can say, yes, we were at the IPBES negotiations, so we can bring in our knowledge there. So it's not an overlap, it's trying to help each other. Yeah. And from my personal view, the main thing is the impact. From which project it finally comes, I don't care. The thing is something moving on the ground to save biodiversity or not?
Great.
From whatever project.
Impact. Yeah, good message. Thanks for that. Any additions to this synergy we hear?
Okay, maybe I can continue. Yeah, I fully agree. I would not also use the word overlapping, but really synergies between these, because the niches are quite clear. Mm-hmm. And when there is a need for collaboration, we all know each other, so it kind of comes also naturally. But here in BioAgora, we are developing this science service, which is something which is mentioned in a biodiversity, EU biodiversity strategy, and it will be there also, after the projects end, hopefully. And then now, when the other projects are approaching towards the end, we are having this web platform going to have the web platform in the science service. So we are already now collaborating with the Kopo CDPD, for example, how all the knowledge and data and expert databases will be then transferred to this kind of permanent structure, which will be there after the projects end. So putting it very concrete terms. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's also worth to mention that both Biodiversa Plus and BioAgora are at the moment observers in EUBP. Mm-hmm. So
what is EUBP?
It's a European biodiversity platform, which is where the member states and the wide range of stakeholders are, and Biodiversa Plus and BioAgora at the moment, bringing some kind of voice of science there. So we are then also bringing the expertise from other science policy interface processes in the European scale.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I cannot agree more. So the idea actually of such key collaboration processes is to avoid duplication and to seek synergies between all of our initiatives here. And of course, for example, when we are organizing joint capacity building events or similar workshops, for example, then of course it's so valuable to have these different expertises, because there's an ever big demand, of course, in people organizing such events, in bringing in their specific knowledge, expertise on specific countries, for example, or contacts, and I think that's exactly what the synergy of our cooperation is about. And of course, yes, it's so important to bring in this knowledge from the scientific community into the policy processes, if it's the European Biodiversity Platform or more international platforms up to the CBD processes, where we seek to work together to maximize our synergies.
Okay, yeah, so cooperation, synergies. Yeah. Any additional points to these?
Yes, I was going to say that a lot of us have many hats. We are involved in the various of these projects. At FRB, we are involved in COP4CBD, RESPIN, Biodiversa, and ECA, not in BioAgora. But so that really helps us to also know what is happening in the other. And sometimes it can be complicated to have many hats, but I think it really helps to see the synergy in the project. For example, some months ago, we had to launch some questionnaires, and often when we send questionnaires, it's the same people, the same national focal points, the same experts. And so coordinate this permits to keep the people alive and not be buried under many questionnaires. And so I think it really helps and it works fine.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I very much recognize that having different hats. For those of you who don't know me, I'm here as a neutral moderator, but I'm also a partner in some of these networks, like many of you are. That's how it goes. Isabel, you want to react to this, or can you wait until we have the Q&A? Because we have first Anna, and then we come to this. Yeah.
Yes, perhaps to say from my side, one of the ways I heard Axel speak about synergies, that it's useful for us to have all of these projects on the landscape is because for an informal network, as Natalie mentioned earlier, we organize these pan-European stakeholder consultations, so PESC meetings, where we aim to have as many people across the region present. However, as we're informally organized, funding can be an issue. So we have sometimes focal points, biodiversity platforms that have some budgets available. But if we want to have many participants, in particular those from underfunded regions, it's nice to have or to be able to leverage the funding from projects or from, for example, from Biodiversa to enable us to bring participants in from Eastern Europe that otherwise would not be able to attend. So we can really have a very inclusive process, or we can have an inclusive attendance if we, thanks to the funding and the collaboration with these projects. So that for us is really a nice way to have these synergies and to be able to say, okay, there's existing, I think that's what all these projects are trying to do, find who is existing in the landscape and how to reinforce those capacity building processes. And yeah, I think that's how we really find the synergies.
Hear, helping each other in reaching the same impact as you said indeed. So also bear that in mind for this afternoon's workshop. Identify the networks to be engaged with. Isabel, you want to have in addition to this?
Well, thank you. I just like to add a point that is about this that we are discussing here, overlap and synergies, but can be applied also for many other projects. Is that we should not be overlapping, not knowing that we are overlapping. Sometimes because each one of your projects will not do everything that could be done within the framework of that project. It's impossible. And this is sometimes actually the projects are too ambitious. I mean, too ambitious, the calls from the Commission, for instance, there are too many things, and then you can only do very little of each thing. So sometimes things that are apparently overlapping, of course, they are overlapping if you don't know what the other is doing. But if you know, actually you can complement. And I think this is why it's so important to have these collaborations, and this is my latest obsession, collaboration between projects, because yes, they can actually be apparently doing something that is overlapping, but actually it's not overlapping. It can be brought together and really be stronger, and we can move faster. So I think this synergy is really key. And of course, these projects have kind of different focus, but also because the stakeholders are very much the same in many cases. So it's really important that when we have this thing, stakeholder engagement that we are talking all about, that we really first come together, so we are not bothering the same people again and again and again, and really come as a team of projects, talking with them.
Okay, thank you very much, Isabel. Meanwhile, I see that the Mentimeter is happening as we speak, so that's good to see. Let's have a look at it in a moment. I just have one add-on question before also opening the floor again the last time to the participants for questions to this panel, but just an additional question to what we just talked about, because clearly everybody cooperates, we know each other, networks, people are with different hats in different situations, so it's pretty easy to collaborate in that respect. But how about beyond our bubble? Any experiences that you have, or any practices that you can share in terms of reaching out and collaborating with the entirely non-biodiversity related communities? Industry, big business, other policy sectors. This is not prepared, so you can tell people kind of, but anything goes.
Yeah, now I'm here for BioGora, but I changed my Respin hat now, as I'm also there.
Nice.
Well, it is actually a biodiversity committee as well, but we are organizing a biodiversity business workshop in Helsinki now attached to the European Biodiversity and Business Summit, which will be in 1 month's time. So that's at least for RESPIN something that when we think about the knowledge uptake of IPBES and IPCC assessments, we go for the business sector in a way that how they use these assessments. But maybe I also then, since I have a mic, say something with my BioAgora, because that's my mandate here, I guess, at the moment. When we had those 3 main goals or the functions for the science service, transforming processes and between science and policy, and one important kind of sub-function there is the mainstreaming biodiversity, in a way that we don't stay within our biodiversity bubble as such. And we've been when the DGs, for example, submit the knowledge request through the ticketing system that was shown very quickly in the slides, we really encouraged that there would be like requests coming jointly from different DGs, for example, that it's not only from DGN, and that we are now piloting this mechanism, and we've actually had joint requests from another, not only from DGN, but from the others as well. So this is something, this is only like, of course, a one step, but this is something that we now also aim to focus in a way that we would have some kind of a mainstreaming tool or something in the science service when it will be in place.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Nathalie?
Yes, in June, some of you may have followed that there was the United Nations Ocean Conference that was taking place in Nice, in France. And we tried to submit a side event like we did for the COP, and it was rejected. And I found this experience interesting because we were trying to go out of the biodiversity sphere that we know. And when participating because we still went to UNOC to see what is happening there, and they are clearly in another bubble, and it's not easy to mix the bubble. So there is attempt. We are trying. Axel can speak more, and he mentioned the complication with the climate sphere that is a bit complicated with RESPIN, but the ocean, and even if some of us are oceanographers to start with, they still don't recognize.
And can you share why you were not accepted?
Yeah,
can
exactly.
You share why?
I think a lot.
Can you share why you were rejected? Just too many applications, or did they?
They had a lot of applications. But
okay.
yeah, but we wanted to show what we do at IPBS and IPCC, and in this project what we do on the ocean, and in the meeting there were clearly a lot of NGO, a lot of actors, a lot of things that by themselves already work and are not open to other sphere working on this team.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rainer.
Well, maybe an experience.
Sorry, I said Rainer, but it's Alex.
from the RESPIN project. Well, our immediate bubble would be the national focal points for IPBES and IPCC from the different countries. But within RESPIN, we also did a series of workshops now with sub-national governments. So not with the national government, but with local people from Colombia, then in Spain, in Catalonia, the regional government, and in Germany with 2 of the 16 federal states. And we tried to get policymakers from these governments that, of course, in a way are responsible for what happens in their administrative level, also with biodiversity. And it was quite an interesting experience because we asked them, why don't you use the IPBES assessments? Why don't you use the IPCC reports for your decision making? And well, some said it's too complicated. It has to be more broken down to our necessities, to our area of responsibility. A global report is too broad, so obviously it needs a different way of communication. Specifically in Germany, they said, well, we have enough knowledge, we would know what we want to do, but there's not the political will to do it. Okay, then as a scientist, you can only say, oh, what can I do then upon that? I gave you everything, but you don't use it, okay? So, but that's what we try to get out of the bubble and try to link the knowledge holders and the knowledge users and make these the basis of knowledge users broader than just the Ministry for the Environment of a given country.
Yeah. Sounds like there is a need for an extra level of knowledge brokerage beyond the kind of the policy summaries of EBES or other reports towards those who actually should need to use it. So, yeah.
If I may, in Biodiversa we interact with different stakeholders from different communities in many different ways, actually. So on the one side we have not only our advisory board but also an enlarged stakeholder board, which has members from different communities, from of course the biodiversity sector, from non-governmental organizations up to representatives of different businesses, of different economic sectors. And we have a wider community, our so-called biome, which encompasses a broad range of different societal actors too. And we communicate regularly, of course, in different channels with these communities. But of course, we have also many different work streams. For example, our work stream on nature-based solutions, where we interact with local actors, with communities, for example, or with the business sector, where we have specific dedicated workshops, interact with different actors from businesses outside the typical biodiversity realm, and to communicate the value of biodiversity for their specific actions, but also to uptake, of course, their needs, their ideas, of course, which we could integrate, of course, into our research activities. And same holds true, of course, also for the policy sector of different policy sectors, where we also communicate. So I think this is one of the main challenges, actually, to communicate the value of biodiversity and our work to a broader community in order to interact as a whole society.
Yeah. Same issue. Yeah. And the last point.
Just to say quickly for the ECHA network. So what we had this last meeting of this past meeting, that was already mentioned a couple of times in March, and now we have these two IPAS assessments, the Nexus assessment and the Transformative Change assessment, that also very clearly give us the direction that we need to reach out beyond the smaller biodiversity community. The Nexus assessment points us to all of these different interactions across the different silos. And so what we had at this PESC meeting was a session where focal points could also exchange what they did to promote uptake in their own countries with regards to breaking down these silos. So had someone found a clever way to approach a different ministry or to communicate the results a bit differently, how to break it down for different actors. So from the ECHA network, we rather try to share experiences amongst each other and to see if someone found one way, because we've seen now it's very difficult to break out of the bubbles, but then with perhaps collective intelligence, someone can find ways that work, and depending on the context, they don't always work. But it's always good to hear the different strategies from across countries, and also people who will do it at the regional level, will do it at a national level, to see how we can get out of our silos. But of course, it remains difficult.
Not easy. That's I think a clear message. Not easy. So, but keep trying. Last possibility for questions. Any last burning questions?
A question online from Mike Jones. Clearly, there's a lot of good policy interface work being done. What would the panelists do differently to improve on their synergistic activities?
Any additions to what you already highlighted? How can you improve even more your synergies? Connections? Any ideas?
The problem is, if we don't say anything now, it makes it seem like it's already perfect, so we have to come up with a good way.
Let's keep it that way. I like that. I think right now we are still, every time we organize something together, we improve things. So I think we are not at the maximum level. Sometimes it's hard to identify in the project who will be the contact point, for example. It changes sometimes. like a big partnership like Biodiversa, it's sometimes complicated to identify the people who talk to. So maybe this, I don't know if governance is the right word, but
contact information.
yeah, I think this is the part that we are still working on, but we are getting better every day. So this is maybe something that we can improve.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think what we are doing now already quite nicely with these like practicalities, that like organizing shops together and integrating the databases and so on. But maybe now when all of our projects have been already running for some time, and maybe we need to look a little bit in the future and think about strategically also that how we align with our, the future objectives and the work in a way that, because we anyway have the same goal, as you said. It doesn't matter who is doing it, but we want better informed decisions in the point of view of the biodiversity at least. So in a way that what would be the best pathways to that goal. Now I think it's really nice this exercise that we will do here with the Biodiversa in this afternoon, which is I guess one of the steps, but maybe in the...
Okay, yep. So use the workshop this afternoon indeed. No need for all to say something unless you have a burning answer. Then I give the floor to Petteri for a question.
Yeah, thanks. So I would like to ask, because in this slide that was very nicely presenting that you start from the knowledge and then you support different policy targets and processes. But for example, what we are doing in Work Package 2 in Biodiversa, we are just ending our pipeline from the observations and the monitoring schemes and data management to the knowledge. So there are a lot of different projects working on that side of like a dark side of your picture where all this data generation is happening, and that has been kind of invisible for a long time, and I think it has been a problem to try to get enough resources allocated for this kind of data harmonization and filling the gaps and getting that data really supporting this knowledge and the decision-making processes. So my question for you as a panelist would be that how there could be like better synergies also, not just between you guys, but also with these processes and projects and institutions and data infrastructures which are also struggling, and they have still many things to improve, so that the knowledge reaches also this kind of like a highest policy level and understanding that there are serious gaps, there are regional gaps, there are thematic gaps, there are gaps in funding and like a long-term sustainability of the monitoring data, which is necessary for the policy targets, it's necessary for the society and the private sector, so on. So how we could still improve this kind of synergies across the different disciplines.
Okay. I will try to say something about COP4CBD. Until now, because COP4CBD, and I think all these projects, they are a way to test a way to work, and then they have a deadline. There are 4 years, and then we'll see. There is the science service that is supposed to be established in the longer term. So we are trying different way of doing things. So in COP4CBD, we have done some call for experts to identify experts depending on the needs. But maybe it will be interesting to, instead of doing individual experts, to refer to some networks or projects or something like that to match. I think this will be, instead of doing by individual experts, it could be interesting to do by this initiative, this type of things, and then work together on some products that we present after at the CBD.
Very shortly, one could be also those TSCs that will be introduced, I guess, next week, because they are for the, I guess, again, establishing knowledge hubs for the indicators and then also organizing capacities for the member states to really produce those indicators, and they are already then having a closer connection to the policy, because they are then attached to the CBD processes. Yep. But I guess we need to now orchestrate this scene as well,
Exactly,
that it will be taken into account also in the European level.
Yeah, it's indeed another player in the room at the Technical Support Center, so also that needs to be identified how that works. Joe, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Natalie, for that presentation to start this off. This is eye-opening for me. I did not know there was a network of this support behind biodiversity and the climate connections and how your projects work together. And I would love it if GBIF could join your party. This is fantastic. We spend a lot of time trying to connect to, maybe we need to call them GBIF focal points, but it's a GBIF node, which I've said several times over the last 2 days, connecting that head of delegation of the GBIF node to the CBD focal point, to the GEF focal point, to the FAO focal point. And it's very time consuming, but if you have a network doing that across European and Central Asia, that would be really it'd help us and help you with the data portions of your work. So this has been eye-opening, and I appreciate that. And hopefully we can talk about how we can interact.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sure there's more room for joining the party, so that's fantastic. If there's no further questions, I just will have a quick look. You may turn around, because people have been very active with the Mentimeter on the question based on this session, so what we all heard. What do you think is still needed for the science policy interface? We will not read everything out because it's far too much, but I'm sure this will also feed into the process for the Biodiversa future. Okay, there we go. Long-term sustainability, communication, dissemination. Anything popping out which we haven't discussed yet? Involve more East EU countries. I don't think we covered anything of that. That's apparently something missing. Good people with a strong standing. I'm not sure. Is that related maybe to lobby? Success stories, knowledge brokers, collaboration. We talked about that a lot. EC should not act, just listen. That's an interesting one. Listen carefully. Anyone want to add to that? Doesn't come from this floor. We have communication focused again, permanent forums, more interaction, political will, maintaining connections. Yeah, many elements that we have discussed, I think, the last day and a half, and this afternoon we'll continue discussing. Does anyone wants to highlight anything that was brought in? Give more detail? I think it's time for lunch, isn't it? East EU countries, yes, Anna.
And just because I think with the East EU countries, I think that's right up the alley of the ECHA network. And it goes a bit hand in hand with what I was saying earlier, is that of course with the ECHA network, we're really trying to get more countries really actively engaged in IPES. And I think there's a challenge in some Eastern European, Central Asian countries where you have, for example, many experts that are really keen on getting their expertise into assessments, but then perhaps the process is on a country level not quite as formalized as we have for some Western European countries where you have focal points, you have national coordination platforms, you have really more of a machine behind it, and this might not be the case for certain Eastern European countries where you just have a couple of interested experts without that support behind them. And so there, the ECHA network, what we try to do is we really try to connect those people to a larger community, help them build capacity that way. That's also where, earlier what I was saying, with the funding comes in. Those people would not necessarily have support to join us at meetings or to discuss with us, but then if we can say, we can pay for you to come and join us and to share your experience and to learn from you, you learn from us, that is helpful to create capacity in those regions. So it's something that we're trying to do. But of course I agree, and I would think Axel and all of the other people who work in that region agree that this is a work in progress. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah. Any additions to this, Kaisa? Yeah?
Well, if this is the end, I used an opportunity to advertise one of our activities, which is within 2 weeks' time, which is SPI, in particular SPI training or SPI dialogue workshop, which will be organized in Ghent, Brussels, and it's about the restoration and freshwater topic, but open to everybody who's interested, so please.
Thank you very much. Heiner?
Maybe one last thought. I'd like to pick up one item which was shown here. It's about success stories. So if you want to communicate our work and the value, and of course to make more outreach of our work, then of course we have to to communicate more about success cases and where we could reach a good result, of course. So as we discussed it in the session before, for example, with a successful implemented nature-based solutions, or other case studies, for example, from the monitoring side, so where we could integrate maybe citizens into the huge and elaborate processes of creating data and filling lots of important databases in order to know what's the state of biodiversity, etc., etc. So it's really important to communicate about these success stories in order to make a difference and to transform the processes in our society. So I think that's really an important aspect. I think we all work on in our different events we are doing.
Okay, thanks. Indeed, success stories was highlighted, so sharing success stories, but also, as we heard yesterday, not only best practices and success stories, but also failures or needs. I think there's nothing wrong with asking for help. If you know, actually, we don't know how to do this and that, reach out to your networks or beyond. I think that's a nice message to end this session with, if I may. Yeah. So thanks a lot for the panelists for this final session.
There's a short list of basically wrap up from the whole day. The message we got is that Biodiversa, on the whole, is on track. It's essential. We also got that from the workshop now. I mean, there should be a new Biodiversa, and it's well integrated with others. So those are all positive messages, but if I have a personal motto then it is, you can always do better, and that should also be our motto. We can always try to communicate better, we could work together better, etc. So we do have some future needs. Emphasize impact. It may sound strange, I mean, we've been going on for almost 4 years, but our first projects haven't even been finished. So we're at the beginning only of starting to harvest all the results from projects, from pilots, etc. So there's much, much more to come, and we need to really clearly communicate on that. And since impact is a narrative, as I sort of suggested, we need to have really good narratives. If we want to make our case towards the Commission, towards other people, we need to make really clear narratives. And a list of talking points just to help people out is really a wonderful suggestion. So thank you very much for that. It's also good to hear from our EC colleagues that the European deal is indeed still going on, and not like some people suggest, yeah, it's weakening, it's being phased out. No, it's going on. The NRR is really a wonderful regulation. It's a really strong instrument to improve biodiversity in Europe, but there's still a lot of work to do with that, and we will do the best we can to play a role in helping everybody out with knowledge and capacity building. We have to streamline monitoring. I think we are building a really, really nice community. If I look at the Biodiversity Monitoring Week that we have planned for next year, there are already so many initiatives that are interested in joining that we discussed yesterday. Yeah, we were aiming for 400. Should we go to 800? It really, I mean, it has to work out, but there is a lot of enthusiasm, and it's very clear that we need a community like that on the European scale, but also broader, connect to the more international scale, because in other countries they share a lot of our problems or our issues, and also they have some very good, very innovative ideas on how to approach those topics as well. So we need to improve that. On this list it says involve others. I prefer to write it more like co-design, co-create, co-disseminate together with as many people as you can. So whether it's youth, local authorities, businesses, and especially people from outside our bubble, because we keep forgetting we are inside a bubble that agrees that biodiversity is important. Share results, but also failures. That was a good message that we got on the first day. It is very important to find a way to share our failures, to share the problems, so that people don't only think about, oh, this works, but they also get examples of maybe you shouldn't do this, or maybe you should approach it in a different way. So that's a very important message to have. What else should I take from this? The science policy interface, or science society policy interface, remains very important. Obviously, something to expand also in collaboration with other projects like BioAgora in the next couple of years. The key challenges: address transformative change in research, look at research funding. There's too much short-term research funding, even though, you know, the FP10 will be 7 years. 7 years is nothing in the long run for biodiversity. So can we find a way as Europe to somehow have a central, something central that continues on, and then you can either add on for a few years, or a central biodiversity node which continues, so people know there's where we can go to get our first answers, and then be helped to reach other parties. Maybe something to think about in the long run. EMBL, very nice example, as we discussed, and quite a few people were enthusiastic about it. Yeah, I think there are other smaller and larger challenges, but I think that's enough for now. With that, I would like to thank the speakers, the panelists, the audience. Online is gone. I don't know why it says that here on the speaking notes. But I would like especially to thank my two colleagues, Tessa and Floor. Give them applause. And then the last thing, wishing you all a safe trip home. And thank you very much for being here.